is pushing in. He's trying to turn this around. He knows his time is running out. He knows he's about to be eliminated if he doesn't make a play right here, right now. But the Cocoon just gets chopped through. Smite goes down! And so does Flappers, a cross kill! Cassidy's in trouble. He's in bear form. He's pulling back.
Big Mix is in trouble though, full cheap on the board.
With the silence into the cheap shot, and they knock him down. Gators back are absolutely back, proving everyone wrong.
He gets blink counterspell by Calvin. Come on, match point, I cannot believe it. Calvin blinks in. Everybody dogpiling on top of WizK, landing those lockouts, and he's completely shut down. Pen and paper, the dark horse of the tournament. They said they were going to do their best. Drill's in trouble. Stun no trinket. Cedar, the smoke bomb. Is he in the bomb with him? He has to cancel it. He's dead anyway.
Oh my God.
And that's the dogs do it. 3-0.
This is True Shot Aura, however. They gotta be careful. Trill is so
He has to fake
far
counterspell.
back.
He has to fake counterspell. He can't. He's just dead. He gets counterspell and Gators back. Close it out. Freezing trap again. He trickets it into a fear. Fades the fear. He still gets feared. Foro gets MVP. Mercy is in trouble.
He's trying to get the cross skip. Can he get one more? Clumps the trinkets up.
One more Shadowburn. One more.
Hello everybody, welcome to day number 2 of Cup number 2 of Midnight Season 1. My name is Aya, I'm here with Super T's Venruki and D-Machine. We're going to have Zico just a little bit later joining us, but it is an exciting weekend. It is an exciting day. Of course, we had the EU games yesterday. We're going to be in North America today, but before we get into that, let's of course talk about the journey that the players will be taking this season, because of course, they are trying to get to BlizzCon. The road to BlizzCon has started. It is well on its way. As you can see, first 3 qualifying cups, the top 2 teams from EU and NA finals will automatically qualify to BlizzCon. Third place from EU and NA finals play in the cross-region playoff for that final spot. Only one team will make it out of that tournament into BlizzCon, and then one team from China will be joining us at BlizzCon as well. Super exciting stuff, and it's proven to be a very competitive season so far, Super Tees. But let's first kind of do a little bit of a recap in case people missed yesterday's games. Of course, we were in the EU region, and we had a pretty crazy day.
I think there's 2 main teams that we really need to talk about when it comes to the European region, and that first team is Streamer Zone. This team was absolutely on fire. Brunhilde and PMake were just topping the damage meter. You'll see that game to game in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. They're facing off against Specialty, and if you don't know who Specialty are, you probably should after this cup, because they were the team that knocked Burger King down to the lower bracket. But despite that dominance in the open bracket, Streamer Zone was just having their way with them. Basically, it was a complete dominant fashion. They're in their final form, and they are ready to take on Echo. And then the next team was Burger King, and I think what's really exciting about them is that they are starting to really embrace their roots, with Blizzo on that Arms Warrior, Zeepai on that Elemental Shaman, and running that Thundercleave. It focuses on durability, survivability, and just raw pressure later in the game. I very much so enjoyed watching all of the different compositions that Europe brought to the table with this cup, but I think it's leading into another exciting reason to watch today, because there's so much new blood in North America. But Europe just keeps heating up week after week. We see new comps, we see new strategies being implemented. Teams that were at the bottom are now cycling up towards the top, and everybody is getting stronger basically to culminate to take on Echo. And then in that lower side bracket, we saw Dobob. Tessia was popping off with Ice Walls throughout this series. Flappers, Tessia, and Relza have great synergy in this composition. Corky was trying to make some moves with Balanced Druid. I'm very curious to see what he's going to be able to do moving into the final cup as well. So lots of compositions, lots of variety, and a very exciting day.
Absolutely. 4 teams left remain in that region. We'll be seeing them compete on Championship Sunday tomorrow. But like I said, we've got NA games today. We have that open bracket earlier this week as well. Venruki, talk us through what we may have missed if we didn't tune in for that.
Yeah, North America open bracket was super fun. My favorite series was between Guild, Bean, and F tier. This was a nail biter. I saw it live from Meat Monk's point of view, and he was looking stressed fighting this double Windwalker Monk. Obviously a very explosive composition here, and with Chun-Li on the Monk, you never know what can happen. Ultimately, F tier was able to pull ahead, but one of the closest series of the open bracket and one of the most fun to watch, quite honestly. And then in the lower bracket, it was just full of upsets. So a lot of the teams that we saw in Cup number 1, they ended up falling and just getting eliminated from the tournament. So Mama I'm on Stream was able to take down Z-Rated. in this series. A bit of a cleave matchup here, bringing in the Kitty Cleave, which seems to be a fairly popular composition in North America. Then, of course, we had Apex, a 3-player roster playing primarily that jungle cleave with Hades, Zev, and Kev. They were able to take down the Dire Wolves. Sam Miama's really put to the test here. A ton of pressure on him, and they were able to drop him. An impressive performance. And then Heyman versus Pre-Hardcore. This is something we'll talk about a lot today. Heyman bringing in these different cleave setups, as well as Gorecki on the bench. So a lot of depth to this roster, but they were able to take down Hansel, Naj, and Mason, and RMP that we saw do quite well in Cup number 1. So this is a team that's very interesting to look out for. And for me, especially, Montage is kind of the hero of the Holy Paladin right now. You know, obviously the Mistweaver Monk, super popular pick. It's what we're seeing most of the healers play, but he's sticking to his guns. He's playing the Paladin, and could cause some big upsets here today.
Certainly could, and only the top 8 teams from that open bracket will be competing today. And Team Machine, it sounds like we've got a lot of unknowns. We've got a lot of new teams, a lot of new blood that we'll be seeing compete today in North America.
Absolutely. That's kind of the story of North America so far. We got a lot of familiar faces still. We still have the titans of the region, if you will, but taking a look at the rosters, there are some new faces to take note of. Elliot already kind of touched on them again, but you might notice there's no hardcore, there's no Dire Wolves, there's no Z-rated in this graphic in front of you. We have the Shuffle Club instead, a newer roster that formed from the Guild, the Shuffle Club, a Brazilian team that's kind of just putting a team together for fun. This asset is not incorrect. That is 2 Death Knights on this roster that you are seeing there. Interesting strategy from them, but I had a chance to talk to them. They're not super confident about the competition, but they are extremely excited to be a part of it, and, you know, making it to BlizzCon would be a dream come true. Very exciting, full Brazil team. On the other side of things, we have Apex down there, kind of a one-trick jungle cleave, able to pump out a huge amount of damage that we were able to see in the open bracket. I'm going to be keeping an eye on them as well. Mama Monstrine, a team that I know very little about, but I love to see a kitty cleave, especially a good kitty cleave, enter the fray, mix things up. Hey man, another team that you guys should be looking out for. I mean, Gorecki is on that roster as well. Gorecki, if you're unfamiliar with him, he played for Tempo Storm in the past and was widely viewed as one of the best, if not the best, multi-classer of the North American region at the time. So I'm expecting big things from that team, but yeah, an unbelievable top 8 here in Cup number 2, and that makes sense. I mean, there's only so many opportunities to earn points, and with BlizzCon on the line, everyone's going to be putting their best foot forward.
They certainly are. These teams are desperate for points, Stupid Tees. We can look at where they currently are placed in the standings. As we know, they're trying to get as many points as they possibly can before BlizzCon, and they're kind of running out of time, Stupid Tees. And so far, this region is looking so tough.
I mean, just look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Those 3 teams, not in the tournament anymore. They can't defend their positions. And those top 3 positions are guaranteed finalists. You get to skip the gauntlet and go straight into the finals of North America if you maintain that position throughout these 3 cups. So you can see after this has been adjusted now for the start of this week, that F tier has a really good opportunity to yoink that 3rd place position from the Dire Wolves. They're having a rematch against Welcome to the JUNG, and they looked like the toughest team for them, honestly, in the entire tournament. So this could be a big deal for them. And then the Shuffle Club, even though they're just kind of signing up for fun, made a team from the Guild, they have a chance here to climb up some serious ranks as well, being in that upper side. And they have volatility on their side with their Hunter compositions and the burst damage available in their composition. So I don't want to count them out outright. I think that they actually do have a pretty big chance here. And North America is starting to be blown wide open.
That certainly is. It could be anyone's cup today, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on the standings throughout the weekend. But let's keep an eye on the bracket as well. We know that they came out of the open bracket into the top 8. Let's see where these teams will be placed today. Super Tees, we've got that upper bracket.
Gators back, man. I'm hoping they're going to be back this week because Welcome to the JUNG just dominated them last week. So for me, it's whether or not they're going to be able to bounce back from that or if they're going to start losing momentum and losing steam. And I think that first series against the Shuffle Club is going to be what determines that. And then what I just mentioned earlier, Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier. This is my most anticipated series for the day because they just look like the most evenly matched teams, and that series evolved a lot. F tier, they shifted their compositions quite a lot, and they've got even more compositions for this week than Rookie.
Yeah, definitely. In the lower bracket, we've got some really explosive games. Guild Bean, one of the only familiar faces in this lower bracket right now. And we saw them play some interesting comps. Like we said, the triple monk, Chun-Li, of course, on that Windwalker monk, absolutely phenomenal. But that's not all these guys can play. Seen Chun practicing the Devastation Evoker, and this team is not afraid to take chances and really try to throw off their opponent. For Apex, they're a bit of a one-trick. They're going to be playing the Jungle Cleave more than likely, Beast Mastery Hunter, Pharaoh Druid with that Mistweaver Monk. So Guild Bean, I think, will know exactly what they're walking into, but what do they have prepared is the question. Then, of course, we have Heyman versus Mom. I'm on stream. Heyman, that's going to be Montage with MVQ and Pet Kick primarily. And then, of course, they have Goreki on the bench, so lots of different cleave setups they can run, and might be the only team that utilizes the Devour Demon Hunter, which I would absolutely love to see. We haven't seen it that much, if at all, so if they ran that, that'd be awesome. And then, of course, Mom, I'm on stream. They've got different cleaves, including the Feral Warrior, and I think that's likely what they'll play in their first series.
I'm with you. I really want to see Devour Demon Hunter. It would be so cool. Please, MEQ, let's see it. But let's talk about the match of the day, D Machine. You have got to pick one for us. Matchup of the day. What you got?
Yeah, Sierra, the producer, kind of put me in the spot here, and I did not actually give him a straight answer. It's been actually pretty difficult to choose, but you know, if I had to choose, it has to be Welcome to the Jung versus F Tier. We've seen this matchup before. We know both of these teams can take it to the distance, and I had a chance to talk to Zhang Bahai, and it's so interesting to think about Welcome to the Jungle as a team that doesn't have an experience on land, because this team has just been so dominant. In my mind, they're the team in North America to beat, and with the land on the line this year of qualification, it's really exciting. I can't wait to see if they can make it all the way. But in order to do that, they do have to take down F Tier. F Tier is a team that they think they will go to Game 5 against. Zhang Bahai thinks that it's going to be a 3-2 in either direction, which is, you know, that's high praise for F Tier, honestly. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that series.
All right, I am as well. And something else we can keep an eye out is, of course, our predictions leaderboard. The casters have been putting in their own predictions before the actual series starts, and I'm towards the bottom. Me and Sid are down bad. Zico's way up there at the top. David, you know, how do you feel about your placement? You're kind of solidly in the middle.
I'm going to be so honest with you. I have no idea how much of that is me sandbagging Chan. just straight up. I feel like I got at least 2 wrong yesterday, and Elliot was on fire and still somehow was like barely below guess. So sorry, not sorry, Chan. I vote with my heart, and I'm not going to apologize for it.
That's fine. We can't say anything else, but all right, well, let us know how you've been doing in the chat with your predictions, because we got some predictions coming up here for this first series. We've got Guild Bean versus Apex. I'm really excited for these two teams to play off against each other, Ven, because especially Guild Bean, they're kind of in their own lane when it comes to meta compositions.
Yeah, predictions today are going to be really tough. A matchup like this is like, dude. I think this is where Zico might falter, because honestly, this is like, there's no safe pick. You know, I don't know who's going to win this one. It's going to be a chaotic matchup. Guild Bean, who knows what they decide to run? Is it going to be triple monk? We don't know. Could be something else. Then, of course, Apex, we know they're going to be playing the jungle, but it's just, this one's going to be really tough to call. You can see here exactly, like I mentioned it earlier today, but watching Meat Monk play this series was actually hilarious. Like, I felt bad for him, but I was also just like enjoying how stressed he was the whole time. And it was just so exciting when they finally won. But you're playing against Chun-Li, playing triple Windwalker Monk. Windwalker Monk's obviously super explosive right now, especially when you get that damage amp from the Mistweaver Monk. So, yeah, Guild Bean, they're a wild card. They're crazy. And I don't know what they're going to play.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to predictions on this one, CPTs, but let's talk about Apex, too. We'll be stepping up to try and topple over Guild Bean, and they're kind of a lethal team as well.
Yeah, Apex, to me, they remind me a lot of Last Dance from Europe with Casu's Jungle Cleave. Kind of just this one trick, just pumping out big numbers, but they had a big upset against the Direwolves. They were able to dominate them, and I think Hades was a very important component to that success. His damage on the meter in the bottom left there was absolutely remarkable throughout most of these matches. He has Kevin Zev backing him up with stuns and heals, and they were able to deliver victory against the Direwolves. It was a huge surprise. I don't think anybody anticipated that, and it's blown the tournament wide open. Anybody can grab that third place position now because of it, and they do just so much pressure. And I do think this is a situation because we've never really seen these teams on broadcast either in a very long time, in some cases years, like Gurecki. It's so volatile. I don't know 100% who is going to be taking a matchup like this, who's going to perform when they're on broadcast well, right? Because specialty, that was a question we had for them. Moving from the open bracket to on broadcast play can affect your mental with thousands of people watching you at the same time. So I don't know. This is going to be a risky day. Maybe it's our chance to catch up. Maybe it's our chance to fall infinitely into the abyss. Time will tell.
Time will certainly tell. All right, well, it is time for predictions. D Machine, would you like to start us off?
Yeah, sure. I see one composition, and I see the names in the roster of Guild Bean, and for me, it's pretty easy. I think it's a 3-0. I think Guild Bean is going to take out Apex. Listen, the BM Hunter with that consistent pressure that feels just about unavoidable unless you have a lot of roots like a Frost Mage. That's a ticking time bomb. But Guild Bean, I think that they are going to have the tools to be able to overcome this this kind of one-trick team for Apex.
All right, Venruki, what about you?
I kind of want to go last, if that's okay.
Okay,
Well,
all
we showed
right.
Zico's good. I can cheat.
Super Tease, what's your prediction?
Do I go against the grain and just keep going against the grain, just in case, like it works
Well, it
out
sounds
here?
like Ben might be going against the grain. Just keep that in mind.
What is Guild Bean gonna play? They're probably gonna play something with a monk. Is it a mage or is it double monk? Can double monk beat jungle? That's what I'm closing my eyes and trying to envision. Okay, I'm trying to be like Zico. I'm trying to prophesize the future here to see how that plays out because I've never seen double monk.
If you can center your mind, you
what?
can beat
I'm
anything.
Yes.
I'm going
Yes.
opposite.
Be the
I'm going
monk, Super
Apex.
Tease.
I'm going Apex 3-1.
Okay.
I'm going opposite.
All right, Ven.
That's actually what I'm doing too. 3-1 for Apex. I saw what they did to Sam I Am. I saw what
we're
they did to
so
Sam
split.
I Am. Yeah, I feel like
Oh,
Surrounding
that's
might be in
valid.
trouble.
That's valid.
Okay, I'm gonna go 3-1 Guild Bean in favor. So I feel like usually we're kind of all in agreement here, but we're pretty split down the middle, except for chat. I don't know if you guys saw that score earlier, but it was like 98% chat, and that is the most overwhelming score I've seen. I imagine it's perhaps mellowed out a little bit, but I don't know if there's a clear winner with this one based on our predictions and based on maybe where chat is right now, but definitely excited to see where this series is going to go. Okay, we're about 17% on the side of Apex, but I mean, kind of tough going against a team of like well-known AWC champions, D Machine, that are in the form of Guild Bean if you're Apex.
Bro, Cerealium, Zach, Curry,
Yeah.
Chun Li. I don't.
These guys are famous.
I do not count out Chun Li. That guy makes magic happen.
He does. Yeah, especially with that monk, and we're kind of in the year of monk super teas.
Yeah. I don't know. My open bracket games that I observed from Guild Bean last week are making me draw some questions. They had some very weird compositions, and I just worried that they might kind of like troll their way out of the tournament by overthinking things and trying to play something that's just not standard. So that's where I'm kind of second guessing their potential here for today.
Yeah, for on the side of Guild Bean.
Yeah, so I think Guild Bean, like, they overthink their comps and they try to like cheese too much, and it's too high risk for me to want to invest.
All right, well, hopefully they won't cheese in this series. We'll have to see. I mean, they are facing elimination, so definitely not a lot of risk you can take. Definitely want to be sure when you're locking in those blind compositions, we're going to be able to see what that is in just a moment here. The game is queued. Teams are lining up in the gates, and they should be opening soon here for game number 1. It is Guild Bean versus Apex Venruki.
Yeah, let's see what they do. It looks like it will be the double monk fire mage. Totally normal pick for Apex. Of course, we kind of knew what they were going to be running. It's going to be that Beast Mastery Hunter Pharaoh Druid, and keep in mind, this is the matchup that Apex was able to win against the team of Dire Wolves. So we'll see what Cerealium can do here.
Yeah, all of a sudden, my prediction, I'm just thinking about it more and more. I'm like, oh, we're going to have to wait and see. Chun-Li looking to connect. It looks like onto Kev, the Mistweaver Monk. We're gonna say Hades comes out of stealth finally, and the game is underway. It looks like Hades will be the main kill target for Guild Bean. So far, Hades getting out of that initial stun for now, being super slippery, but Ceralium's gotta be careful. We saw what this BM Hunter can do against mages, and that's already gonna be a cocoon, Elliot.
Yeah, really early trade up. Don't mind it. Life Cocoon, not the longest cooldown. Ceralium will ultimately stay alive, and now Chun-Li can start putting out some pressure. Zev, beautiful Cyclone, but it gets counterspelled. Good backup there by Ceralium. And now Hades is in trouble. Big damage incoming, but shrugs it off. Kev easily keeps him alive. Kev still has that Life Cocoon as well that he can trade at any moment. And so far, the game is relatively stable. I'd say Apex may be pulling slightly ahead in terms of cooldowns.
Gosh, just the consistent pressure from just their regular rotation is just chewing Ceralium apart. In-cap onto Kearney, and that's going to be an ice block. Unreal. This onslaught of pressure from Apex is making my prediction look a little silly, but I say that, and a leg sweep is going to force a cocoon on the other side of things. Something to note in this matchup, and Elliot, you'll be very familiar with this situation. The Rora sacrifice from the BM Hunter on Combustion is such a valuable trade that they got to make sure to nail, but Ceralium is just going to die. Oh my gosh. A cocoon immediately off a cooldown will be traded onto Ceralium, and Apex, they are not taking their foot off of that gas pedal.
Definitely not. Ceralium can just explode at any moment. At the same time, so can Hades. Big damage here from Chun-Li. Kev trying to keep him alive. Both Mistweaver Monks just pre-healing, spending mana like crazy. And that will be the aspect of the turtle. So Ceralium feeling okay. He still has, his Cauterize available. He's got some Invises, but he can just get melted. Hades, of course, that Beast Mastery is going to do so much damage if he can actually connect. There it is. Ceralium will start melting here on his little dwarf. Can he survive? Cauterize could proc. Hades in a leg sweep, but it looks like Ceralium will be able to hold on as he continues to line of sight and try to get away from those pets. Beautiful vortex there by Zev. Chun-Li backs him up with the Paralyze, just trying to slow down the incoming damage as both Ceralium and Kearney are running for their lives.
Oh my gosh, a Manatee from Kearney is going to bring his mana back up, but we're not that far into this game, and they are super low on mana. Just something to point out. Triple leg sweep. Hades is in trouble. That will be the Trinket Cocoon out from Kev, but Ceralium has nothing left, man. 6 seconds on Cocoon. Can they make it? 2 seconds left into the full CC. This is it. Ceralium's Cauterize does proc, and the Cocoon comes off a cooldown. He's alive then.
Yeah, he is going to survive, and now it's actually Hades in trouble. Paralyze comes in, Ceralium, but he's basically chewed through all his defensives. This next Bestial Wrath here for Hades could just destroy him. It's up in 3 seconds, and I think Ceralium's going to be in trouble. They need to win right here, right now. Hades goes for the feigned death. Here comes the Bestial Wrath, and Ceralium might just go down. They're just trading Combustion for Bestial Wrath. Who will fall first? This game is not going to be lasting too much longer, and I still don't know who's going to win. It is a race to the finish in these final moments as Ceralium blinks away. Kearney is on top of him. Life Cocoon might not be up for quite some time. It's going to be a long 30 seconds for that Cocoon to rotate off of cooldown. Bestial Wrath up in another 5 seconds for Hades. Can he hold on for that Bestial Wrath? Ceralium blinks into the open. Oh, not line of sighting just yet, but here comes once again. Huge damage here on a Ceralium. Could easily fall. Stun on Kearney. He's got the trinket for the trap. Will he be able to get it? Connects the Life Cocoon, and he holds on. At the same time, though, Hades getting low. Trades out the turtle. This is a crazy game, David.
Oh my gosh, dude. He's got Ice Block back, but is it going to be enough? Kev also has got that Cocoon to trade, but no turtle onto Hades. This is such a nail biter of a game number one. We are back with some high intensity arena, but the cross CC on to Guild Bean. Ceralium's got to be careful. He's got that Combustion available, ready to go and pull the trigger at any moment. Kearney caught into that full trap, but that's the Ice Block on the Bestial Wrath trade. Kev still has buttons, but Kearney and Ceralium do not.
Oh, big damage incoming! Live Cocoon will land. Kev has the trinket. He's got the save with the Cocoon. Ceralium, of course, rotating back to that second ice block. That was absolutely imperative. Hades might just outright die. Chun-Li is all over him. Beautiful Maim stun there. Full trap lands, and Ceralium all alone. Kearney just immediately trades out the trinket as well as the Celestial Conduit, and now almost probably has that Life Cocoon available as well. So I think Ceralium might be able to hold on. Guild Bean might be able to do it here as Hades doesn't have much of a response for this next push. Polymorph onto Kev. Hades will just activate the survival instincts to survive and reduce some of that incoming damage, but a big Rising Sun kick from Chun-Li might just drop him. Once again, it is a race to the finish between these two teams. Both Mistweavers burning through mana. Ceralium, though, on the run once again, trying to line of sight. Hades is there. He's got the Bestial Wrath, and Ceralium's in so much trouble, and he will go down. Apex claims game number 1, but Chun-Li seems like he wants to continue to go for it. So trading out the Karma, I don't think they'll be able to pull this off with Cyclones coming in from Zev, but you never know. Don't want to count this team out. Hades going to be kiting, moving away. Needs to kite off that Ride the Wind. But yeah, what a game this was. Apex will claim that game number 1, though.
I'll tell you what, man, I am awake. That was intense. The trading just felt like stuff was coming off cooldown and immediately needed to be committed. That was an exciting game number 1. I appreciate that, but my predictions do not. That was definitely not a 3-0 type of performance that I was anticipating out of Guild Bean, but, you know, maybe I was just underestimating Apex.
Yeah, that Bestial Wrath, it's a 30-second cooldown for the Beast Mastery Hunter, and it kind of lines up with every other trap. So you can basically just get a stun trap, pop the Bestial Wrath, and it is a ton of damage. And we saw Ceralium, I think he navigated it quite well. You want to be line of sighting a lot, so it's hard for Hades to connect all his damage globals. You want to be frost overing the pets. You want to be using Ring of Frost on the pets and Dragon's Breath on the pets. And I think Ceralium overall did a really good job. But ultimately, just you get overwhelmed at a certain point in the match, and he ends up going down because of it.
Man, there was some close calls. I mean, look at how close Hades was right there. I guess the Kev still has that trinket cocoon. They always seem to just have an answer on every single go, and Guild Bean just kind of ran out of buttons. I mean, the consistent pressure from this BM Hunter, as well as the Feral Druid, honestly. The Feral Druid was able to connect quite a bit and eat a lot of those interrupts with Cyclones, I imagine. That's one of the nice things about having a Feral Druid on your team. He might be a melee, he might be like super disruptive, but he also does eat those kicks, and they often opt for like that precog gem. So
Yep.
It's nice to have a Feral Druid on your team when you are a healer that needs to cast a whole lot. But Guild Bean, they now have the opportunity in the draft to get a little bit of an advantage. They can choose the map, and they also get to see what composition Apex is going to lock in before they lock in their own. However, I think both teams kind of knew what they were going into composition-wise. It's really the map choice I want to focus on, especially when it comes to a BM Hunter's like pet pathing. Perhaps we could go someplace with like a Z-axis where you can kind of like force those pets to run a little bit more. Maybe a little bit of Cage of Carnage, who knows? Maybe not. That's kind of a double-edged sword, Cage of Carnage, that. But Zico was talking a little bit about how Dalaran Sewers could be an interesting choice. It kind of backfired on the last.
Oh, okay. I think there might be some technical difficulties here with David, but yeah, map choice definitely going to be a factor. It looks like we are going to be going into Ashamane's Fall. Apex locking in the exact same composition. For me, not really a total surprise. The Beast Mastery Hunter with the Feral Druid, it's been looking really good for them, and these guys are extremely good at it. We talked a little bit about Zev and what he's been able to do for his team. I think on the Feral Druid, it's just so important to know those moments when you need to make the push and get aggressive, but also come back, land the stuns onto Chun-Li, the Cyclones, the disorienting roars, and I think that gives Hades a lot more freedom in the match. For Guild Bean, I don't know. Super T's mentioned, this is a team that could end up out-picking themselves. I kind of feel like the Fire Mage Windwalker Monk Mistweaver will end up being their best bet, but only time will tell. They do have lots of different options. We know Chun-Li can also play the Devastation Evoker, so there are a ton of different composition options for this roster, and they're going to be taking their time. They've got about 30 seconds left here before they have to make a decision. But they did set themselves up on a big map, so it'll be interesting to see what they decide to go with. And honestly, they could just be taking this time to discuss strategies. Maybe they need to go after Zev a little bit more, possibly go after Kevin a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see. We've got 9 seconds, though, on the clock, and I think we have David back as well.
The BM Hunter damage was just too intense, man. It took my internet right out. It was crazy. But I am back. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have the same compositions in Ashamane's Fall. How do you feel about that map choice? Sorry if you already mentioned this. I'm curious what your take is. Oh no, can you not?
I don't think that I can hear you.
That's my fault. I didn't be.
All right, we're good.
Muted. Okay, so I'm pretty sure the audience heard me, but you did not hear me.
It's all good.
I wanted to ask you, Ashamane's Fall. What do you think about that map choice? There's no Z access. Did you literally just talk about this?
No. I was like, I hope he's not asking me a question right now because I can't hear him. There's just an awkward silence. But yeah, the map. So I was saying, it is going to be the same matchup. The map, to me, this is very similar. Like, in terms of this matchup on this map, I think it's going to have a very similar result to the Grand Arena. I don't know if it necessarily favors either team. Cerealium might be able to use like a bigger pillar. It's one of the things about Ashamane's, that kind of central pillar is one of the larger ones that you can use. So using that for line of sight, get the pets and Novas and Roots and Dragon's Breaths and Ring of Frost could be very important. It's no surprise that Cerealium will be a dwarf with a lot of versatility in this matchup. I think he knows he's the primary target.
That's a Venruki mog if I ever saw one, bro. What is going on? The Tiki head? What is happening?
It looks good.
I'm a big fan of this dwarf. What is this? The Dark Iron Dwarf or whatever with like the flaming ember beard. I wish I could have that IRL. That's dope looking. I'm into that.
You could. It just wouldn't last that long.
Yeah. It's a little different when it kind of hangs out. I think I'll just look really dumb if I just light myself on fire.
Yeah, definitely don't recommend that.
It's looking like a big beefy mage that just doesn't matter because the BM Hunter just kind of chews him apart. Whoa, Chun-Li kind of looks like a Nordic god or something. He looks sick. I suppose I should start talking about his build and stuff like that as opposed to what he looks like. But hey, listen,
I think
everyone
Chun-Li
knows a good
always
mog
has good
gives
builds.
Deeps.
Chun-Li always has good mogs. Like, I swear he's got some of the most underrated transmogs in the game. Like, he's a top point earner for sure. And actually, I think they have matching beards, which is kind of nice as well. It seems like that way, anyways.
Oh, interesting.
But
sorry, I was just gonna mention he's going lighter than air. That's one of the talent choices that I see Windwalker monks opt to choose in or not choose in on. I personally struggle to get that value out of like the double jump that it gives you, but chasing down this BM Hunter, that seems like a solid choice from Chun-Li.
Yeah, I think so too. Gates will open here. Apex strikes first blood in this series, taking down Cerealium, but it was close. Lots of close calls on Hades. And I mentioned it for Zev. He's going to have to be a playmaker, balancing offense and defense, landing these, oh, nice. Chun-Li just immediately trinkets to land the double stun, but ends up getting rake stunned. Potential Cyclone gets interrupted there by Cerealium, but it's going to be up to Zev to try to keep Hades alive during these really scary moments by getting peels onto Chun-Li.
I really like that trinket from Chun-Li. I mean, he didn't have to use his karma at all last game. Maybe taunting some of that aggro off of his mage by just like over extending or even just like committing his own buttons to just get aggressive. I think is solid. But here's the leg sweep onto Hades, the polymorph onto Kev. No cocoon available. He does have the trinket. He does have turtle available, however. And now they're going to go ahead and swap that burst damage around with that bestial Ras on Cerealium. And he knows it. Chun-Li caught into some cross CC as well. Cerealium's not out of it just yet. Kearney's going to trade that cocoon early on before any CC lands. Good presence of mind from Kearney. It looks like both teams are respecting each other's damage quite a bit here in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely Zev right now going for a re-stealth, gets the stun onto Chun-Li, potential Cyclone, gets counterspelled. Cerealium just nailing those counterspells over and over again, but doesn't seem to bother Zev. He just goes for the disorienting roar. Now looking for potential Cyclone here onto Chun-Li. Chun-Li shuts him down, but he is persistent in these Cyclones. Can he finally find one onto Chun-Li? I guess all the time they're stopping, not attacking Hades. Interrupting Zev is maybe a slight win there for Apex, but Hades needs to be careful. Finally, the Cyclone will land, and this is an opportunity for Apex to push and start really putting the pressure here onto Cerealium. Kearney's burned through about half his mana. Big combustion, though, onto Hades. And it looks like he will be able to hold on. Some damage reduction incoming, as well as that life cocoon keeps Hades nice and healthy.
Yep, for now, Cerealium almost goes down without blocking. That was unreal. There's the cocoon immediately off cooldown. Is going to be traded. Hades just gets caught out. That is the Zenith. That is the burst from Chun-Li. And Guild Bean put a point on the board. We are tied up, then.
We got a series on our hands. It's all tied up, 1-1. Apex, they get caught. Chun-Li, I feel like, played that kind of reckless, but in a good way. Like at the beginning of the game, he gets stunned. He's not afraid. He just trinkets immediately, gets the double leg sweep, and gets the game going. Just wants to land those leg sweeps as often as possible. Wants to get the Zenith on cooldown in order to get some damage rolling. And yeah, they end up sealing the deal there, taking down Hades at a surprising amount of burst damage. That was a really, really quick game, and we'll have to see exactly how it happened. So at this point, Kev, he still has his trinket, but he's got no life cocoon. His trinket is now burned, so he's used the trinket and the life cocoon. Ceruleum gets incredibly low, but this is where I think the triple leg sweep comes in, and Chun-Li just deletes him. Just absolutely deletes him. Hades, I think, could have survived that. He had to trinket, but it's difficult. You fight a Windwalker monk that knows how to line up his burst, then your health is going down quite rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Apex did a pretty good job. I mean, you're looking at Chun-Li in a Cyclone right now. So when there was a few times where Chun-Li is getting slowed down, but that dude can be like the Terminator, especially when he's not being targeted. He doesn't have to worry about his positioning nearly as much. Oh, look at that double, triple leg sweep into the Zenith. Sorry, I had to add a sound effect.
Green was there for the follow-up, too. He gets to paralyze on Kev out. So just really good teamwork. And that's the kind of plays you expect from Chun-Li, you know, landing those big leg sweeps, landing the burst damage. He's been an absolute staple on the Windwalker monk in the North American scene for quite some times. He slipped into the shadows for a little bit, I feel like.
Yeah.
But he's back with a vengeance.
For sure. I was talking a little bit about how that's a big reason to why I predicted that this was going to be a win for Guild Bean, but I might not have a perfect prediction any longer, but I still have faith in Guild Bean that they'll be able to take this out. I think that as the matches go on and Guild Bean continues to download the data of their opponents, they're going to continue to find ways to take down this insanely potent BM hunter.
Let's see if they can do it. See those final moments where basically he went 80 to 0. Let's see. So he was like 80 at like 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds, that's when the damage is connecting from both Ceruleum. Lots of Pyroblasts, big rushing wind kick there, strike of the Windlord, and he goes down quite fast. And Windwalker monks are explosive, no doubt about it. I think for this one, Apex just needs to not get triple leg swept. Like pretty much, they need to not get triple leg swept. And if they do, Hades needs to not be afraid to just trade. Like trinket, turtle immediately.
I'm just imagining Coach Rookie in the dugout be like, hey guys, so don't get triple leg swept. All right, get back in there.
Pretty much, yep.
It might be difficult on a smaller map like Hook Point. I don't know. They're going to have to be careful. I know.
They picked it.
Oh, that's a good point. Looks like Apex is collecting a little bit more predictions in their favor there at the before the series started. So more and more people kind of recognizing the damage potential of this jungle cleave. But on Hook Point is, I guess, another map choice for Apex, or it is the map choice for Apex so far in the series. It's a peculiar map. I had a chance to start studying these maps when I was trying to make my own, and Hook Point was one of the most peculiar layouts of anything in the pool, with like the two pillars in the middle, but then also a cubby on one side with the asymmetrical layout. It's one of those maps that can really help you or really, really not help you. It really all depends on your positioning, and with Guild Bean, they just are so in sync and so good and slippery, so we're going to see how this pans out, but a trap does land on a Kearney. Chun-Li caught into that stun, and Ceruleum is just out of there. He's in the cubby hole. He's not messing around. It looks like Hades will be stopped completely, and now the go has started for Guild Bean with this combustion. Big damage goes out onto Hades. Nothing to trade so far. Ceruleum's the one who's taking the brunt of the damage through this incarnation, through this Bestial Wrath, and Kearney will respect that with the cocoon. A nice trade.
Yep, let's see what they can do. Ceruleum gets that life cocoon like you mentioned. Just trading it out. Hades pushing forward. Let's see where they can find it. Chun-Li right now, he still has his trinket. That's very important. That big leg sweep comes in once again. Hades getting destroyed. And that wasn't even a trinket. Nobody trinketed there. So they just rely on that life cocoon, playing a little bit dangerous. And I do wonder, maybe they could actually go after Chun-Li a little bit more in this matchup. A jungle cleave can kind of shred Windwalker monks. So if Ceruleum plays overly defensive, I wouldn't mind them getting some damage out onto the Windwalker, but it seems like their main focus for now will just be on that mage. They've had good success going after mages in the past, but Ceralium, I think his positioning and the way he's playing this matchup has worked out really well so far.
Yeah, they're kind of reading like, hey, you're just gonna tunnel my mage, but look at the double leg sweep, the cross CC up the yin yang, and that's gonna be the trinket turtle. They're swapping the pressure out onto Zev, forcing him into bear form. Guildbean has so much momentum in their favor so far on this hook point map, and combustion is not over just yet. Still some damage going out onto Hades after the turtle has faded, but Kev, not caught in any CC, is keeping his team alive for now. But look at the offensive positioning that Apex has to maintain this damage over on the Ceralium, and it's like they hear you in their comms. They're starting to hit Chun-Li, and immediately Chun-Li's going to trade out that karma.
Yeah, he's got no karma and no fortifying brew. Chun-Li could easily die. Now Ceralium is actually in danger as well. Chun-Li playing a very offensive gear set as well. The heavy mastery and Apex. I really like this adaptation here. Put pressure on multiple targets, so it's not so easy for him to line aside. Big setup here on the Hades, though. Gets the Feigned Death Survival Instinct. Overlapped with the Trinket Turtle, so tons of defensive cooldowns going to be traded out here as Ceralium still being pressured. He has a nice alter time, goes to full health. Cauterize and Ice Block still available. I feel like Chun-Li's a little bit more vulnerable in this position. He's got no Fireblood and no cooldowns whatsoever. I'd like to see them go after him, but Hades might just explode. Trying to get away once again. Kev gets counterspelled. Nicely sniped there by Ceralium, and I think Hades
Offensive
could
block.
go down. Beautifully done. Ceralium, of course, will trade out the Ice Block, and he might get punished for that as Hades does survive.
That's super scary. Now he's down to half health here. That's going to be the cocoon. I think they want to end the game right here, right now, and Hades could just go down. Kev not in any CC just yet is going to use that crazy monk throughput to top his hunter, but Ceralium's committal to that go could very well spell death for him in the next setup from Apex. Bestial Wrath in just 10 short seconds. Incarnation in just 6. The double leg sweep, however, they're setting up on the Hades. They know their time is running out. The maim stun on the Chun-Li, the trap on the Kearney, that's going to be the trinket. He knows that they're running out of buttons. Zev finally connects onto Ceralium. Ceralium desperately trying to get away from these pets, get away from this cat, but it looks like he just doesn't have the buttons to be able to get offensive, and all of a sudden Guildbean is in a position where they got to have full control to go in. They get the double leg sweep. Ceralium peeks his head, but he could easily just go down. Combustion is active. They're trying to get the damage rolling, but this is the Bestial Wrath, man.
Yeah, big damage here on Ceralium. Kearney not going to mess around, just trades out the Life Cocoon, and now it's Hades, who may have overstayed his welcome. Pushes in for a trap and just gets dropped. Nicely done there by Guildbean, and I don't know. I don't like the fact that they go after Chun-Li, they get Fireblood, they get Karma, they get Fortifying Brew, and then they just ignored him after that. Like, it felt like Chun-Li was just a better option. They weren't even getting Ice Blocks. I mean, the only Ice Block they got from Ceralium was the offensive Ice Block. So I think it's important to pressure the mage, but Ceralium is basically just playing the do-nothing strat. Like, when he has Combustion, he's actively playing the game. Other than that, he's just line-of-sighting the entire game, playing as defensive as possible. And I feel like if you're Apex, that's when you should go after Chun-Li. And they did that for a period, got every single cooldown, and then they just ignored him for the rest of the match, which I just don't agree with.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that too. It's interesting that you pointed out Chun-Li's build is a lot more like offensive, possibly even vulnerable. Is that something that we were able to identify for just this game, or was he that the whole series in anticipation of them just training the mage? I'm curious if that's like an adaptation or...
No, I think it's just the whole... I think when you play a matchup like this, you know what the Feral and the Hunter are basically just... Their sights are... They're like the Terminator. Their eyes are set on Ceralium, the mage, you know, target acquired. But the thing is, they're actually really good at killing Windwalker monks too. Chun-Li, he's, like I said, very similar to what we saw from Blizzo. When he knows he's not going to be the target, you greet it. You play way more mastery. We see most of these players stacking as much versatility as humanly possible, but if you can get away with mastery on a class like Windwalker Monk, or a spec like Windwalker Monk, you can do a ton of damage, but it does make you a little bit more vulnerable. So I think that's what we saw when they did attack Chun-Li. His health was just going down rapidly.
Yeah, I mean, a maim stun, and it was almost, you know, curtains. Very cool. But I do like the adaptation from Chun-Li. I mean, he's kind of like making himself a target to kind of taunt aggro off of this this jungle cleave off of his mage. But Ceralium's adaptation as well to just be like, okay, if you're going to overextend, I'm gonna take advantage of this, and they do take them out on their map pick, and all of a sudden, Guild Bean is just one game away from beating this Jungle Cleave. But this Jungle Cleave's onslaught just feels like at any moment they could still win. But Ruins of Lordaeron is going to go ahead and get locked in for Apex. Apex is ensuring that Ceralium has no place to go. How do you feel about this map pick? Is this gonna come back to bite them, or is this what they need? They just need the full-on gas pedal towards this mage.
Runes of Lordaeron, an infamous map for Beast Mastery Hunters, so it makes a lot of sense to me
Okay.
that Apex will pick this one. It's going to be more difficult for Ceralium to fully line of sight, right? Like, you have a few options. You can go to the graveyard. There's a few tombs there. You could go to the green goo, and there's a cart that you can use, but it's not the same as like a good, sturdy pillar. So I think for Ceralium, he's going to be in a lot more trouble. That being said, even if Apex wins this one, Guild Bean, they have a lot of options. They can go to Tolvaron, play a huge map there. Like, there's different potential for them in this series. But no surprise to me, Apex locks in the same comp, and I think it's just going to be one of those games. Super explosive. May the best team win. Who trades defensive cooldowns? We saw actually Hades go down with his aspect of the turtle, so getting caught off guard. But I do think if Apex, they stop, getting caught in these triple stuns, they're rotating through their cooldowns, they can extend the game to a point where they can drop Ceralium. But that being said, Ceralium's playing so defensive in these games that they're not even getting ice blocks in the last 2 games.
Yeah. At least not defensive ice blocks anyway.
Yeah.
Man, to be okay, that's something I do want to point out is like when you're going up against a team like Apex and there's just like an unbelievable amount of damage that you're dealing with, to be able to have like the confidence in your team, the presence of mind for Kearney to like push in and get aggressive. Like there was a couple of times on their goes where Kearney was the one who was the most pushed in as the healer. You know what I mean? And then for Ceralium to just be defensive all game long, to just throw his ice block out offensively for that last push, it really requires like a good synergy in your team. Everyone's kind of on the same page of what the win condition is that we're pushing for, and also the ability to trust that your healer is going to be able to move forward and rotate that cooldown of Cocoon as the game prolongs. But I think Ceralium probably didn't think the game was going to prolong too much longer after that. I mean, that's quite a button to press, quite a lot to commit. But we are on Ruins of Lordaeron. It is possibly match point for Apex, and the teams will converge right away. Kev on the backline just taking a little bit of damage so far as Zev and Hades are still in stealth. But here we go. They open onto Ceralium right away. Hades looks for the stun
Double.
trap. He doesn't get
No
the
way!
trap. He gets in a leg sweep, and that's going to be the Trinket Turtle and Trinket Cocoon. Huge overlap for Apex in that opener, Ven.
Yeah, that's the kind of plays you want to see from Chun-Li. Ceralium might just melt, though. Can they proc them? They don't. But, I mean, that's a disaster. In the opener, Kevin Hades both trinketing. They get survival instincts. Pretty much every cooldown that Hades has available. Really scary situation now for their team. And that's just Chun-Li doing Chun-Li things, getting the damage rolling. And now Apex is definitely in a lot of trouble. I don't know how they're going to battle it back from this point. But getting the pressure onto Ceralium, who is opting to just use that graveyard like we talked about. Big setup on Hades once again. The meteor comes down, but it looks like he will survive. And now Ceralium getting chomped by Zev. Does he use the cauterize? Does he use the ice block? It looks like Kearney will be able to keep him alive. There's not much crowd control in. Ceralium still just melting. Paralyze onto Kearney. But a beautiful altar time brings Ceralium back to the middle of the map, back to full HP, and now it's Hades on the back foot once again.
Yeah, some cross CC onto Zev as well. Song of GG landing onto Hades. Ooh. But it looks like nothing to really follow up onto Kev just yet. Ceralium sees that. He's just going to go ahead and line of sight with his healer, play it safe until the next go. Kearney also pushing up here. Man, both of those DPS stacked up. I thought double egg sweep was surely going to happen. But a full trap. This has got to be, it's going to be the Trinket Cocoon from Kearney. Now they're trying to get aggressive themselves. Bestial Wrath and Incarnation are now off cooldown. Bestial Wrath is actually active right now, so Ceralium's got to be careful. But the Cyclone on the Cocoon and then the follow-up stun, Ceralium's immediately going to blink that stun, but the triple leg sweep, huge in cap onto Kev, will force the Trinket Cocoon, and more and more buttons being forced out for Apex. Guild Beam seems to have all the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, but the nice thing for Hades is he's going to have the trinket aspect of the turtle.
Oh my gosh.
Ceralium is burning down. There's the cauterize, there's the ice block, and that's how fast things can change in this match. So now it's anyone's game. At this point, they're pretty much evened out on cooldowns. Ceruleum's in danger. Hades in trouble. But luckily for Hades, because he had to basically use all his cooldowns in the opener, they've rotated back up, and he's actually in a decent position.
Yeah, I mean, that Trinket Turtle is going to be huge. There is the Polymorph onto Kev. Hades taking a huge amount of pressure from the Zenith of Chun-Li. Ceruleum pulling back. He knows that he is the kill target right now. He knows he's got to get away and survive yet another go. With no ice block available in 7 seconds on that Cocoon. This could be it. Leg sweep out onto Kearney. Ceruleum will finally catch that Cocoon basically immediately off of cooldown. And now they're trying to set up onto Hades. The double leg sweep onto Kev. Huge amounts of pressure goes out onto Hades. Kev is going to get out of that CC into the in cap, and Hades is just on the run, and that will be the turtle.
Yeah, aspect of the turtle, it's a totally fair trade, and there's still such a long period of time before Ceruleum has any cooldowns. Bestial Wrath is available. Hades has to hold on. That will be the life Cocoon, and this is where Apex, they need to win. They need to push forward. Can they land the trap? Ceruleum trying to eat it. The Paralyze comes in, and I think Ceruleum could easily fall here. It is a ton of damage. He blinks into the Song of Chi-Ji, removing all the bleeds. Ooh. Nice play there by Ceruleum, and now Hades is in trouble. Oh, that Song of Chi-Ji paying dividends for Ceruleum. What a beautiful play there.
Oh my gosh, he's staying alive. He's alive. The Song of Chi-Ji full lands out onto Kev. Hades is getting connected to by Chun-Li finally with a Zenith up. He could easily go down. A leg sweep onto Zev, onto everyone. And down goes Hades. Guild Bean take the series 3-1. And my prediction is right. Not perfect, but right. And I'll take that. We'll take that.
I hate that song. Song of Chi-Ji as a dot class is just the most annoying thing, dude. It's the most annoying thing. But yeah, big shout out to Guild Bean. They played it calm, cool, and collective. I think Chun-Li showed up in a big way in this game. I mean, the stuns he's landing, the pressure he's putting out on that Windwalker monk. This is like the Chun-Li of old, the Chun-Li that you love to see on that monk. And if he's playing at this kind of power, this team has a lot of potential in this Cup number 2.
Man, watching this Windwalker monk, watching Chun-Li just get in there, get the double leg sweeps like crazy, make these plays that we see time and time again, makes me want to log on my Windwalker monk. Listen, I might not be Chun-Li, but I could role play, okay?
RP Chun-Li.
Yeah.
Screw your hair out really long.
Yeah, oh, good call. It's definitely going to give me some DPS on my Windwalker one.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, dude, Guild Bean, they move on. I know Zico's happy about that as well for his predictions. But Apex, they had an unbelievable amount of damage, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing them again in Cup 3.
I think you're absolutely right. We're just seeing the final moments here of Apex in that last game. Guild Bean going to be moving forward in the lower bracket. I think you're absolutely right. Apex Cup number 3. What do you want to see them kind of improve on or have a major takeaway from this game then leading into Cup 3 if we do see them compete once again?
So, interestingly enough, one of the most difficult things for Beast Mastery Hunters right now is the fact that Mistweavers are so good. Like, Mistweaver monks just kind of passively heal, especially when there's lots of pets and lots of targets. So if you're throwing in a rushing wind kick and it's cleaving a bunch of Beast Mastery Hunter pets, you're just topping people. I actually think that Hunter Stonks are going to go way up. Hunter Stonks are going to go way up after Mistweaver monks get nerfed. If teams aren't prioritizing that, I mean, just imagine that matchup where Ceruleum isn't getting Life Cocoon like every 50 seconds, you know, like... becomes really scary really fast. So I think this team, they pick up a 4th, maybe bring in some different compositions, but for the most part I think jungle is actually going to get better in the coming weeks.
Whew. All right, yeah, exciting stuff. It's going to be definitely interesting to see how those fixes, or well, I said hot fixes, but how the patch notes come out for these players and how it's going to affect them as we see those changes come in for next week. But definitely going to keep an eye out on Guild Bean throughout the rest of the day. Well done in that series, D Machine. Excited to see how they're going to be doing next. But next up, we've got Mom I'm on Stream versus Heyman.
All right. Mom I'm on Stream versus Heyman. Now, you know, both of these teams are a little bit... I mean, there's some familiar names. Don't get me wrong. I mean, we talked a little bit about like Gareki, but then before the broadcast started and at the top of the broadcast even, you were talking a little bit about Heyman's like composition, specifically Montage being like the final beacon of like the non-Mistweaver healers. And I'm less familiar with Pet Kick in particular, and I'm just curious, like what type of compositions are you imagining comes out from Heyman?
What, like, first of all, I want to know why Montage's class icon is a Mistweaver monk. That is like, that is just.
Hey, this is from the players.
The
Okay, we asked the
disrespect.
players. We asked the players. Okay.
Well, Montage,
He's also
respectfully.
cosplaying Chun-Li.
He's a liar. He's a liar. his Twitch name is Montage H Pal, right? He's a.
When I was editing this, I'm like, this feels wrong, but okay.
So compositionally, these guys, Montage, Petkick, and MVQ, they basically nonstop play this composition of the Demon Hunter Death Knight, mostly Unholy Death Knight. But MVQ will flex. He'll play both the Devour Demon Hunter as well as the Havoc Demon Hunter. He's been playing it a lot. He does unbelievable damage. Gorecki is a flex player. He can play basically anything. He can play the Balance Druid. He can play the Mage. He can play the Shaman.
Yep.
So I think MVQ and Gorecki will likely be teaming up for maybe even some Wizards. I think, and I've been saying it, I've been seeing it a little bit, like, I think there's some Devour Wizard comps that actually aren't that bad, because if you allow a Devour to free cast, it does the most damage of anything on the planet. Likely we're going to see a Paladin coming in here for Montage, and I don't think Petkick will play anything ever except Unholy Decay. So if Petkick's in the game, it's going to be an Unholy Decay. And then for Mom, I'm on stream. I think Zen the One, as well as Swim, they're going to be playing the Feral Warrior, Bubble Buddy backing them up on that Mistweaver Monk, and then of course they have Enzo on the Shadow Priest. But I'm not gonna lie, I want to believe that Shadow Priest can work, but they're kind of in a tough spot right now in this meta.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Not a whole lot of
Well,
representation of Shadow Priest.
Nope.
When's the last time we had significant representation of Shadow Priest?
Definitely Dragonflight
ever
at
in
some
the
point.
AWC?
Yeah. What did you say?
At some point in Dragonflight, for sure. Or I'm sorry,
War
in the
Within.
War Within. Yeah.
Yeah.
What year is it?
I don't know. Can't keep track anymore. All right, well, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, we've got another series. It's lower bracket as well, so we have to eliminate yet another team. It's going to be either Mom, I'm on stream, or Hey Man. Find out after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got yet another elimination series. It's Mom, I'm on Stream versus Hey Man. We talked quite a lot about these two teams before leading into this break, but Zico, you're on the desk now. What do you make of this series?
I mean, I'm excited to see Montage. He's really, really, really good on the Holy Paladin, and we don't really get to see too many Holy Paladins, so hopefully he locks that in. And yeah, I'm just excited to see Gorecki return as well. Not sure if we will see him tagged in, but I'm hopeful. Yeah, I'm just really, really excited to see what Heyman got in store. Met MVQ at Gamescom last year.
Yeah.
Super passionate player, super strong on the Demon Hunter. So excited to kind of see his debut as well on well for this year.
Yeah, were you referencing like a conversation you had with him about how kind of like his headspace of how he's been approaching sort of like competitive play recently?
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about he seemed. I think the best way to describe it is he's very hungry as a player. I think he has a really good mentality of, I would just want to get better. I just want to get better. And he's not afraid to maybe be a little bit blunt about it, which as a European, I'm a big fan of as well. Just like, don't sugarcoat it. Just say what it is that you think, you know, is going on, and, you know, respectfully with the goal to improve. So I like that about him.
Yeah, as bluntness, as an American with an anxiety, I just get to think you're mad at me if you do that. But 80, all right, we've got 82% here. It's in favor of Hey Man, 19% for Mom, I'm on Stream. Then, I mean, do you feel like these guys are the underdog, like chat seems to think?
I would say so. I think for Heyman, obviously, it's a team that's performed very well on the ladder. A lot of tournament success, too, for MVQ. Montage on the Paladin in general, I think, should be pretty solid into these Cleave setups. And then, of course, they could bring in some surprise comps with Gorecki. I just think in terms of tournament experience, Heyman is way ahead. And also, they're kind of like crowd favorites. So yeah. I think people are a lot more familiar with them. And I think the chat, sometimes I feel like they just go for who they like more. Is that crazy to say?
No, I think it's fair. I think it's a bit of a, you know, it's a popularity contest. But I mean, they do better than me, at least with predictions. So maybe I should start doing that. Who has the bigger Twitch stream? We'll predict with them. But let's talk about predictions then. Zico, do you want to start us off?
Well, before we do that, I want to talk about the last series, because I remember watching here in my chair, you know, sipping on a little bit of tea, you know, get my voice ready, and I heard something outrageous from Mr. Van Rookie here. This is the kind of series where Zico will struggle. There's no obvious pick here. And lo and behold, once again,
coin flip for you.
92% accuracy. Is it a coin flip? A coin flip's got to be flipping pretty hard in my direction. I have decided that I am going to stop predicting. I have gotten such a massive lead at this point that I'm done with predictions. I'm just going to let you guys do... You guys are just going to get to play catch up. So my prediction is 0-0.
I think that's a coward's move.
Is that allowed?
And I don't think... I think that every series he doesn't predict should be a minus score. Like,
I agree.
It should be a forfeit and a minus.
But not you guys are going to catch up.
No.
I'm giving you guys the chance to catch up.
I feel like this is the coward's move, if I'm being honest. But you do what you got to do, Zico.
All right, Ben.
I'm going 3-0 for Heyman. That's my prediction.
Wow.
I'll make a bold prediction. Zico takes the easy way out. That's fine.
Going with your heart for this one.
Better than not even trying.
You guys okay? You want a moment?
No. I love Zico. This is all just banter. Zico and I used to be roommates, so, you know, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you know,
we can banter like this.
Use partner. That's so okay. All right. Just making sure we're all good
together.
Here. You've done yoga together?
We have.
All right. I'm gonna go 3-2 Heyman. I don't think it's gonna be a blowout, but I do think Heyman has this one.
Okay.
Let's see, we've got Super
Tease.
Super
Tease.
3-2.
Okay. I think Super Tease is trying to get bold with his predictions. He's like, you know,
gotta catch up somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, he heard Zico wasn't predicting anymore. He's like, okay, this is my moment. I'm gonna beat everybody.
I don't think he can. Even if he gets them all right, I think he's too far behind.
That means I'm really far behind then. Wasn't he in the middle?
Oh, this
I
is
don't
actually a
remember.
lot closer. The Twitch
it's-
prediction is closer. It's going to even out.
Okay, we got 41% to 59%. So yeah, it looks like some people are kind of on the side of Mom. I'm on stream now, so maybe they're not quite the underdog that we thought. At least that chat thought. But I'm curious what we think, Zico, in terms of the blind picks. Maybe real quick, since it looks like we're going to be going into the game number 1. It's also elimination, so a lot on the line here, Zico.
I'm expecting to see a kitty cleave from Mom. I'm on stream, and from Heyman, probably the DK, Demon Hunter, and Holy Paladin. So we'll see. I think both teams are just going to lead with their strongest comp and just focus on individual outplays here.
I want to see a Devour Demon Hunter for the first time, maybe on the broadcast.
Yep.
There it
getting
is. Game number 1.
Devourer Demon Hunter, the new specialization in Midnight. The first time we're going to be seeing it is from MVQ. And I'm curious. I mean, this is a build where MVQ can do a ton of damage. However, Zen as well as Swim can shut him down. It's all about those Void Metamorphosis windows. And, of course, this is a very mobile specialization as well. I'm actually curious what build MVQ is going to be playing, because there is more of a caster build and there's more of an instant damage build. And I wonder what he's going to end up picking here.
Yeah, we'll see. And MVQ already taking some damage here, getting stunned up. Demolish coming in as well from the Warrior. Looking for the Hunt here, MVQ. Not in Metamorphosis just yet, so not going to be having too much damage available to him. So from what I understand with the Devourer DH, those stacks that currently say 17, he needs to stack those up, then he can get the big meta, and then he needs to stay in meta for as long as possible. But between that, he's a bit of a target dummy right now, taking a lot of damage here, dropping to about 20% HP. Not out of the woods just yet. Does have the darkness, doesn't need to use it for this moment. Pet Kick also getting cleaved a little bit here. So far, it's looking good for Mama on the stream. It is not looking too good here in terms of defensives, already burning through quite a bit of them.
Yeah, and Montage, of course, we haven't talked about it. He is playing the Mistweaver Monk, so not opting for that Paladin in this matchup. Big Predator's Wake here by MVQ, but he gets caught into the stun. Big Demolish, and that will be the Life Cocoon. MVQ, he's struggling to do damage in this matchup. Pet Kick is also just getting ripped apart. I mean, if you're a Warrior and a Pharaoh Druid, going after an Unholy Decay is one of the most fun things you can do. Both the Pharaoh Druid and the Warrior are quite tanky right now, so a lot of durability between these two classes, and I think it's going to take a lot for Pet Kick and MVQ to push through that defense and actually secure a win. You can see Bubble Buddy has a mana lead at this point of the game, and I feel like if Heyman's going to win this, it's going to be off the back of like some big one-shot, more than likely.
Yeah, we'll see. But right now, nice Blinding Sleet coming out here, pausing the damage for a second from Pet Kick into the triple Chaos Nova. This could be it. This is the big one-shot. Oh my God! A triple kill coming out. Devourer Demon Hunter just devours the entire lobby here. That was insane. Ben, tell us everything. What just happened?
So, I mean, we saw the triple Blinding Sleep by Pet Kick, and MVQ is actually opting for a build where you're not casting those big collapsing stars. Instead, when you get into your Void Metamorphosis, you get kind of a combo attack, and you'll see it. So basically, when he gets into Void Metamorphosis and he's able to dash in on his opponents, he can combo that, and it ends up doing a ton of AoE damage, and that was just beautiful. That's the kind of one-shots you definitely want to see if you are a Heyman, and what a combo that was. Almost a triple kill. And right as I said it, I was like, it's going to be off the back of a one-shot. And you can see, here it is. MVQ gets into Metamorphosis, the triple stun, Predator's Wake, Void Ray, boom. Headshot, that'll do it. And AoE, let's get mowed down. And what a debut for the Devourer.
Oh my goodness, that was insane. Almost got a triple kill with that. That was a beautiful stream. I'm not going to lie. Up until that point, I was thinking in my head, I was like, it's not looking good here for Heyman. It is not looking too good. They are getting beaten and battered right now. And I thought that was kind of a defensive Blinding Sleep, but then they got the triple Chaos Nova, and then here comes the Wombo combo, Void Ray, dash, leg sweep, and then he just gets popped. Like, he actually just disappears.
Yeah, I think it's called the Hungering Slash. And this is a really good build for kind of cleaving. And I think in a matchup like this, where it's going to be really difficult to actually, free cast damage, this kind of combo is going to be a lot more effective. And it's just great to see, especially with Pet Kick setting him up. You still have that AoE stun as the Demon Hunter, so this is kind of a horrifying moment. I think Bubble Buddy, I mean, in hindsight, this is a restoral, I think. Like, 100%, you press restoral and that's done. I don't know if he was strangulated. He might have been stunned and strangulated at the same time, so didn't have access to that ability, but definitely curious to see the death log on that one. We'll see exactly what MVQ was able to get done. And we mentioned it, there's not many people playing the specialization. In the last set of patch notes, they got a bunch of buffs. We can see exactly what happened. We got a Void Blade, a Void Surge, and the Void Surge is basically, it's the hero talents. So it's hero talents that come in after you enter Metamorphosis. Your next few attacks will use Void Surge, or get empowered with Void Surge, and it just puts out a ton of burst.
Okay. So for a lot of people, myself included, don't really know what's going on with Devourer Demon Hunter. From, like I said, from my like very basic level understanding of the new spec, you collect the souls, then you get into Void meta, and then you want to stay in Void meta as long as possible. And in Void meta, you do huge damage. Outside of Void meta, you're not really a threat.
Yeah, I mean,
can you break it down for us a little bit? A high-level overview here.
I can certainly try from my experience on the beta, but basically Devourer has two builds. You have, look at this. This graphic just perfectly prepared. I had no idea this was coming. Actually had no idea. But yeah, so Devour Demon Hunter, super mobile, just like you would expect a Demon Hunter. They can flip, fly, bounce, teleport all over the map. You mentioned it. This is a specialization that is all about that Void Metamorphosis. When you're not in your Void meta, you're not a threat. It's like a Fire Mage with no combust, you know. So you're building up to that Void Metamorphosis, and once you get into the Void Metamorphosis, you basically have two objectives. If you're Void Scarred, like MVQ was, you're playing more of like a melee-oriented build where you're just trying to consume those demon surges with some core abilities like your Void Blade and Void Slash, and that is going to allow you to get off a ton of burst. And you're not actually staying in your meta as long with the Void Scarred, whereas if you're playing the other hero talent, that's when you're going to be able to basically get into caster form. You're going to be spamming out a bunch of casted spells with the objective of getting off as many collapsing stars as possible. I think a build like that is a lot better suited for like a wizard composition.
If you're against one, you mean?
No, if you're playing it, or even if you're against one. Yeah, I think if you're playing wizards, it gives you like that free casted damage, almost like a Destro Warlock, except even crazier. And in this build, it's all about those combos, right? You're just going to be getting into your Void meta, you're going to be throwing in the combo, and then you're kind of done. You have about like 10 seconds of doing a ton of burst as Void Scarred, and then that's over, and your objective is to just fall out and then get back in to do that combo once again.
So you could technically play kind of like a wizard cleave setup almost with a Devourer Demon Hunter if you choose to opt for that.
I think so. Like I didn't think there would be much of a place for Devourer, but this week my eyes have been opened. I played a bit of like Frost Mage Devourer, I played some Boomkin Devourer, and yeah, if you're left open, you do the most damage of anything in the game. MVQ is obviously playing a different build, where it's more setup and one-shot based, but yeah, we'll see how far they can take this.
All right, let's see it. Debut on broadcast here, MVQ coming in with the Devourer Demon Hunter, and right now there's a big blend going on here in the midfield. Everybody is just getting absolutely crushed here, but they are going to be able to survive on the side of Heyman without using any major life or defensive cooldowns there, so really, really good. And here's the meta for MVQ, and they're going to try to crowd control this meta. Look at that, Blinding Sleet coming out, triple roar, here's the Void Ray. Big damage from MVQ onto Bubble Buddy, but Bubble Buddy is going to be able to survive there. He had the Fort Brew active, and it's going to keep him nicely topped for now, but still, a lot of cleave damage coming out here. When MVQ is in that Metamorphosis, it's going to be very dangerous, but now, finally, it has subsided. Now they're going to go after him. He's in a full maim stun, and he is taking quite a beating, but they are going to respect that Demolish with a Life Cocoon trade there from Montage.
And it seems like Pet Cake is just going to be the target in this game. One thing that's changed as well is Mistweaver Monks, they can actually reverse strangulate. So that's what happened there. Basically, their magic Reflection has just been baked into their Fortifying Brew. So if you're Pet Kick and you throw the Strangulate on Bubble Buddy, he just uses the Fort Brew to reverse it. But that means for the next one, he doesn't have that available. So the second combo is that's going to be really lethal. You can see MVQ once again getting into the Void meta. He gets stunned up there, just trying to control it. He does not have a Trinket. The Cyclone, absolutely devastating. And this is exactly what you want to do if you are playing against Devour. You need to just control that Void meta for as long as possible. Because if you don't, you saw what happens in game number 1.
Yeah, and Xanthion just felt the very, very end of the Void meta. Unfortunately, MBQ not able to connect there with the Chaos Nova during it, which is when he wanted to use it. There's the Strangulate onto Bubble Buddy as well. MBQ is going to be in trouble. Nice counter setup here coming out. Montage actually trinkets a paralysis and gets the Life Cocoon off, but he trinkets into a full CC, into a full sleep, and MBQ is going to go down. I did not like that trinket from Montage. He trinketed the end of paralysis, and then he got leg swept into a Song of GG on his trinket. So Bubble Buddy making some big plays there. Bubble Buddy, allegedly a Holy Paladin main, just like Montage. So we got 2 Holy Paladins here trying to adapt to the Mist Weaving meta right now. And Bubble Buddy doing a great job. Also doing a great job in general here, controlling MVQ with his Void meta. But you can see it right here towards the end. You're going to see it on Montage. That CC chain was really, really nice there by Bubble Buddy. I think it was around here. Yeah, you can see he just got leg swept on his trinket, and then he got paralysis, and MVQ just dying through his darkness there. He even got the Touch of Death off too. Bubble Buddy MVP.
Yeah, the Touch of Death. It's basically like you're just a coin flip at that point. Is the Touch of Death going to go off? Is it going to absorb by darkness? But he takes the risk. It ends up paying off. And if you're MVQ, you're definitely complaining about darkness right now as a potentially unreliable defensive cooldown. But that is the thing about darkness is you want to use darkness at high health. If you're using darkness at 10% health, you're not utilizing the cooldown to its full potential. But I think at this point, MVQ is just desperation, just praying that his darkness will end up saving him. But yeah, that's definitely not the ideal use of it. Can't blame him though, because I mean that's all he could really do in that moment. But yeah, I want to say Zen and Swim, they did an amazing job shutting down MVQ. And for the Devour Demon Hunter, that's the main issue with the specialization right now is if teams are really good at shutting you down during your Void meta, then your damage is going to be extremely low. If they let you do your thing, you're just going to be killing them all. So it's a really, really high payoff, but if teams are good at shutting it down, it can be really difficult to pull off.
It just like opens up the entire meta though. I feel like if you play maybe with something that can enable you a bit more, like I feel like we could see more Devourer Demon Hunter comps kind of creep up. I swear.
For sure.
It could be good with a sub rogue, like something like that can kind of hold targets in place for you and prevent you from getting CC'd, or maybe see more Devourer Demon Hunter comps kind of creep up. I swear.
For sure.
It could be good with a sub rogue, like something like that can kind of hold targets in place for you and prevent you from getting CC'd, or maybe some other kind of high priority target that you want to go after. I feel like this is just the beginning of the Devourer meta, but MBQ going to be
the Devour meta.
I think it could be a thing. It could be a thing.
No, I actually genuinely agree with you. And one thing I want to see Heyman play is potentially Moonkin Devour. And I know everyone's gonna be like, Venergy, you're crazy. You're just like some old rambling man, but I've seen it, man. I've seen the potential. It's true, man. I know how it is. Now, we could see Swim here on the Warrior. Arms Warriors have been a lot more popular in North America. That's like one fundamental difference between the two regions is the Warriors aren't necessarily winning, although that we could see it with Laros in the upper bracket later today. They're very consistent. I think, you know, as strong as we're seeing both like Rogues and Windwalker Monks, Pharaoh Druids and Warriors have actually had some pretty decent representation too, and some close matchups.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw Blizzo rocking the Warrior yesterday as well. It's definitely getting some play on both sides of the regions, but so far it has been a lot about the Fire Mages, the Frost Mages, the Outlaw Rogues, Sub Rogues, of course, as well, and of course.
I swear, Pharaoh has played as much as Outlaw Rogue, like as much as Rogue, in both regions. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I feel like a little bit less successful, but it does get a lot of play. There's a lot of Feral-based teams. And speaking of Feral, Xanthion right now is looking to make a big setup here onto MBQ. MBQ looks like he is going to be completely fine here in this position. And it looks like MBQ has opted for the regular Demon Hunter, the regular Havoc here. And not going to be playing any high-risk games here. But here comes the setup. Double Blinding Sleet coming out. MBQ not able to connect with a stun there. And Xanthion doing a good job here, just getting precognition and fake casting these Cyclones. But Bubble Buddy going to be the target here. Big leg sweep coming out. Potential setup. Can they get something? No, it's going to be the renewal coming out there for Bubble Buddy.
Yeah, one fundamental difference, too, between the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Devourer is Havoc Demon Hunter is going to bring that Mortal Wounds effect, although he might just die. MVQ is getting absolutely destroyed here on his Demon Hunter. He's just getting cleaved and chopped up. He's on the run, but, I mean, this is not the position you want to be in. MVQ is one of the best Demon Hunters at surviving as well. Super evasive. He uses mobility and, his vengeful retreats and glides expertly, so it will be difficult to take him down, but the amount of pressure he's under in this game is quite high so far.
How did he get rid of the Strangulate there, Bubble Buddy?
It's a Fort Brew.
He Fort Brewed it. Okay.
But he didn't Fort Brew it, so I don't know if it got reversed or what happened there, because Fort Brew is still off of cooldown at the moment, but yeah, maybe we'll see that later in the replay. Pet Kick and MVQ getting cleaved down once again, and I just feel like on paper, the Feral Warrior is so good into this composition. Both the Feral and the Warrior bring unbelievable amounts of damage, but we'll have to wait and see. Bubble Buddy getting destroyed. His mana is not looking good, and this cleave pressure from Heyman is starting to really pay dividends. It looks like Montage totally stabilizes this team, and Bubble Buddy's really struggling to keep his team topped off.
Yeah, maybe it's going to become a mana game, but Bubble Buddy drinking a lot of tea right there. Going for a big break, and now we're going to see some damage coming out here. I feel like the strategy on this map is actually doing a lot of work. MVQ dropped the Darkness there, and actually still taking a lot of damage through it. Montage trying to heal him. Here comes the Cyclone. Nicely done there by Xanthion, getting a full Cyclone. Bubble Buddy sniping the Song of GG outside of the Cyclone. The Paralyze, oh, that was a nice play there. Bubble Buddy doing some fancy moves there with the long range Song of GG. Can he get the kill though? Big demolish, big restun. Bubble Buddy's there for the touch of death. Can he get it? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to. MVQ manages to slip away there on the Demon Hunter. But here comes the leg sweep. Counter set up onto Bubble Buddy. Bubble Buddy is going to be able to deflect it. Celestial Conduit is active and is going to keep him nicely top there. I really like Bubble Buddy's offense, but now he needs to switch to defense.
Yep, definitely. We'll see what he can do. MVQ trying to get aggressive with his Metamorphosis, and he is playing the build where Metamorphosis is going to be his big window of damage. They managed to weather the storm, and his pressure should fall off a little bit until that is off cooldown once again. 3 minutes have elapsed in this game. Bubble Buddy going for potential Song of GG. Good defense there by Pet Kick. Grips him away, immediately interrupting him as well. Interrupts of Pet Kick are very powerful. It's super difficult to fake him. He's really strong with his Pet Kick, and it's probably where his name comes from, honestly, at this point. Bubble Buddy down to half, looking for some manatees, gets interrupted. Still taking some pressure. He's got the Life Cocoon. Is he going to have to use it? MVQ is there, and Pet Kick is struggling to connect, but finally able to. And now Swim and Zen are both rotting down. Great pressure by Heyman.
Yeah, and Montage mana is looking really good so far. Bubble Buddy in a Chaos Nova, triple Chaos Nova, triple I-Beam. Nice defensive fear there to break up the chain. Here comes the Stormbolt. Pet Kick is going to trade. And that Icebound Fortitude and the Trinket is down now on Pet Kick, so he could be a potential target for Mom Amon stream. Swim activating the Avatar, looking for some pressure onto Pet Kick. And it's like you said, hitting a DK as Feral Warrior is one of the most fun things you can do. But when you do that, you're leaving MVQ open, and Bubble Buddy is taking so much damage here as well. Dropping to 10% mana now. Still has the Life Cocoon, has the renewal coming back up of cooldown as well. But they need to get something going offensively. Here's the Song of GG coming out onto Montage. He's going to trade, but Pet Kick might just go down right now. MVQ drops the Darkness, but Pet Kick gets knocked away, and they manage to survive. But that was a close call, and that is what's going to happen when you are down on that Icebound Fortitude and that Trinket of Pet Kick.
Oh, he gets Cyclone on the meta. Is he going to Trinket? Oh, this is his meta. He just got into it. He gets full Cyclone. He needs to connect. Here comes all the damage from MVQ. This is where Bubble Buddy can really struggle to stay alive, but he's rolling away using as much mobility as possible. MVQ connects, though, and Bubble Buddy might just get dropped. Life Cocoon in the nick of time and immediately goes for offense. The full song of Chi-Ji. Pet Kick in trouble once again. Montage is just going to trade his trinket to stay ahead of the damage, but I love the fact that Bubble Buddy's able to switch from being so scared, going for the Life Cocoon, keeping himself alive, just immediately going for a cross crowd control on Montage.
Yeah, and Zention gets a fake cast here on the kick. He's going to get a full cyclone on the Pet Kick. Pet Kick's going to trinket. Bubble Buddy, though, in huge trouble there. That cyclone forcing Pet Kick's trinket into a DR Warrior Fear right there is the only reason why Bubble Buddy is still alive. But now Montage has got no will. He's got no trinket. Bubble Buddy's rolling up. He sees the opportunity. If he gets a song of GG,
Nice
gets a double leg
sweep.
sweep.
Ow.
Nicely done there, MBQ, interrupting the CC chain that would have cleaned up the game here for Mom I'm on stream. And now Bubble Buddy in huge trouble. Nice paralyze on Zention into the Song of GG as well, snipes him from downtown, and Bubble Buddy is going to have to run around the corner here. They have no breaker on MBQ, they have no breaker on Montage. If they can get one more Song of GG, it is going to be it here for Heyman. How are they going to survive, man?
I really don't know. Bubble Buddy doing what he can, going for the conduit of the Celestials, but is it enough? Triple stun comes in. Bubble Buddy's getting low. Strangulate to follow it up into a leg sweep, and somehow he's still alive. I literally can't believe he's still alive. Montage has no trinket, though. A short window here where they might be able to reverse the pressure, take down Pet Kick. He's got the Icebound Fortitude. It is still a very back-and-forth game. Bubble Buddy doesn't panic. He holds onto the Life Cocoon, so he does have that as an answer. Fort Brew rotating back up as well, and Pet Kick now struggling to connect. He's going to be taking a lot of pressure. Beautiful spear here as MVQ and Pet Kick could just die. MVQ is jumping away. He's trying to kite. So evasive on that Demon Hunter, but he's just taking an unbelievable amount of damage. Bubble Buddy just trying to solo him. And I mean, at that point, we're going to see a replay. Bubble Buddy was just chasing MVQ down as the healer, and MVQ just could not get away, inevitably gets touched to death, and Mom I'm on stream claims the second point here in the third game at 34% dampening.
That was really, really, really nice. I love to watch Bubble Buddy with his gameplay. I mean, he's doing so many clutch plays. The way he's constantly switching between offense and defense, his kind of knowledge of the pacing of the game is really remarkable. Like right here, he drops super low, and then his first global, boom, he goes out, gets the CC chain, and reverses the pressure in favor of his team. Look at MVQ here as well. Stuck in the spear, uses the metamorphosis because it immunes you from the spear kind of dragging you back there, and then he's doing a great job just kiting around here. Look at Bubble Buddy. He's just playing Windwalker right now. He trinkets the Imprison to just kill him straight up. Bubble Buddy, really, really good game sense here. Just setting up a lot of these situations. Really, really impressive on the Monk. And Mama on stream, they are going to take game number 3 here and put Heyman on match point.
If you're Heyman, what do? I think it's time for Wizards. I want to see the Boomkin devour. I swear I want to see it. They probably won't do it, but I'm just so unconvinced of Unholy DKs. And Unholy DKs and Death Knights in general are another one of those specializations that just do not thrive in the Mistweaver meta, you know, and it's for a lot of reasons. Like, number one, if you're Pet Kick, one of your main utilities is the fact that you can use Strangulate, which is a really effective silence. But Bubble Buddy, he doesn't care. He just, with the new Diffuse Magic, where it's a 2-for-1 with Fortifying Brew, you can actually use Fort Brew while silenced. So you use Fort Brew while silenced, reversing the silence, which is like, that's supposed to be like the checkmate for the Unholy Death Knight. And it just is not, you know? In addition to that, just like Beast Mastery Hunters, Unholy DKs have a lot of pets. And a lot of pets means Bubble Buddy's getting an unbelievable amount of healing. Like, if we could actually see the breakdown of Bubble Buddy's healing, I don't know if we can, but if we can see the breakdown of his healing, you'll see how much of it is coming from, like, cleaving pets, like with the Rushing Wind Kick. So that's another one. Like, if Mistweavers get a little bit weaker, this is a team that could do very well in the future, but at the moment, it's just super difficult into the Mistweaver meta.
Yeah. Do you think they're gonna tag in Gorecki?
I want to see it. I don't think they will, but like, yeah. If I want to see it. Okay. They're going back to the caster, so MVQ is gonna be playing Devourer again. Havoc didn't look that good to me. I'm not gonna lie. I like the threat of the Devourer. Yeah, it just seemed like he had a really difficult time getting anything going as a Havoc.
Yeah, they definitely knew how to shut it down. The Devourer game, I mean, they had some... There was an unfortunate way it ended. I think it ended because of bad plays defensively, more than anything. The darkness was like kind of a panic darkness, very late, and I didn't like Montage's trinket on that late paralysis. So I think they could run it back. They won game number 1 with it, and having kind of the big combo setups seemed really effective in game number 1. So we'll see if they can go for that and maybe try to shut down the Feral Druid a little bit, because he is controlling the Demon Hunter a lot in these games. Just anytime MVQ jumps into meta, he's getting rooted, he's getting cyclone, he's getting stunned. It's really, really difficult for him to actually get the uptime that he needs. This transmog though, what are we thinking? Oh, it's wrong.
The low effort transmog. You know,
Yeah,
he
I
might be
was not
focused.
impressed.
I think he's focusing on the games more than the way he looks. You know.
Oh, well, maybe that's why he's losing.
I'm not so sure about that, but it's possible. You know, look good, play good. Look good, feel good, play good. Well, we are going to Ruins of Lordaeron, Zico. And unfortunately for Supertees, he hasn't been here in 2 of these situations.
Yeah, unfortunately for Supertees, it is match point on Ruins of Lordaeron, and he is not on the desk right now. MVQ getting stunned up here into a restun, but he's gonna be on DR now, so I could potentially... Oh no, he got fake asset on his interrupt, and Zention, I think, actually melded the imprisonment there, or tried to. Full hunt being activated here. MVQ looking to ramp up his damage. Here's the Void meta. Here we go. Wombo combo time. MVQ gets the Void Raid. Bubble Buddy's going to be the target. They shut MVQ down. Oh, they fear him on his trinket. Beautiful damage, though, coming out. Huge pressure. That is like, and that's with them peeling MVQ on his trinket instantly. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's where things get real dicey if you're playing against this Devourer. And that's the thing about this build that MVQ is playing as well. His objective is to be in meta for like 10 seconds and then get out, but hold that thought, he might just go down. Trinket Life Cocoon comes in from Montage, but yeah, when you're playing the Collapsing Star version of this specialization, you want to be in Void meta for a long period of time. As this, it's like you want to be in, then out, so you can farm your next one and have access to that combo once again. So it's a very interesting play style. MVQ going to be using the Void Ray, but he gets Cyclone, so fully Cycloned up. I think he does have the Metamorphosis available, and that's when the pressure will start happening. Grip into a potential Blinding Sleet. There's the stun. MVQ, though, Disorienting Roar. Big setup here. Zen, the one, though, getting counter pressure here onto MVQ, manages to find the stun and slow him down just a little bit. Maybe looking for a Cyclone. Fakes out the cast. Doesn't manage to find it. Gets glimpsed there by MVQ to immune it. And MVQ is still able to get some damage out, doing a good job avoiding that CC.
Yeah, but that was Zention's trinket there. So they're doing a good job rotating these trinkets and instantly shutting down MVQ. First time around, it was Swim, and then it was Zention. So now we'll see if MVQ can find that moment. Early trade here on the Darkness. I like this a lot from MVQ. Hunt is going to connect there. Actually, no, he gets pinned down by a spear. MVQ kind of stuck here with the DPS, not able to find the setup that they need, and now has to kite, has to be defensive. Montage stuck in a sleep. Zention looking for the stun. He's going to find it. Big demolish. That is it. Boom, headshot. Beautiful combo coming in right there.
Man, this Kitty Cleave is just so explosive. You have the Feral Druid kind of playing like more of a utility role, getting all kinds of stuns and disorients and cyclones, and Swim. I mean, you look at his damage in this match, it is through the roof. A warrior with uptime is absolutely horrifying. It's a different story when you don't have uptime, but when you have uptime on an arms warrior, you are dealing a ton of damage. And Mama on stream looking really impressive here in their debut.
Yeah, they're going to stay on the stream here, potentially making their way to the Championship Sunday. But we can see here, big combo towards the end. So MVQ gets pinned down, Bubble Buddy charges in, gets the paralysis, gets the Song of GG, and then here they're trying to sit it. They have the...
He pre-blurs this.
And then MVQ pre-blurs, DR leg sweep comes out, and then boom, headshot. And Montage tried to Montage tried to hold his Will of the Forsaken there, but Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say, after the fact, but yeah, sitting that the moment he decided to sit that Song of GG, it was. I
mean,
it was kind of over.
Just,
like right here.
It's kind of. I feel like it's so tough. If you're MVQ, you're like, I'm fine. You pre-blur. You know what I mean? It's like you kind of did a decent amount, and then it was like as the light sweep came in, it was just too late. At that point. But I do think that might not be on montage. I swear the comms there could have been like MVQ being like, I'm fine, I'm flipping, I'm flying, I got blur, and then just dies anyways.
Yep. I know. I agree. I think if I was the DPS in that position, I would be saying the same thing to my healer. So most likely what it was, but also Incarn, So.
Wincarn. They don't call it Wincarn for nothing,
No.
No.
Unfortunately.
Could they have played anything else on the side of Heyman? They just weren't able to make any adjustments.
I think they have Gorecki as an Ellie Shaman on this roster, if I am remembering correctly from the open bracket. I think I saw him on an Ellie Shaman. So, yeah, maybe they can tag him in with that, but they don't seem to have the most flexibility. And I think this is the first Demon Hunter period that we've seen in Midnight, like of any spec. So it is kind of cool to see what they were able to do. And also that game one shot.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Hey, I mean, we wanted to see it. We saw it. We were able to see one victory from them, but it kind of felt like Mom I'm on stream was kind of able to figure that out, and Heyman wasn't able to respond appropriately. So that's unfortunate for them. They are going to be knocked out of the tournament. Mom I'm on stream now will be moving forward, and I mean, they're looking good for the rest of the day. Then I feel like this team surprised all of us, I guess, except for Supatees, because they certainly were the underdog going into that series.
Yeah, I would say so, but maybe people won't think that anymore, obviously proving that they're quite strong. But you look at the upper bracket, I'm not feeling confident at all. If I'm in the lower bracket, it's like, okay, you're kind of just waiting to see which, Omega team you have to fight against. So
yeah,
it's not going to be easy.
Either against F tier or Welcome to the Jung. You can see those series are right there. That's definitely going to be very difficult. The proving grounds for Mom I'm on stream, Ben.
There's a very real world where we just see F tier and Mom I'm on stream, just a Feral Warrior mirror match. And I don't know who wins that because they're both playing really well.
Yeah, could be for sure. And then Guild Bean also waiting for an opponent. It's either going to be Gators back or the Shuffle Club. So for the rest of the day, Zico, I feel like we've got some bloodbath matches coming up.
Absolutely. I mean, there's got to be some real contenders there in the upper bracket, and then in the lower, gonna have some really cool matchups as well for the elimination. Gators back versus the Shuffle Club. Really looking forward to seeing that as well. The Gators, fell off a little bit last weekend. I mean, they got second place still, but excited to see what they have actually done to prepare for this week.
I'm excited as well. We're going to find out soon enough. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Gators back versus the Shuffle Club. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're in the upper bracket now. It's Gators back versus the Shuffle Club. Shuffle Club, we did see them play last week. Super Tees, they were able to make it to the top 8. Unfortunately, did get knocked out in their first series, but this is a team that we kind of keep seeing improve each time we get to see them.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a very threatening composition as well with their hunter-based compositions. They tried running a survival hunter last week, so I do wonder if they're going to try and run it back with a different setup. They're fighting Gators back, which is, you know, reigning champions from the war within in North America, and they run very similar compositions to what they lost in last week's tournament. So I'm very interested to see how the Shuffle Club have adapted their playstyles here, potential composition picks from them. If they win here, I think it would be classified as an upset. However, I don't think it's impossible. This composition can be very scary. We've seen a lot of mages dying pre-block to these hunters.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to avoid doing that, Zico. But let's talk about Gators back also. They made it all the way to the grand finals last week. How do you feel like they're feeling about their standings currently?
I mean, I think at this point, Gators back, they're kind of looking at NA as it's us versus Welcome to the Jung. We are the two strongest teams. We were last season, and we are this season. Last season, they ended up being victorious against Welcome to the Jung. But this season, Welcome to the Jung is just looking better and better. We saw, in the upper bracket, it was a really close 3-2. But then in the grand finals, they got absolutely destroyed 4-0. So for Gators back, I'm sure that, they're locked in on the current matchup that they have here. But I think for bigger picture, their eyes are set to Welcome to the Jung, and I'm excited to see what they have prepared for that matchup. Maybe we get to see a little sneak preview here if the Gators do make it all the way to a grand finals potentially, where we typically see Welcome to the Jung.
Maybe. First, they got to get through the Shuffle Club, though, and it looks like they're playing pretty well this weekend so far, Super Tees. Do you feel like they're up to the challenge, though? What do you want to see Shuffle Club bring to the table?
I want them to focus on volatility. I think a Beast Mastery Hunter pick, something like that. I really liked their Frost DK. They decided to go with Unholy on broadcast on the weekend, but in the open bracket, they played Frost DK. And it was really bursty. I feel like it caught a lot of players off guard. Honestly, maybe even just a Marksman Frost. I think the advantage of that is that if you're fighting a rogue can only disarm one of you on your burst. So at least one of you is going to be connecting your damage. I think that's like an extra element that can be actually really important. So to me, I want to see Frost DK marksmanship.
Okay, that could be a potentially lethal combo. 5% with Shuffle Club right now.
Yeah.
Gators back, clearly the favorite here. And we'll have to see if they can follow through with that potential that chat sees in them. But I'm wondering, what we see in them, Zico, on the side of the desk? What is your prediction for the series?
Well,
are you
I've thought about it a lot.
predicting?
No, I'll predict.
Okay.
Ben called me a coward. So I'll predict. I am actually going to make a really bold prediction here and go with my heart. I'm going to say 3-0 for the Gators.
Okay, I was wondering you were actually going to make a wrong prediction for once, maybe, but nope.
All right, Super Tees, what do you got?
I won the last series. I predicted the underdog there. You
did?
Nobody believed in them. However, I feel like Gators back have so much ladder experience, so they've probably fought the Shuffle Club a lot. They've got a really high seed, so I feel like their experience against this team is. I think it's probably gonna work out for them. So I'm leaning into the Gators as well here. I'm gonna say it's 3-1 though. I think that the Shuffle Club might be able to snag a game here.
I think that's fair. Okay. I'm going to selfishly also go with Gators back. I'm 3-1 in favor of Gators back. I love a good underdog story. I don't know if Shuffle Club has it today. And I also selfishly really want to see a rematch between Welcome to the Jung and Gators back. I don't feel like we saw the end of them last week. I want to see them not get blown out by Welcome to the Jung. So I'm kind of just hoping we get to move forward in the bracket, in the lower bracket, and make some damage down there or up there. I guess they're in the upper bracket. But all right, let's see what the rest of the casters predicted.
Is D Machine gonna go the opposite here and ruin Chan's streak? Chan was like pretty close, and D
Machine.
Okay.
Chan is shaking his fist in anger right now.
He might be, dude. He might be. I would love to hear his take on this. But 2-3 for D Machine's prediction. Does think that Shuffle Club is gonna win it, which it's not crazy. I mean, the chance is never zero. Super T's, especially when you've got a pretty strong comp that we've seen Shuffle Club do some damage with.
Yeah, it's never zero, but I feel like the Gators, they've got so much experience on ladder. They're probably like one of the most well-versed teams between solo shuffle and between regular 3v3. So I feel like they've got to have this pretty nailed down pat. There's a lot of these marksmanship hunter kind of one-shot comps on the North American ladder.
All right. We're going to see blind pick coming up shortly. Game number 1 starting off shortly. We are here in the upper bracket. Loser of this one has to go down to the lower bracket and face off against Guild Bean. Game number 1. Gators back versus Shuffle Club starting now.
All right, let's see. What are we going to get in the blind pick? Is it going to be a Frost DK and what is that? MM Hunter? Okay. And we got Dazed on the Outlaw, Calvish on the Frost Mage, and Cubsy. I don't know. DK and Hunter, MM Hunter. Probably the scariest thing you can go against as a mage.
Yeah, I like this. I like the Delirium to prevent the blinks from the mage. I like that there's 2 targets you need to disarm, and there's only 1 disarm. I feel like this is their best comp in the matchup. However, defensively, Hunter can be a bit flimsy here. He doesn't get a huge amount of protection. Although Vega is there using what he's got with that Blinding Sleet on the Rogue. They're using Binding Shot on the Rogue. They're really putting a lot of crowd control on the Rogue, trying to limit his uptime. Here comes the stun. Where's the trap? They land the trap. Big damage out there on Calvish. A block 30 seconds into the game. Already a great start for the Shuffle Club.
Yeah, I think a lot of mages try to greed in a situation like that and die without blocking. But Calvish, experienced in this situation, has gone down without blocking probably before, and does not want to even risk it there. I like that. Just heads up play, trading it out early. Block has a much shorter cooldown now in Midnight. Oh, what a nice ice wall here. Beal in trouble. They do manage to destroy the wall there, but still, that was a good push coming in from the Gators so far. Still a lot of pressure here onto Beal. Can he get any more crowd control onto Tony? Doesn't look like it. Beal should recover in this position. They still have a lot of defensive options. And Calvish, he's not feeling too good here. Cubsy has to do a lot of work right now on that Mistweaver.
Calvish had really good positioning there. He polymorphs Vega out of line of his healer on his Pillar of Frost, and he couldn't do any damage. Otherwise, they probably would have got an ice block there. So good positioning from Calvish. They've got pressure on Beal. That's going to force a life cocoon. Fortunately, right before the paralyze, so that will protect Beal entirely. They switch some damage onto Vega during that absorption to try and capitalize on their maximum damage output, trying to bait a cooldown from him. He's not falling for the bait right now, but he may have to. He's being greedy in this position. He wants anti-magic shield for his allies. He doesn't want to use it on himself here with that PvP talent, but he might have to. He's just death striking his way through, tanking damage. BL has been left open, but he can't find a target. Now he's in a cheap shot on his intimidation, so he couldn't land a trap. So Tony's going to roll in and get a leg sweep to try and trap, but I don't think they're landing that. Cubsy dodges it. Chi torpedo to the pillar, and now they're out of crowd control. They might have to just go for a paralyze. They go for a strangulate. Big push on Calvish. Is he ready for the hits? He barriers. He's trying to move out of line of sight of the Hunter, managing to stagger step his way over to Cubsy. Calvish faking an interrupt. Again, spamming polymorphs, going for Ray with precog. It just ended, though. He actually got kicked on that for free. He's moving out in the open. They get double blinding sleep. There's a sleep on Tony. They swap on Death Knight. He has Icebound Fortitude. He's going to exchange that on the Smoke Bomb. He should be able to survive with a couple of Death Strikes. I'd say that they're doing very solid. Shuffle Club, they're holding up.
Yeah, Shuffle Club is playing this beautifully. They don't have any cooldowns right now, though, on Vega. They need to be very, very, very careful. They do have the Life Cocoon on Tony, so they could trade that out, but still. Oh, nice eat on the trap there by Calvish. Really nicely played. He's going to blink and get that off of his healer, and the Life Cocoon is going to connect here, but now the DK could be in big trouble. Dazed, looking for the kidney shot, looking for the finisher. Can they do it? Cubsy looking for the Song of GG. Can he find it? Nice Dragon's Breath there. They force out the trinket on Tony, and and they're going to have the blind on Dazed here, so big opportunity knocking. They could go for the blind, but it is on diminishing returns right now from that Dragon's Breath earlier, but as soon as that subsides, I imagine Dazed is going to go for it. He's got the Adrenaline Rush popped as well. They have the Ray of Frost. They have everything they need. There's the full blind. Here comes the killing window. Can they get it? Interrupt on the Ray of Frost. Nice anti-magic zone to respect it. Double grip, double blinding sleet. Cubs is in a trap. Tony's in a poly. Do they have the damage here? They're going for the finish. Full kidney shot onto Tony, but still not going to be enough damage. Big swap on the Cubsy there. The Cubsy's going to run around the corner. Biga still taking a lot of damage here. Full cheap shot, but he's going to be A-okay.
Just immediately losing all of his health. Just a moment later, Tony is struggling. He's gouged up. Is this going to be it for Viga? He gets a shield, but it's not.
Oh!
He gets absolutely chopped and looks so fragile. Dazed is just doing so much damage. They found an opening there. They were able to capitalize on it and just kill the Death Knight. I was very surprised in that being such a viable target so early on. I thought that the Death Strikes would be enough for him to restabilize through a lot of that push, but at the same time, the way the Death Strike works is that it's most recent damage accumulated. So an Outlaw Rogue slowly chipping away at you, you don't get a huge amount of boost on your Death Strike healing, as opposed to like a giant Chaos Bolt hits you, and then you get that big heal on your Death Strike. So it's almost like a bit of a soft counter to the defense of the Death Knight in this position. I still hope that they don't back down on this composition. I think there's maps that could be more favorable with the Frost Death Knight and the Marksmanship Hunter, and they just need to try and figure out how they're going to get around landing traps, I think, because against a Mistweaver it's very challenging because they can portal while stun. So another way to do it would be concussive shots. So if they leave the Hunter open like they did, BL might be able to get a little bit closer, maybe land more concussive shot traps in those types of positions. But I'm really hoping that they don't back down. I think that this comp was looking very good for them. He forced a lot of cooldowns early on there. We're winning on mana, and it's just unfortunate that Viga wasn't able to get to the Death Strikes that he needed. You see him using Death Strike here twice in a row, getting some heals, and I think he gets disarmed at very low health, so he can't use Death Strike. Is it right here? And he Death Strikes again. I think he gets another one. You see, he doesn't heal a lot because they're not hitting him for a huge hit at the same time. Even pre-AMS the stun and just died through it to touch of death, I think. It's a good thing that Cubsy was there to close out the game. Team effort here from Gators back. The Shuffle Club showing some possible signs of life here. I'm hoping they just go for some more hunter-friendly maps, ones where Calvish isn't able to do what he did this game, which was just huddle at the pillar until these final moments where he just decided to make a push and just do a lot of damage, get on top, get sheeps. Viga's also playing Dark Sim, which maybe he'll drop to get more defense. I don't know if we can look at his build here in between the games or not to see what honor talents he's playing, because usually to get that talent, you have to drop something defensively. So he's playing like a really utility-oriented Frost DK build. I don't think he expected to be the target. So if he is, he can switch his build to become more durable as well.
Yeah. I really like how Calvish was playing that game defensively, just kind of running around the pillar, not afraid to do early trades, not really risking it, just respecting the cooldowns, because this is definitely one of those comps that can just absolutely erase a mage. But we are going to Tolvir Arena. I kind of don't like that. I'm not sure. Why would they pick Tolvir Arena? I thought we were going to go to, like, I don't know, something a bit more standard, like Ruins of Lordaeron or something aggressive, Hook Point. But they're doing the complete opposite here.
Yeah, they're staying on the same composition. I wonder if they want to go rogue more maybe with this and just like pull him in the open. So we can see the honor talents in the bottom left. So he's hyper focused around utility. He has Delirium, which he needs for the mage. That's preventing the mage from blinking. He has the anti-magic shield talent, Spell Warden, which lets him use that on allies. It stops polymorphs on his healer, or it can be used on the hunter to help him survive. And then he's playing the Strangulate, which is the silence effect, which maybe isn't getting too much value because the monks can just Fort Brood off. But he's not running the armor talents, which are super important against an outlaw rogue. So when you Death Strike, you get, I think, 25% more armor. He doesn't have that. You'd be way more durable with that. So he's got to make a gamble here as to what to drop, and I'm kind of thinking it's the Strangulate.
Yeah.
They have the Hunter Silence anyways, so they have a silence if they want to silence Mage to stop him from moving or something like that. I think you drop the Strangulate, you pick up the armor, and then they're way more durable. Like, this could be a lot different.
Well, I also think, if I'm not mistaken, that Calvish was playing Dwarf Mage, and you can Dwarf the Strangulate as well. So you can Trinket it, you can Dwarf it. You don't really get too much uptime. Yeah, he is playing the Dark Iron Dwarf, so he can remove that anyway. So I'm not a huge fan of the Strangulate. We'll see if he decides to switch it up here for game number 2, but let's see what the opener looks like. Cavish already taking, look at the damage he took just moving to the pillar. And just Marksman Hunter against Mage. You kind of have to play at the pillar, respect all the damage from the aim shots and the rapid fire. But see here, looking to make a push potentially. Cubsy is doing a really good job with his positioning. He's being super annoying. If they want to push on Cubsy and actually get some crowd control, they're going to really have to overextend themselves out in open field. And big setup coming in here from Vigorista. Dazed, going to get cleaved a little bit as well. Blinding shot coming out there onto Dazed as well. But they look like they're going to be able to survive this opener. Last time, Cavish had to use Ice Block. This time, don't really have to use anything.
Oh my god!
Oh!
You don't have to use anything? You don't have to use anything. You don't have to use anything. That was the biggest commentator curse of the entire tournament. He didn't even have to use anything. Dead. You're right. Maybe 2 seconds earlier, you're right. Right now, not so much.
That's crazy.
This is the edge that the Shuffle Club have with this. To me, this is the Mage Slayer. Like, this is the Mage Slayer composition. You have to give it its full respect. And if you don't, you just get absolutely destroyed. So what did BL do to accomplish this? He sees that the Rogue is grappling around and he's out of range. He grapples on DK, so he knows that the Rogue can't get to him. So he's going to pop True Shot, I think, and just rapid fire and erase him. Yeah. It's that simple. Just True Shot, rapid fire. Oh, the Rogue's not in range of me? All right, I'm going.
It's so fun to watch mages get deleted.
True Shot, rapid fire. Bitch.
It's happened to me so many times. It's so fun to see it happening to other mages too. I mean, Cavish doing a good job here. He just porch back behind the pillar all the time. He's full HP. He just barriered, and then he goes for a cast at 99% HP, and then he gets kicked, and then just gone. It's gonzo.
See, this is why I said this is a good comp, because the Frost DK can do that and the Hunter can. So the Rogue is just like, where do I need to be right now to save my mage? Do I need to be on the DK? Should I be on the Hunter? And you're going to make a wrong decision because you can't be on both. And that's why I like this. I really like this comp. I'm really glad the Shuffle Club stuck with this as opposed to running the Survival Unholy that they tried last week. I feel like the punch on this comp is exactly what they need. They need that wild card factor. Not a lot of teams are playing this. And I feel like it's really threatening for the mage, and it deals with the rogue disruption by having 2 big threats at the same time. I think this is the perfect comp for them. Although that was a bit of a fluke, you know. Obviously they had a lot of cooldowns, could have kept that going. I still think this is their comp, and I think that they might be able to do some really big things in this tournament if they can master it over time, winning that game in less than a minute. Look at that spike, 300,000 damage done, and that was like all Hunter. In that big yellow mountain of spike damage. The one before that was probably the Death Knight. Just absolutely breaking his knees. Just can't move after that. You know, see, we said, like, why did they pick that map? And then they kind of one-shot him. But now Gators Back also want a big map. So I feel like that wasn't even a good map pick, and they did that.
Yep. I mean, if you can 100-0 the mage in a kick, then it doesn't really matter what map you play on, I guess. They just... yeah, just do that every single time. I mean, it's so heads up from Cavish as well, because he actually used Barrier and then casted the Ice Wall, and he got kicked on it and just died 100-0 still. So, yeah, and every mage is running Overpowered Barrier, which basically makes your barrier absolutely huge. And when you blink... you get basically an immunity for a couple of seconds, and of course running the mass invis as well, which we have seen a lot of in Midnight. Wasn't really something that people played in the War Within, but in Midnight a lot of people are getting well, every single mage is running the improved mass invis. Very, very important to have right now. Good disruption, good for setting up drinks, good for just about any situation. And then, of course, he's running the Ice Wall as well. Now, a lot of people don't go for the Ice Wall, especially over in Europe. I think Tessia really is the only mage that I've seen opting for that Ice Wall. Most mages in Europe prefer to just go with the Master Shepherd, just getting basically a ton of extra versatility and speed when they land a polymorph. And Ice Wall, I mean, Cavish did a good Ice Wall in game number 1 in the opener, but also he died last game because he was kicked on Frost from casting Ice Wall, so, you know.
The Tessia inspiration might need a little bit of work before it's going to be at the same level of performance here. Calvish thinking that he was safe and getting absolutely obliterated by the burst damage of the Frost Death Knight and the Marksmanship Hunter. The only team we've seen between both regions to implement this composition in order to have success. And BL is focusing on the Dark Ranger build, which all of your damage basically comes from rapid fire. With this hero talent build, when you rapid fire, it procs a Black Arrow at the beginning and the end of the channel. So Black Arrow is the big amplification of your kill shot. So you get 2 procs of those when you rapid fire, and then you get a reset also. So you can do the rapid fire proc 2 into a Black Arrow, and it's usually 50% or more of a mage's health without cooldowns. So when you have True Shot, that one global cooldown can absolutely erase you if you don't have a pre-alter or a barrier or a life cocoon ready for it. You disappear, and the Frost DK also does a huge amount of damage paired up with that True Shot. So they're very scared of True Shot. They're very scared of Pillar of Frost. Those are the 2 big windows with the Frost Death Knight and the Marksmanship Hunter. I'm really glad that teams have finally crafting some comps, though, to deal with the current meta, because I feel like there are things just sitting in the wings that haven't been played in a long time, like Delirium on Death Knights to stop blinks, Grips to pull the mage off the pillar for the Hunter to hit. There's really good synergy between these 2 specs. So if Shuffle Club can step up to the plate here, this could be their day. It could be their tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a huge upset, right? And, I mean, they need the points. They definitely do. So, for Shuffle Club, it's also nice, right? When you're the team that's in Shuffle Club's shoes, you're just here. Nobody is expecting you to win. Everybody on the desk, except for D-Machine, of course, voted against them, right? The entire chat was like 90% or 95% in favor of the Gators. The experience, you know, they're the reigning champions from last season. Everybody is expecting the Gators to win. So that kind of allows you on the side of the Shuffle Club to just, you know, do your thing. Just make your moves, you know, and just have fun with just no pressure. And so far, even taking 1 game is really solid. And they have that kind of big burst factor that can just kind of topple a team instantaneously. If you don't react fast enough, you'll just lose. So it's really nice to see a Frost DK. Nice to see how explosive they are, and this is the exact matchup that you wanted to see as well. You pre-called it in the pre-game that you wanted to see the Frost DK and the Hunter, and so far it's picking up wins. But the Gators looking to strike back here in game number 3, opening up here onto the Hunter.
All right, Viga's making his push. BL is moving in. Tony paralyzes Rogue. They grip in Healer, and they land a double, but Calvish is able to blink with Alter, so he's going to avoid all this damage. They swap on Healer. Is Cubsy ready? He's going to just immediately use the Fort Brew to remove the Strangulate. Really good trade there. Big blast of damage. Calvish is just hugging that pillar for his life. You see 50% of his health's already gone. Just like a couple globals on him. Oh no, he got kicked on Frost. Is he dead again? Looks like he might be okay. A couple Exterminate procs. You see those big Frost Scythes coming in. Very legendary animation from the Frosty here. But now he can't stop the Ray. Calvish trades on him. Blinks the binding shot around the corner. BL having a hard time getting to him. Tony Black's going to take the Mage's pillar, but Calvish fakes an interrupt. He's spamming Polymorphs. Tony needs to reposition to dispel. He can't. Vega's stuck in this. BL takes a huge hit of damage on the Ray. They're going to have to use Life Cocoon. Fortunately, right before the kidney shot, and Vega's having a hard time connecting. Calvish has really good positioning, really good fakes. He faked another kick. They haven't landed an interrupt on him since that one earlier, but the grip into blind will disrupt them. BL needs to start using Concussive Shot Trap. He will never land a stun trap, or paralyze Cubsy. They need that polymorph diminishing return on Cubsy if they're gonna really win this game, and I would just like to see that as an improvement from him. He's using the concussive shot and sniping the traps off the snare. They still have Calvish pinned. They actually killed his Water Elemental. New addition of Midnight. The Water Ellie's back, but it's dead. They set up a kidney shot on Vega. They ice wall him, but Tony moved forward. So now they're trying to drop a ring defensively. Not going to be too effective, though, against the Frosty K or the Marksman, which is another advantage of the Mage. You see the stun on Cubsy? He just ports. He can't trap him. But he almost killed him in a stun. So I think just one trap lands here with Concussive Shot, and they're going to force major cooldowns.
Absolutely. And we can see here there's the silence onto Calvish, but it does get dispelled there by Cubsy. Nice reaction there, but here comes Sindragosa. Big damage on the Calvish. He's going to instantly ice block here. He is not taking any chances after what happened last game. Now they're going after Cubsy a little bit as well, the leftovers, but now Vigarista is going to be the target of choice here for the Gators. Are they ready? Huge damage coming in there. Tony had to trade out his Will of the Forsaken. Calvish, though, on Hypothermia, gets the precognition. Nicely done there with the fake cast, but does get interrupted on the Glacial Spike. A lot of damage being traded here. Full sheep on the Hunter, peeling during the trap. Calvish, though, has the second ice block, might have to use it. Do they have any follow-up on Cubsy? Doesn't look like it. Calvish still just fake casting here, getting a lot of precognition, doing a great job just fake casting and line of sighting this Hunter. He has to play at the pillar because we've seen what happens. If one of those rapid fires connects at the wrong time, Calvish could just get absolutely erased. True Shot is available here for Beal.
Well, they're using Hunter Stun on Mage here, realizing they can't land traps. They just want to blast him in a silence, but a Life Cocoon slipped through right before the Strangulate. So Calvish is absorbing a lot of damage here. Polymorphing the Death Knight. Dazed wants to go Death Knight. He doesn't have Icebound Fortitude. They want to make sure they can peel here. He's getting Exterminate procs, and they're absolutely destroying him. The Death Knight is the most fragile target with the build that he's running. So I do think ultimately he's going to be the target later in the game. It's just a matter of how can they avoid the Hunter. They're swapping Rogue. It's cleave damage on 2 targets. Calvish gets behind the pillar in a hurry, drops down a Ring of Frost. He's kicked on his Water Alley. They're actually just hyper-focusing the Water Alley. He's dying to cleave damage a lot of the time, and he's losing that extra Nova, a little bit of extra damage, and constantly pinned with Delirium and Chains of Ice. BL is just staying 10 yards away from the pillar and just cycling around it like a shark getting ready to go in here. Calvish gets another Water Elemental back, but he's gripped into the fight. Double Blinding Sleep. They kick Cubsy on a heal. They could swap Rogue here. Dazed already at half health with no evasion, but huge damage on Death Knight. He grips him in for a double dragon. Calvish trinkets. He blinks around the corner. He's rebuffing to try and protect his alter time from the trank shots in the future. Good presence of mind from Calvish to keep his Water Elemental resurrected and rebuff here. They trap Calvish. I guess he's given up on trapping Cubsy. They're just going to try and win him with a Paralyze just to hold him in place here. Big Exterminate procs for Vigorista again there on Rogue, but this is the Adrenaline Rush, and they have Smoke Bomb. No Trinket. Icebound Fortitude in 4 seconds, but they're getting so much pressure on Calvish. They're just killing him with damage. If BL can get there with a Rapid Fire, it could be an Ice Block. BL, does he have it? He's got True Shot in 2 seconds. BL needs to connect this, but he's gouged. Cubsy in a stun. They can't land the trap. They need a Tony Paralyze on Cubsy right now and a True Shot Rapid Fire. Here comes the Rapid Fire. They force the shields. Double leg sweep. They get Revival. Good push on that. They paralyze. They might get blocked. They're very close. They have so many cooldowns. The Shuffle Club, they're winning on mana. They're ahead on cooldowns. I think they actually might pull this off.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, they need to try to get something going offensively on the side of the Gators. Time is slipping out here for them. Vigorista is taking a lot of damage, though. This could be it. Huge push. Almost in touch of death range there. Nicely done. They get Tony's Trinket. They leg sweep him on his Trinket. Now going after Beal on the Hunter. But Calvish also could be in trouble. That True Shot aura being so patient with it, not able to connect. Look at that. Look at those slows coming in from Dazed. Dazed is just doing such a great job controlling the Hunter. They're just keeping him away from the Mage. And here, potential for the full trap. There it is. Smoke Bomb, though, defensively. Nicely done there. But he still hasn't pushed the trigger there on the True Shot. There it is. And he instantly ice blocks there. They're swapping Cubsy with the True Shot. Cubsy has to trinket as well. Huge defensive overlap for the Gators. This is the swing match. The Shuffle Club could do it and surprise everyone right now.
Oh, no. Vega doesn't... he's got Icebound Fortitude. Is it going to be enough? We're getting into dampening here. 26% healing reduction. Double Blinding Sleet on the damage dealers during the Adrenaline Rush. Good peels. They just need to do damage. Just attack anything. Attack the Rogue. Cubsy Zoom. Just make sure the Hunter is doing damage to something. They drop a flare to stop any vanishes. They're pushing in to try and win, but a full blind, they're trinket in. Oh no, they trip on the finish line. Gators back, close their jaws shut, and advance to match point.
Really, really nice game here from the Shuffle Club, but ultimately it is going to be the Gators who strike back. They forced out Tony's Trinket in that earlier push, and similar to game number 1, they found that blind punish. And I gotta say, Dazed had a great performance in this match, just shutting down the Hunter a lot, not allowing him to get too much playtime, and then in the end also capitalizing. Even this defensive Smoke Bomb here was really, really nice. But yeah, they overlap. Defensively here, Cubsy almost goes down there, drops to 1% HP, and you can see there, he removed that Strangulate with the Fort Brew, and then here at the very, very end, full blind onto Tony, out of the Kidney Shot, and they have the damage to back it up. Dazed kind of just setting that up with the Kidney into blind. So nice plays from both sides, and I honestly thought this was just going to be a 3-0 for the Gators. It's going to be an easy walk in the park for them, but the Shuffle Club is really making them sweat. We could go the distance here, potentially. Shuffle Club's going to have their map pick. They're going to have their comp pick, so really, really anyone's serious still.
Makes me wonder if like a team like Last Dance in Europe should get a Frost DK on their roster. And play jungle and play Hunter DK.
Yeah.
It's a really good European Frost DK. Still plays. That's a harder question.
There is one team that plays DK Hunter in Europe, actually. They played in an open bracket.
I feel like we need Gablito. We need Seat. Like,
Yes, yeah. Gablito's team does play it, but I forget the DK's name. But yeah, they do play DK Hunter. I don't think they play Frost DK though. I've seen them rocking the Unholy in the games that I've watched from them.
All right. I think there's a couple improvements I'd like to see. I really want to see concussive shot traps from the Hunter. I just feel like when he lands a trap, it's happening like every 3 minutes though. They get some major cooldown. So just finding a way to land traps off concussive shot I think would be critical for their team. And I really think they need to consider dropping Strangulate, just because it's just getting walled every time, and it's going to get stone formed by the mage. I really think that Strangulate's not getting a huge amount of value as opposed to extra armor when you Death Strike. Like the Outlaw Rogue's doing all the damage, so reducing his damage by 24% or 25%? What? You're reducing a quarter of the highest damage in the game by just switching one talent that is just getting removed passively. I just feel like there's got to be no value in that exchange right now.
Yeah, I do think they should switch that up. But they're going to Hook Point at least. So now they're switching up the maps, going to smaller map. Last time, I still don't understand why they were opting for the large maps. But yeah, I feel like Hook Point especially. I would have liked to see Ruins picked and Hook Point. Well, it didn't matter, I guess, because they won on Tolvir anyway. But for this game, I would have much rather seen Ruins than Hook Point, just because there is no way to run from the Hunter. Like at some point, he is going to connect his damage on that map because the line of sight is so limited.
The only concern is that it's like double edged. It's more easier to get CC on Tony at the same time on Runes, whereas on Hook Point, it's like hard to get CC on Monk either way, like either team. Whereas Shuffle Club might be able to win with just Paralyze or just like 1-2 second CC, one kick we've seen on their side. So maybe this is just a little bit more for Tony's comfort. Offensively, I agree. I think Runes of Lordaeron would be enabling them to close the game out faster, but it could come back at them. Regardless, they got to win here. They got to win on game 5, which is probably going to be, you know, another big map. Although they took Tolvaron away, and I don't think Empyrean Domain is too good with small pillars.
That's true.
What is the other big one left? Like Robodrome, I guess.
I don't think Robodrome is too nice either, though.
What is I'm getting ahead of myself. Shuffle Club need to win here. They might just lose. But when we get to that game 5 discussion as far as map, I think that's going to actually be very important because they took
they have
away.
Maldraxxus. They have Maldraxxus.
Oh, Maldraxxus, you're right. Okay, that's the obvious go here. This Death Knight is instantly the target on match point. He will be tested. He's still playing Strangulate. He's still playing his fragile build on that Frost Death Knight. Will the fragility pay off? Can they get the big one shot? Can they pin Calvish? They're using Death Grip to pull him off the pillar. I'd really like to see more of that. The Delirium Death Grips rip the mage off the wall. They get a triple dragon stun across the whole team. Calvish blinks out of line of sight. He fakes the interrupt, but he takes a huge hit of damage. They have to use Life Cocoon. They're not gambling it here on the Breath of Cindergosa from the Frost Death Knight. But Biel is sitting on his True Shot. He gets blinded on his Trinket, so Daze is playing a lot differently, allocating the blind on the Hunter cooldowns as opposed to the healer, and they're just sending damage with a Paralyze. They force Tony to Trinket, a complete playstyle adaptation by GATORS back. They totally defuse the start of the fight. They still need to be a bit wary as Calvish is out in the open. Biel is going for crowd control. There's the concussive shot trap. There's the improvement I wanted to see. That nests them an ice block instantaneously.
Yeah, and they don't have the Trinket, or they don't have the blind for Tony's Trinket here either. So Tony making the right call there, just trinketing out since the threat of that crowd control is gone. But I think it is going to rotate back up before a nice, the wall almost isolating Vigorista there, but he manages to step to the right side of that one. Full kidney shot coming out here onto Vigorista. Dazed, just trying to build up some damage. He's taking a lot of damage here from the Hunter too. He's got no evasion. So Dazed could be a good target here. He does have the cloak. Never mind. Just had to use his Cloak of Shadows right there. You can see the Strangulate there getting kind of reversed on Cubsy. So still opting to play for that talent. Full
nice
leg sweep onto Tony. Big damage onto Vigorista. It might just be it double blinding sleet is going to pause the damage there for a second. Nice defensive play here. Vigorista being very, very careful not to waste his Icebound Fortitude and his anti-magic shield, being very greedy. Full kidney shot on the Vigorista, full gouge. Song of GG out of the gouge.
No.
Cubsy snipes it, nicely done. And the crackling Jade Lightning as well onto Vigorista, forcing him to make the trade. That is going to be an overlap though. The Icebound Fortitude and the Wood of the Forsaken Life Cocoon. But here comes the swap onto Cubsy. They're blending him, but it looks like they're gonna opt to go for the DPS, but not able to. Oh my god, the Strangulate pays off in gold. It pays its weight in gold right there. Huge punish coming in. The Shuffle Club ties it up.
Okay, that's the other thing, was that I was tired of them just chasing the mage and not doing damage. So finally, they just attacked the rogue a little bit. Like, just hit him. Just attack something. Make sure you're doing damage. I feel like on the last map, they were just tunneling mage and chasing him. There weren't any grips to pull him off the pillar. They weren't doing any damage to any other target. This got way more volatile because they got more traps on healer. They got more volatile because they actually attacked the rogue for certain segments. I think the Strangulate is still kind of hit or miss. Like, he had Trinket there. He just trinketed too late, too slow. It makes me wonder if he would have reacted even if he didn't get strangulated to how much damage hit him at that moment in time. They're able to get them stacked up. They're able to get good cleave damage. So I think overall the Shuffle Club are improving throughout this series, and I think there's maybe just possible build adaptations, still slight tweaks they could make. I feel like if they master this comp, they should just win every time. I swear.
Yeah.
If they completely master this comp, I think if AI is playing or something, whatever, doesn't make any mistakes, that they could theoretically win this comp. And if that's the case, like, this needs to be a serious comp consideration for anyone who's struggling into Outlaw Rogues, right? Like Blizzo's roster possibly as an option. Because I feel like it looks so good when they can actually connect. You could Trinket Strang here, but you didn't expect to die because he's out of the line of the Hunter. That's why this comp is so good, because the Frosty K threatens lethal as much as the Hunter. You think just because you're behind the pillar that you're fine, but the Frosty K, the Terminator, just comes in here and he's got insane animations. I haven't seen Frosty K in so long. I want to just appreciate there's all these giant icicles and claws coming. I want like every class to look like that. It actually looks crazy when he's popping like it's to just tearing the guy. Like, watch when he comes around the corner, he's just by himself. Like, don't worry guys, I'm winning the game. Boom. Giant bone sights come out and just Dazed gets cut in half. All right, it's game 5. It's game 5. It's probably Maldraxxus. So small map really enabled them a lot of success there. I feel like they're improving week to week. They just improved directly in the series. But winning at game 5 is going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Oh, they went to Robo instead.
Yeah, we are going to the Robodrome. I don't know. Do we like the Robodrome that much? I feel like Hunters can stay on top of one of those side pillars and kind of just tee off. So I don't know.
I don't know if I like this. And is the ramp actually good? I guess you could wall off the entire segment on the outside on one of these pillars on the left. Like, you look at the screenshot in the bottom. Like, you could wall that off if the DK chases you.
Yeah.
So maybe it's okay as long as they play on the left part of the screen and not the ramp right side of the screen. I feel like it might be okay. Maldraxxus is just fully symmetrical, right? You don't have to worry about accidentally somehow kiting to the ramp and then being out in the open for too long. But ramp, maybe with pillar or with altar, maybe like monk ports and altar time, maybe the ramp isn't too bad. I don't think they should play ramp. I think it's just run around one pillar on the side.
I think it's a circle. I think you have to run.
You think they go the whole circle?
Yeah, I think. I don't know actually.
If they do that.
Yeah, actually, they probably die while they cross if they do that. I don't like this map pick at all. I actually don't like it because I feel like the pillars are not suited for running in a circle around them because you can get on top of the pillars, So I feel like that's a yeah. We'll see what they have planned. I guess maybe if Cubsy plays Ring of Peace, they could have that as an option. But yeah, game number 5. I thought this was going to be a quick 3-0. Then thought 3-0. Aya and you thought 3-1. And the majority of show the chat as well. Show the chat as well.
It's like a 90%.
Yeah, and 89% of the chat thinks that Gators are going to win. This is a huge upset. The only person who believed in him is D-Machine. So the fact that even if they lose here, I think they have surpassed everyone's expectations, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be really good for them also moving into future cups, because I feel like Mistweaver's a hard healer for them to queue into because it's so hard to trap it. So if Mistweaver falls off and they're fighting other types of healers that are easier to trap, it might even just get better for them for the third cup. And they've already got a good start. Top 8, now top 6, maybe top 4 if they win this game. Like, that's a good start. And the meta might be moving more in your favor also. So the Shuffle Club only looks like their future is getting brighter and brighter. Can Gators back figure out a way to close out this game and avoid the one-shots? The massive damage potential that's available from both BL and Vigorista here on their Frost Death Knight Marksmanship Hunter. Are we seeing the downfall of Rogue Mage in real time? Has Brazil found the secret formula to beat back the meta that's completely dominated and taken a giant wave over both regions? The gates are open. There is no going back.
All right, match point here. Who is going to advance? Who is going to the lower bracket? Calvish is already taking 50% of his HP. Vigorista is going to be the target of choice here for the Gators. Double blinding sleet onto the DPS. They're setting up here. Cubsy already teleporting away from the action, avoiding the crowd control. Calvish using the alter time early. Had to use his dwarf racial there as well, I believe, to clear a strangulate. So still decent defensives available. Big ray of frost coming out from Calvish onto Vigorista, but Vigorista is going to be able to holding on to that anti-magic shell. Second, oh my god, wait, what?
Nice,
That was insane.
That's the song to avoid Tony.
Yeah,
it was really clutch.
Yeah, he missed the song, and then he walked into the song and interrupted the ray with it, I think.
That was really high IQ here. Calvish gets kicked on the cast. Viga's making his push. Nice trap on Cubsy. I like that, landing that with no stun, but they can't get to Calvish. I really want Vigorista to focus on trying to position to grip Calvish off the pillar. I feel like the death grips are critical so that BL is able to target, but he's using grip on healer. He can just remove the strangulate. Now Viga is silenced here at this moment. He's trying to swap back on Mage. He kicks the ring. He's getting dazed into the mix, but he's getting cleaved. Tony is there, but it's a lot of damage Cubsy's adding in. He paralyzes the healer. It's match point. Is Vigorista going to die right here? A leg sweep stalls it. They silence the Mage, and they're trying to restabilize, but there's a full kidney shot. They pop Revival to try and recover, and they're struggling. Calvish is faking a lot of interrupts. He finds another polymorph. Gators back don't want to go down yet. They drop down the wall. Tony repositions, but he's pulled out into the open. They finally have line of sight on Calvish. They need to use grip to hold Calvish on this side of the pillar. They can't let him wrap around the left here. He's going to be able to line of sight the Hunter. They have to be careful. He's using Death Strike, but Tony is struggling. He just can't heal the damage. He has to drop a life cocoon off air. There's no crowd control whatsoever. They drop down a flare, and now they're really looking shaky. They've got the blinding sleet and a strangulate and a dragon. They need to get a big connection on this. You get kidney shot around the corner. BL is wrapping around the left. They just can't get to Calvish. Really need to keep the chains. And you see a death grip. Volley comes down. Big setup on Cubsy, but I don't think he's the right target. I think it's either Rogue or Mage. They land the double. They're trying to go Cubsy. They get his trinket. They swap back on Mage. Cubsy should cocooned himself. Cubsy is scared. He trinketed instantly and cocooned himself. Calvish now won't have life cocoon. Hunter's all over him. They're really putting the gas pedal down. They know Daze doesn't have damage. He's used his preparation. He has no adrenaline rush. He has no vanish. They're trying to take advantage of that. They go for a stun. They get the trap with no trinket. Viga's low at the same time. Who will fall first? Ray of Frost gets kicked. The smoke bomb comes down. Tony rolls too far. He pulls back. And somehow, Vigorista survives for another couple of global cooldowns. But they're looking desperate. Oh no, Calvish. Biel is there. If Biel can get a rapid fire, he's getting an aim shot. They need to keep Calvish on this side of the pillar. I'd love to see Viga move left here and just grip Mage around the corner to stop him from moving. They drop a binding shot on the corner. They're trying to push for the win. Can they actually do it? Huge damage comes in. Calvish blocks it to respect it. And this game is coming down to the wire.
Beautiful push there coming out from the Shuffle Club. They're showing signs of life. Tony still has his trinket. Biel has everything, but Vigorista is going to be the big focus point here. Full kidney shot onto him. There's the silence. There's the sleep, actually. Oh my god, Calvish getting absolutely destroyed here as well. If they leave this Hunter open for just a millisecond, it could be lights out there, and that is going to be Tony's life cocoon as well being traded in that exchange. But Calvish still not out of the woods yet. 9 seconds on that true shot. Vigorista, though, in a leg sweep. This might just be it right now. Huge damage onto him. Ice wall. They're trying to fake cast the ice wall here. Beautiful defense though from Vigorista. Used his trinket there. Still has the anti-magic shell, but Calvish now in big trouble. Anytime they go for it, they could go for it right now. They force the ice block, and Biel gets blinded. He gets blinded on his cooldowns though. Oh my god, I would have loved to see him hold on to that rapid fire a little bit longer. Calvish is gonna sit that full ice block to negate that rapid fire.
Song on Tony. Getting shot on Death Knight. They're trying to be greedy. Calvish's kick. They drop the zone. Vigorista pre-zone. They want this, man. The Shuffle Club want this. The biggest upset of the tournament, maybe the entire season. Can they pull it off? Double leg sweep. Full trap lands. No ice blocks remaining. Calvish blinks around the corner to the right side of the screen. No one can get to him. Perfect positioning. Dazed is carrying the game. He's smashing Vigorista to pieces. Tony trades the life cocoon to restabilize, and now they need to get on top of Calvish. They need the gas pedal down. They need to close this out. Here comes the dragon from across the map. It doesn't hit the stun. Dazed into a paralyze. They're making the push. Double binding shot. Will they be able to drop Calvish? Match point for the Gators, and I cannot believe they are possibly going down to the lower bracket. Dazed is retreating back. They're all pulling away from this fight. They want to buy more time and try and get Cubsy's trinket, I think, for life cocoon. They're just turtling up at the pillar, trying to pick their moment, but Vigorista's wrapping on the right. BL is on the left. Cubsy's out of range of his port, I think. He lands the full trap. No trinket. Calvish stacks up to try and AoE the trap to break it, and it does. Good positioning. Cubsy jumps to the middle of the map. They're trying to reposition, but now they're out in the open. The Hunter's going to have True Shot, but they need to live a little bit longer. Can they actually do it? Icebound Fortitude, blinding Sleet here onto the Rogue. Aim shot being channeled. I think they're swapping targets. Cubsy and Calvish trying to get to the pillar. They're just going to life cocoon before the True Shot. They have a 10-second window. There's True Shot. There's no block for 10 seconds. Calvish needs to stay out of line of sight for 10 more seconds. He's trying to ice wall. He's putting ring, but BL is there. If BL connects, I think it's over. Here comes the volley. Rapid fires, rip in. He didn't True Shot it, though. He True Shot after. He's resetting. He's trying to go, but he got disarmed on the Wailing Arrow. Daze is the only reason Calvish is alive right now. He flares so he can't vanish. Adrenaline rushes up. Vigorista's trying to go for the kill. They're so close. They're so close to a win, but Calvish has a block again. He blinks around to the left side of the pillar. Cubsy gets bounced by the Ring of Peace. Massive damage crashes, and he has to block. And the Shuffle Club are so close. They have all 3 medallions. They have a checkmate position with just raw pressure. They silence Cubsy. He's got no wall to reverse it. They swap on Cubsy out of nowhere. Can they drop him? Cubsy denies it. Tony in a blind trinket cocoon. They're keeping Vigorista aggressive. Rapid fire around the corner. And Shuffle Club, they might be able to pull this off. 10 seconds until life cocoon for Cubsy. Vigorista dips low. Tony, no trinket. Can they actually do it? A double leg sweep in response from Tony. They land the trap. Cubsy's choosing to sit it. He's greedy. Volley is up. He gets away with it. He's going to life cocoon instantly after that. Tony comes out of the polymorph. Both teams with basically nothing in shambles, but a huge ray of frost is crushing Vigorista. How is he alive right now? They break through the void barrier. There's no trigger for the healer, and Vigorista will fall. Although fought valiantly from the Shuffle Club, it will not be enough. The Gators back had to give everything to stay alive in this match.
That is as close as it could possibly be right there. The Gators, they were just covering behind that pillar for the last 5 minutes of that game. Dazed really putting on such a great performance. Shutting down that one crucial True Shot is the only reason why they were still in this match. And here, look at Beal. It's unfortunate. It is very unfortunate what just happened there. We're going to see it on the next round of the replay. But basically, Beal popped his True Shot into the ice block. Like, he didn't actually see that Calvish used his ice block there. If he just held his True Shot and then popped it out of the ice block, I think they could have KO'd Calvish right there and then. But here at the very, very end, so much damage coming in. You can see it right here. Calvish used the ice block right there, and then boom, now he True Shots. And I think he did it to go after Cubsy potentially, but I would have liked to see him just be more patient with the cooldown there. Just hold on to it, because then Calvish just sat the full block. And then that kind of just ended up being a good trade for him when it could have been a really, really scary situation in the future. But yeah, nice anti-magic shell there. I don't know why it didn't track there. He doesn't actually have anti-magic shell. Yeah. He used it there on Tony. So that anti-magic shell as well on Vigorista, he didn't have it. He couldn't have done anything. They played an amazing game on the side of the Shuffle Club. The Gators just knew how to deal with the burst here of the setup. And it worked out for them. The Robodrome, they just kind of played at this one pillar and just ran a circle around it, and it paid off. But it was really, really close. I think Dazed had to pull out a monstrous performance for this to actually work. So this could be, something that we see more of in the future. First season of Midnight. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of good DKs out there, and
Mez has been on the bench all
figuring
season.
out the meta.
Mez has been on the bench all season. I think they need Mez, bro. They need Trill, they need Mez. It's literally the Dark Ranger build that Trill was playing last season, when I didn't think it was that good then. I feel like this should be the Direwolves comp. 1,000%.
Yeah, I mean, I know leading into that series that it was the Frost DK that you were hoping to see played from Shuffle Club. We did get our wish, and like you guys have been highlighting, just such a close series. But, I mean, other than Direwolves, who else could adopt this? I mean, do we think that we'll see it in EU maybe as well?
Use harder. So I
Yeah.
just don't know if there's that many Frosty Ks. NA still has the Zug in them. EU abandoned it for the darkness of Dampening. EU just abandoned it, but the NA still has the Zug in them.
Oh man. All right, well, Gators back, Shuffle Club. What a series. That was incredibly close. And we're going to be seeing Shuffle Club later today, or later in the North American bracket. They're going to be playing off against Guild Bean. Super Tees, do you want to see that comp once again?
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting a mage. I feel like if you know you're fighting a mage, this is the mage annihilator right here, Frosty K Marksman Hunter. And will Windwalker be tougher than Outlaw Rogue? Then I think becomes the question, because that's the significant difference between Guild Bean and Gators back, is that Sean has been hyper focused on that Windwalker. But yeah, I think the Shuffle Club still have a lot of possibilities there. We've already seen Cerulean get zapped earlier on in the tournament once there by Apex, so Shuffle Club's an even bigger zap in that regard. I feel like, you know, they're also playing with a ping disadvantage from Brazil, so like maybe that rapid fire, maybe he didn't see the block because he's playing with 200 MS, so he's like, oh my god, it's 1%, I'm pressing it. Like, take that into consideration as well here. A little ping disadvantage. I just feel like a little bit more practice, and Shuffle Club could be a monster for all of these mage-focused teams.
Could not agree more. It's really exciting to see this team step up to the occasion, representing the LATAM region. So we'll see how they do later on in the lower bracket against Guild Bean, but we can see how it's kind of shaping up right now. Gators back, moving forward into the semifinals. They're going to be playing either Welcome to the Jung or F tier in that series. So that is going to be an exciting series nonetheless, but we've still got that series, Welcome to the Jung versus F tier. And that will be the next up series after this break. But before we do go to a break, we've got a new mini game. We've done this once before. If you guys remember this one, we're going to be guessing a house. Of course, we know that housing came out with Midnight, and production has created a house that represents a player. Last time it was Tony Farrow. There was like some kitties in there. There was some like troll decorations in there. So now we're going to try and guess what house.
Did production make this house? This isn't like the player's house. Like the players had submit their houses. And
no, which player do you think lives in this house based on what we see on the screen?
Yeah.
I love this game.
I understand
That's
now.
good. I'm excited.
We get like a whole house tour, or is it just one room?
I think we're gonna get like hints of like what's in the house. Okay, so there's a door,
cage,
gate,
and there's some rogue paraphernalia in the back there.
Rogue paraphernalia.
And a map. Definitely a rogue house.
This is looking like a warlock house. What?
I was gonna say this looks more like warlocky.
Yeah, like warlock
green.
DK. Yeah.
Purple.
Look at that.
There's like potions and stuff. Look, there's a little PC
setup
on the side
right.
over there.
Gamer setup.
Yeah, well, that doesn't narrow it
That's
down.
literally a pirate sword. It's
true.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a pirate.
That is
that's
true.
Literally
That is
that's
true.
the Legion artifact table for rogues. That's a rogue
Okay.
table. The monitor does look cool with the chains. Is like the little. I like that's the best monitor
That's
I've
clever.
seen so far. Are we gonna like
Okay,
pan
so
to
it's
the
a
right at all? I feel
rogue.
like we've seen enough of the.
Yeah,
I came to see other parts of the room. than
Look at
just
my
the-
decoration.
Look at my table. I spent all of 10 seconds putting down. Look at it. There we go. There we go. There's another.
Oh,
angle.
this is
Okay.
100% a
It's Waz.
rogue. Yeah,
It's
that's
Waz.
what.
It's got the trophy, the medals
Oh,
in the
yeah.
corner.
Oh, yeah.
Look
Look at that. Look at
This room.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's Waz. 100%
Yeah.
Waz right there in the
Oh, I
background.
like the
You can see
dragon
it.
door too. Wait, Waz needs to copy the build. Can we do that yet? Do they have the technology to load out a room? I feel like Waz wants this
Maybe.
room
I know it's
actually
coming.
right now. Waz
Yeah,
needs
for
this room
people that
designed.
haven't seen Waz's camera, he's got all of his trophies behind him in his webcam. It's cozy. Looks like a cozy little spot.
See
This
people in the
is
chat
so
typing
nice.
peekaboo, but peekaboo doesn't have any medals, so it can't be peekaboo.
Oh,
Oh.
that's horrible.
Gotta be Waz.
Yeah, I think
there
that's,
they are.
This is the giveaway. This is the
I like it's
giveaway
the
for
one
sure.
Yeah.
silver medal too, because I think they
Yeah.
lost one. So he's got one silver medal.
I like how they differentiated the medals too. What are these, like shrunken pillows or something? It's kind of clever. And then the shrunken mirrors
It's so
also.
it's so creative what you can do with housing. It's like
Yeah.
it's scary. You can get stuck for hours just decorating. It's
Oh,
quite incredible.
my first build, I spent like 80 hours on it when it first started.
Yeah,
Something ridiculous.
When Midnight launched, I played for about 20 minutes of the story, and then I just like made a neighborhood, and yep, that was it. I just spent the rest of the time doing housing. One of my viewers actually moved his house. Yeah, that's Waz. But one of my viewers moved his house to my neighborhood, and he had a football pitch, like a soccer pitch outside.
Oh.
And we played with like a Maggie carp that you could click. That was like our football.
Yeah.
And then, we just
Wait,
played,
that's cool.
Yeah, we just like played a 3v3 game of football for like an hour.
Huh. That's clever. Is it a horde neighborhood or an alliance neighborhood, Zico?
It's an alliance neighborhood.
The horde one's better. Horde one's underestimated. All right, well, let me know if you guys got that one, if you were able to guess at Waz's house, and it's been really cool to see the creativity from the housing community. But we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we've got an extremely exciting series. I've been looking forward to this one all day. Welcome to the JUNG versus F tier. You don't want to miss this one. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We got a big series on our hands. It is Welcome to the Jung versus F tier facing off against each other in the upper bracket. Also a rematch, the machine, between these two teams.
It is indeed, and it is the rematch to watch. We were talking a little bit about how Gators, you know, they're a top contending team, but F tier seems to be kind of on the rise. Welcome to the Jung seems to be the team to beat in the North American region, and this is kind of the matchup that I was calling out earlier on today to be like the most exciting matchup, if not the most like predictor of what's going to happen as this tournament continues, who's going to actually win. So honestly, I think whoever wins this next up series, Super Tees, is my favorite to take the whole thing.
Yeah, I think for F tier in this matchup, what they realized was the mass invis drinks. So just stopping drinks in general or winning on mana is going to be like one of the main components in a matchup like this, because Welcome to the Jung will take you the distance. They will take you into the deepest, darkest points of dampening imaginable. And this was a tragic moment for Meep when he rolled into the bomb and cocooned the shaman outside instead of the guy in the bomb. A moment of tragedy for him. So obviously some nerves on the line with this, but I think this matchup is all coming down to mana, just keeping it stable into the late game. You either do that or you flip the script and play Feral Druid Warrior and try and win fast, because F tier have actually been playing some Feral Druid Warrior. Maybe you could pull that off and win fast, or you have to go the distance. You got to get ready for dampening, run that Ellie Feral that we saw last week. And the chat is voting with confidence here. And I mean, this is a pretty safe bet. Usually between North America and Europe, if you bet on Jung or you bet on Echo, you're probably going to get a lot of points. But at the same time, everyone counted Shuffle Club out, and they were the closest I think a team has come to beating Gators back. And F tier were also the closest last week. So this seems pretty one-sided for how top tier of a performance we've actually seen from F tier so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the question before North America for several expansions now. Like, what is the answer to Welcome to this Jung? Welcome to the Jung. This team is so consistent. Like you said, F tier Gators back have kind of found an answer, but I think overall, Welcome to the Jung does seem to still be the favorite in matchups such as this. But F tier, 15% in favor of chat. D Machine, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's representative of their chances here in this series.
Not even remotely. I mean, they went 3-2 last tournament, right? And every single game was close. Every single game was close. I actually had a chance to talk to Zhang, who, I mean, the whole desk, I think, agrees with me, is like one of the best healers we've ever got to see play the game. We've seen them play a bunch of different classes. We've seen them play on a bunch of different rosters. They've been able to kind of just like change and be that supporting role to whoever they're playing against, and playing all these different classes at the highest of levels. I mean, this guy is unbelievable. However, he still sings the praises of Meat Monk. When I had a chance to talk to him, he actually says that a lot of people, you know, they might look at him as like one of the most dominant healers of the region, but he thinks that Meat Monk might be the healer that is better than him in the North American region. Zhang actually ended up saying something along those lines. You know, they're good friends at the end of the day, and he thinks that Meat Monk is one of those players that is capable of keeping his team reserved, keeping the temperature down, is what he said, which is really important.
Sarcastic?
No, I know. We watched him be so intense.
I watched Meep stream. Is he being sarcastic with that?
No, but for real, when it comes to like, it's different to be intensity versus tilting, right? And I think that Meat Monk is good at keeping at least the vibes positive.
Okay, all right. Yeah, sometimes you just got to lock in, and love the respect that we're seeing between the players, the top players in North America. But let's start to get into these predictions. Super T's, I'm going to hand it to you.
This is such a hard one. I swear the chat, this is not this easy, but I mean, I'm going to just say Welcome to the Jung 3-2. I'm going to take the safe bet, but I don't think it's easy.
Okay. D-Machine.
I also think it's going to be a 3-2 in favor of F tier.
You're just opposite everybody today. Okay, I see. It almost worked out for you. It almost worked out.
Yeah, it's not a big deal,
I think Chan whipped him into shape. I think he was upset in Discord.
Did you get any DMs from Chan?
No, but he's not a DM, but you can see him there. He said, David trolling so hard, need to separate my vote from his pronto.
Okay, I was this close to being the only one right, okay? Put some respect on the name.
I saw it. No, I believe you.
You gotta keep going. You're this close to diamonds.
They got me wrong. They got me wrong. Even production is counting out F tier.
Did Chan hack the production squad and say, no, change that right now? They pay them off so Team Shit can't
Chanimals, you can't take it back, man. I'm here. You know?
Is he DMing you now?
No, it's 3-2 in favor of F tier. Okay, let the record show. But are you with me or are you against me?
I actually am with you.
That's what I'm talking
Might
about.
be going with my heart a little bit more than I normally do this time around, but F tier is a strong team. We've seen them do very well against Welcome to the Jung. We've seen Welcome to the Jung bleed, especially recently, as these teams are kind of stepping up to Welcome to the Jung. And I feel like North America is a very competitive region, especially F tier. So I'm with you.
I'm glad you locked that in, because now D Machine can drag down that guest score. I can be at the bottom, and I can start rising. Okay,
listen.
I can start rising.
Yeah.
Nothing saving
I mean,
that score, Super T's. No offense, brother.
I think regardless, we are going to Game 5. I feel like this is going to be a very back and forth series. If you are watching right now and you've got us minimized, tab in. You want to see this series. This is a big one. Welcome to the Jung versus F tier, two of the top dogs in North America facing off against each other here in the upper bracket. It's game number 1, D Machine.
Dude, I'm so stoked. Welcome to the Jung. They're such a high-end team. What is happening? There's a rep paladin in the arena, Super
There's a
T's.
rep paladin in your game. Okay, we got a cleave fest. I said the Zug is still in NA, and this is what I meant. There is no rogue mage on the screen. Only Zug, only warriors. Die by the sword. One of these teams will be dying by it right here. Double shockwave engagement here. And they're pulling away from the enhancement shaman. They're not stacking up. You can see, but Nick is just dead. He's getting shredded by the burst damage of Laros and Saul in this initial exchange. A massive swelling of damage there. And Drake and Nick, they bide their time. They survive. They don't overreact. With
No
an intimidating shout
overreaction.
with no sanctuary.
Huge.
Could be an opening here. Nick Berserker shouts the fear off of Zhang Bahai. So they have sanctuary and Berserker shout to remove fear. Nick is just falling more and more behind, though. I feel like Saul, dude. Look at that DPS. 60,000 DPS. If he can maintain that, I think they're going to take this.
Oh my gosh. All these outs on the side of Welcome to the Jungle for all the CC that Zhang is going to be sitting in, but it takes a presence of mind. It takes a calculated brain from Zhang Bahai to not overreact, to take advantage of the utility of this composition. And it just feels like they might want to go the distance against this team. I do think Welcome to the Jungle might have the composition advantage here in the blind pick. Personally, I played this composition a bit, and I have faced a few turbos myself, and I feel like I always kind of edged off from them, but this is no ordinary turbo. This is the turbo of F tier. They are caught into a double shockwave, however, as Nick is trying to get aggressive. Zhang Bahai also pressing that throughput with the cocoon. Hand of Sacrifice also being committed by Drake, however, on top of all that, and it is just a cleave fest in the middle of this map.
Triple. They're going after Nick again. They paralyze out of the leg sweep. Meep is making some big moves here in this cleave matchup. He is an extraordinaire in this type of situation. He's going for a Song of Chi-Ji around the corner to try and hit Drake, and Drake is trying to dodge it. That would have been insane if Meep hit that. It's like a precast on his own Hodge to sleep the red on his own Hodge. That actually would have been insane. Laris is getting crushed. Oh, they overlapped. First mistake we see from F tier. Meep Trinket Life Cocoons, and Laris uses Die by the Sword. We can see the glowing icons. That's what those two abilities are. Both of them would have denied the kill. They're trying to get aggressive with a Hex, and Hex is very valuable here. There's no D-Curse to remove it. If they can secure more of those moving into the future, it's definitely a win condition. Both teams just trading here. We're waiting for the Doom Winds of Saul, 8 seconds away. If he can find a way to connect that without the Warrior stopping him, it's going to be critical.
All right, stuns, cleave stuns up out of nowhere, but the full Hex does land on Zhang Bahai. Nick has got to be careful. This is the Hand of Sacrifice from Drake to back up his Warrior, as well as the Die by the Sword, just trading that CC out. Now the end cap on the Meat Monk into the full Hodge. Saul's got to be a little bit careful here. He's taking huge pressure, and that will be the Respect Burrow. Cooldowns being traded left and right from both sides here, but I will say Welcome to the Jung feels like they are trading a tad more efficiently so far.
And their mana is showing that as well. Stun on Zhang Bahai in the corner, no Sanctuary, double Shockwave. Laros with a good setup with that Demolish, cleaving 2 targets, massive crits. Zhang Bahai struggling, it's caught in the spear with his team, so he goes for the Conduit to AoE heal and immune crowd control. Clutch decision there. Saul falls behind, Meep makes the exchange. He doesn't want to use too much mana. Now he's Chi torpedoing across the map, but he walks into a stun. And he wants to get crowd control. They want to swap Zhang Bahai, I think maybe. They fear him. Are they going to swap him? They can't get it. They're paralyzed. Song attempt by Zhang Bahai. He's afraid of the wind shear. Looks like he faked it, though. He's going to reposition. Not going to be able to land it. Both teams taking a neutral spot, waiting for their cooldowns and their stuns before the next big push. Bladestorm from Nick, anticipating a shockwave here when he saw his healer get stunned. He stalls it, so now Zhang Bahai's out of crowd control. The repositioning. Here comes the Bloodlust. Doom wins is up. Who's about to get ripped to shreds by Saul? Nick leaps away from it. Can Saul reconnect here? He's slowly marching. Life Cocoon going to come up for Zhang Bahai. They could swap Zhang Bahai here. He's got no trinket. If they can catch him in a stun and actually connect. They get a stun with the shockwave. Drake gets a blinding light on Meep, but Zhang Bahai ports behind the pillar. He should be able to pick himself up with just one Shaylun's gift. Back to full health. I think all the other healing classes wish they had that. Top themselves here. Meep gets kicked on a cast. Cheeky play from Drake playing on top of Meep here. Trying to disrupt him while doing damage from ranged.
Am I wrong for saying this? I think Zhang Bahai might be running the talent that allows him to port while stunned, which is a big deal. He has to give up some throughput for it. But huge. Nick was taking a huge amount of damage here, and Zhang Bahai stuck in this song. Still, Nick holding on to that die by the sword. Oh, he can't die by the sword while he's in the disarm. But Zhang not caught in any CC. He should be able to pump through this. He should be able to top him. Now Avatar is going to force the Cocoon out on the other side of Meat Monk. Very close game so far, but Saul's got his burrow in just 5 short seconds. He should have an answer for this huge demolish, but can Meat Monk keep his team offensive? They want to go. This is the bloodlust from Saul. They want to get this going. However, Zhang Bahai is doing a great job just trading off Roar or Hand of Sacrifice as well. The triple leg sweep, but the leg sweep to swap it back from Meat Monk onto Drake and Nick. Nakin is in a bit of trouble, and just the cleave damage on either side could easily flip either way, Sid.
Well done, Zhang Bahai. They're making a swap on him. He chi torpedoes across the map. Nick is blade storming, shredding, and immuning crowd control. Saul's trying to find a hex. He gets pummeled. They fear instead. No sanctuary there from Drake. The sanctuary, Prev normally plays the Red Paladin in this, so it's a little bit strange. From Welcome to the Jung, they've actually decided to flip which player, unless his name is wrong on the frame, because usually it's Prev, from what I remember in previous events. So maybe he's just hyper focused on melee here, the melee specialist of the team. Nick caught in a Stormbolt. The Avatar's up for Laros. He has to go back in a defensive stance, though. Not going to get maximum pressure. He intervenes Saul for the Hex, so he can't be kicked. That would have actually been sick if he actually went for that and landed it. But it looks like they can't connect to Zhang Bahai. They're actually trying to swap to him a lot, and they're falling behind every time they do.
Cocoon.
Life Cocoon's just going to trade. It's a mana game. Like I said, these are teams that go the distance. Like, this is going to be a Game 5, 10 to 15-minute game every time between them. So they know it's about mana. They're just trading cooldowns to get to the next exchange so that when this gets in dampening, they're going to be ahead on mana.
No, it definitely seems that way, and these like efficient trades that we were talking about from the very beginning could very well be the deciding factor as we get into the later game. Zhang Bahai's mana seems to be a-okay for now, but we got to see what Meat Monk's manatee is like. It looks like it wasn't a whole lot. I just saw the cast of that manatee, and it was very fast, meaning there wasn't a huge amount of stacks. Double leg sweep with the Hodge landing out on the Meat Monk. Saul's got to be careful here. He's off-healing himself just a little bit. The in-cap follow-up on the Meat Monk. Laro's taking a bit of pressure. Burrow going to be committed on top of all of that, and Welcome to the Jungle just shows that at any moment F tier could easily fall, but they're doing a good job so far, having that presence of mind, slowing the game down, catching each other, with those Hand of Sacrifice on the side of Welcome to the Jungle. It just seems like it's a brick wall of defenses for them to have to get through.
Nice turn from Nick, immuning the stuns here. Lar's going to de-stance before committing here. Big hit of damage. Bloodlust available. Doomwinds is up. Is Saul going to pull the trigger? He's running right now. He's actually on the back foot. He can't go aggressive. Meep trades at the Cocoon. They already broke it at only 34% dampening. They're both getting cleaved. Meep was already behind on mana. F tier are the ones who need to swing momentum here. This Doomwinds needs to net them major cooldowns. If not, maybe a win right now because they're so far behind. Zhang Bahai ports nowhere. He ports nowhere. They catch him out in the open. If they can actually connect, they can't because Nick is there with a triple shockwave into a disarm, completely shutting down Saul in that position. That could have been their moment, catching him in the open like that with no port. That's the type of mistake they usually can capitalize on, but they can't. Now Saul's falling behind. He may have to trade his Astral Shift at any moment. Nick is right there with the Sharpened Blade. He Astral Shifts. He might die through it. Dampening is high. Meep is stunned. He can't heal. He can't assist. And Saul likely to fall. He's going into Ghost Wolf in desperation. Is it enough to get the damage reduction? He's trying to kite and get some heals out. He's trading. Is he going to get enough Maelstrom? He gets a healing surge, but he's getting crushed. It's so much damage. He jumps away to Zhang Bahai with the Feral Lunge. He uses the Spirit Walk to get distance with the sprint and is somehow still alive, but he's on top of Meep. He needs to get away from Meep. Meep is probably screaming. He's going to have to deal with the kicks from both of the melee, but he's got no mana left. Life Cocoon just came off cooldown again. Can they do it? Nick and a shockwave. So close to the kill. They overlap. They can swap on Zhang Bahai. It's their last chance, but Saul just needs to run. He has to run. His healer's in a stun. I think that's it. He's ran the clock. He's out of time. Welcome to the Jung with a surprise Ret Paladin pick. Take game 1.
Okay, man, they gotta let me know that they're gonna be rocking the Ret Paladin before I predict, okay? Like, that's a big deal to me. That's crazy. Welcome to the Jung with the composition that is anticipating the turbo. Zhang Bahai was talking to me about how serious they take this turbo cleave from F tier, how good this turbo cleave is. One of the best, if not the best turbo in the region currently. And they had an answer for it, and that's exactly what we expect to see from this team. Welcome to the Jung. Zhang might not necessarily think he's the best in the region, but I sure do. That looked really, really strong. The thing is that mistakes happen. Everybody makes mistakes. They caught Zhang Bahai out. Zhang Bahai, of all healers, out. Not at a good position on that portal. No problem. They backed it up with the double shockwave. They backed it up with the Sank. They backed it up with the hand of sacrifices throughout the game. And I don't even know if Drake ended up pressing that lay on hands throughout this game. Like, it just felt like there was always an answer from Welcome to the Jung, and F tier just seemed to really struggle with this composition. But the question is, we are going into a draft phase now, Super Tees. Is there a counter on the side of F tier for this Ret Paladin? Is this composition just formulated for the turbo cleave? We're gonna have to wait and see.
I feel like there's big mind games between these teams. Like they actually have such a wide variety of compositions here in play styles. So typically, Ret Paladin is really good in the melee cleaves. It's like the counter to melee cleaves. It seems to be like it's still sort of the case. And Drake played a very interesting play style where most of the game he wasn't actually in range of attacking. Like in the first 5 minutes of the game, if you watch this back, he's like this, where he's playing ranged and he's kind of next to Meep and he's harassing him with interrupts, and he's using ranged abilities as opposed to running directly into the fight. So it actually limits the damage output of Laros. He can't get sweeping strikes onto 2 targets as much because of it, whereas Nick is getting sweeping strikes on 2 targets the whole game, which is just a late game advantage that he's slowly building over time, which is enabling him to top the damage meter in this type of position. So interesting playstyle from Drake there, rather than just hard committing and just making sure he's maximizing his damage. He has really good spatial awareness to actually just limit the output from Laros towards the late game. So as far as matchup, obviously Welcome to the Jung, they have some mage comps, and I was expecting that to be kind of the go-to, right? Like in Europe, it's just all Mystery or Fire Mage. But they go instantly into runes, they go instantly into their pick, and F tier, that's what they wanted. They want this matchup.
They want this matchup?
They wanted the matchup they lost, because they wouldn't have set this up and picked it so fast if that wasn't what they wanted, I don't think.
That's right. I mean, maybe on Ruins of Lordaeron, they could take advantage of some more swaps to Zhang Bahai, but Drake might not be the Ret Paladin we've seen in the past, but I am familiar with his Ret, and I think it is quite good. He has that situational awareness to be able to use that utility at the right moments. Laros' transmog is awesome. What set is that, dude?
The Wrathful Tabard fits that perfectly. Imagine a Tabard from like 15 years ago working with a set in Dragonflight.
I
can't believe how well the Tabard fits.
That belt buckle goes so hard. Same with the helmet.
Dragons are just cool, man. Okay, like anything with a dragon.
I'm a big red and like that gunmetal gray. The gunmetal gray is even in the Tabard. You're right, dude. That is an intimidating warrior.
Like,
anyway, yeah, I'm like googling how to get this set right now. This set is sick. But
you can get it on a ret or a monk. You have to make a warrior.
Oh, this is actually my favorite Ret Paladin set. This is the I think this might not be the elite set. I could, but this is the Cataclysm elite Ret, I believe. And I'm such a huge fan. The asymmetrical wing on one of those shoulders, I just think it looks so cool.
It just reminds me of when Vanguard was dominating everybody.
Yeah, Vanguard's is very iconic for using this set. He also has another, he uses the mop challenge mode as well. I'm a little bit of a Vanguard's fanboy. Make sure you guys follow Vanguard's on Twitch, by the way. He streams pretty often. He's also a legendary observer.
Right now.
Dude, I have a little app. Isn't that obvious? Seeing a Ret Paladin enter the arena does make me happy. Okay? I'm not afraid to say it.
Start of the show, variety, bro. There's going to be surprises. North America is just completely out of left field here.
I should have known.
Shuffle Club take out Gators back, Mage Rogue, and now we watch Welcome to the Jung, Zug mirroring F tier. Enhancement Shaman versus Ret Paladin, the distinct difference in composition. The Enhancement Shaman, I think, suffers a lot more in the late game because they focus so much around off-healing, whereas the Ret Paladin doesn't focus nearly as much. They've got more immunity and damage reduction-oriented utility for their allies. So I do think the Enhancement kind of loses later. So Runes of Lordaeron might be a good map to race Monk and go after Zhang Bahai. We did see Zhang Bahai make some mistakes with his portal positioning, so if he makes that on this type of map, It could be, they're just racing the healer. They're just instant first
beeline.
global on Jung Bahai. They're just target acquired Jung Bahai.
Double leg sweep to follow it up. Link taking, oh my gosh, Zhang Bahai and Nick taking a huge amount of damage. That is going to be the die by the sword trade from Nick. Zhang Bahai not overreacting with the Cocoon, however. Now they're trying to get aggressive on Assault, and they will force the Cocoon out of Meat Monk. An explosive opener here on Ruins of Lordaeron. I expect nothing less between these two Cleave teams. Nick still taking the brunt of the damage here, but he's got that spin to win going down in the double melee.
Oh, triple.
Triple fear. Did that get
Shout.
pre-tremored or something?
No, shout.
Shout. He just removes the whole team from that. Well, Arms Warrior having utility is something I'm not completely used to, Sid.
They have a lot of tricky tools in their toolbox here. They're trying to go after Saul. Drake is moving in with those spinning hammers. Remember, see those yellow spinning hammers? I mean, Drake is at his peak damage potential. They don't net a kill, and they're still just chasing Zhang Bahai. They're really testing him on the Mistweaver Monk. This is the first time we've seen him play it this season, whereas Meat Monk, he's been a monk forever, so they're trying to isolate him and see if there's a weak link there that they can take advantage of. That's what they're really trying to find, and they're all on top of him the entire game. Double leg sweep, but look at Drake's positioning. This is what I was saying in game one. He's not stacking up.
Right.
He's playing slightly off to the side.
He's
so
a
he's
wizard.
not getting triple stunned, and he's not getting triple cleaved. And watch him on his horse. He'll just stay he comes in for a couple of hits during his cooldowns, and then he'll go out of range of the cleave damage. He'll go out of range of the possible stun. So that's why Drake's damage is a little bit lower, I think. But it's limiting the other team's damage by even a higher threshold overall. It's an interesting calculation on his part.
Yeah, you might not get those Crusader strikes, but man, there's just about every other button is ranged between Templar's Verdict and everything else. So it's not a huge DPS loss.
That's a spear.
It's totally worth. But look at the cleave that's going down on top of this. Zhang Bahai caught in the stun in the middle of it all, but he is not overreacting. I don't know if this is the right call to try to take advantage of Zhang Bahai. He just seems like he's so solid, and with Drake backing him up, it seems like it's going to be a tough battle for this Turbo Cleave to punch a hole into the defensive of Welcome to the Jung. But it looks like they're continuing to push on it. But now actually Meat Monk might actually be a potential kill target. The Song of Chi-Ji, it lands on the Drake. The cross CC, however, on top of all that, did he pre-sank that? I think he pre-sanked that go. So Zhang Bahai still getting backed up by Drake. The Hand of Sacrifice going to be committed as well. And it looks like Saul is the one who's actually taking the unfavorable end of that exchange.
I do like that they've realized that Drake needs to be crowd controlled on these pushes because he's playing slightly out of range. So Meep can be the one to do that, like he just did with the Paralyze and the Song of Chi-Ji.
Yeah.
So really look for that from Meep if he can get control of Drake when they're doing these setups on Zhang Bahai or Nick. Because look at Drake, he's moving away from the engagement and staying out of range. He'll just stutter step on the side and like he runs at Meep to stop crowd control. Drake he's playing so interestingly on this Rep Paladin, just complete utility. And then with cooldowns, he comes in and he crushes. He's calculated. He picks his moment. You say Rep Paladins, you don't need any brains to play Rep Paladins, just zug. No, Drake right here.
Preach, baby.
Drake right here is proving that wrong.
That's right. Drake has 900 IQ, as you guys can all see playing on this Rep Paladin. Super T said it here first. But Zhang Bahai is going to get stopped on that follow-up CC for now. But F tier, I don't feel like they can't punch through the defense of Welcome to the Jungle. I'm just staring at Drake's lay on hands, and he just never needs to use it. They're never that scared. And there's the Cocoon immediately. Zhang Bahai just respecting the damage at a high level, as this is the Bloodlust being popped from Saul. Now he's the one who's on the run, and there's the Cocoon out from Meat Monk. Neither one of these teams letting any momentum catch for either side.
It's not on Meep, but he pre-life cocoon. So nice read from Meep. Zhang Bahai's moving in, but they see him. He's forced away by Laros. He's going to go battle stance. Also had some damage here with a spear. It's actually a spear from Nick. So Saul burrows underneath the spear to escape it. And negates its effects. Laros went for the Warbreaker here, but he's going to have to go on Nick. The Shockwave demolishes. It hits, but not too hard, as Nick went into D stance right before it connected to him. And they're trying to get on Zhang Bahai, but they get intercepted by a leg sweep. They're stacked up. Meep gets kicked into a stun. Drake has been kicking Meep so many times in this game as a Rep Paladin. He has a melee range kick. He's landing so many kicks and just letting Nick carry the game with damage. And Laros is trying to stack up on Zhang Bahai. They've realized that if they go on Nick the whole game, they're never going to get 2-target cleave. They have to go healer to try and stack 2 targets, because look at Drake off to the right with freedom, just dancing around in the open. He's not getting into the mix. He's not getting cleave. So Meep is trying to take him out with a paralyze, but he can't get the song, as Drake is able to dodge it.
He pre-sanked it. That's why it was so quick.
He just pre-sanking his own goes. Drake is playing like he's a healer almost, just pre-reading the play as he comes in with stuns, and then he makes his push, and then he goes off into the shadows to wait for his next opportunity. hexes, maybe like more hexes on Drake. I guess he's getting attacked by the warrior. It'd be pretty tough, but
yeah,
right now it just looks like they're doing better on mana. I will say. F tier, like we're at the 5-minute mark and they're ahead on mana.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's a great call out, actually. That is a potential win condition as we go deeper. I'm curious what kind of manatees Zhang has available to him, but Drake just doing a great job. But there's the cross CC hex, but he it does end up breaking. I think he gets out of it pretty quickly. Saul not able to get a whole lot done with that. Hodge onto Meat Monk, big damage onto Saul. This could easily be the moment for the toll. Looks like a triple shockwave from Nick, also slowing down the damage onto him, but also getting that cross CC. Zhang now caught into a Song of Chi-Ji out of the end cap, forcing the dive by the sword. F tier catching a little bit of a win there in a nice efficient trade from them. They're going to need a few more of those if they want to get ahead.
All right, let's see if they can get it. Young Bahai's Life Cocoon already used here. Sacrifice from Drake. Saul's hexing. He can't get it. Line of sighted. Laros' Blade Stormer. They're stacked up on the tomb. Drake wants to get in here. Now he's moving away. Double leg sweep. Saul in trouble. Meep has cooldowns to trade. They overlap.
Ooh, overlap.
Astral Shift and Life Cocoon. And those overlaps cost them. I feel like when you overlap, it means you have to spend more mana later.
Jang.
You don't have a cooldown when you would with the split cooldowns. And unless they get a really big hit on Jung Bahai, I think they're going to fall really far behind in the next couple of moments here because of that overlap. Nick is in battle stance. He's tearing in with Avatar. Meep goes for Conduit to negate it. Again, just trying to use CDs to negate CDs rather than mana because it's so important later in the game. These teams are so good. These healers are so strong that they will be able to keep these games going. And it comes down to those minor decos, those small advantages that you build over the game.
I got to call it out. Blessing of Protection and Land Hands have yet to be used. Oh, as well as Bubble, obviously. But Drake's not the kill target. Nick is, and he's taking big damage from the Bloodlust from Saul. But he's going to get slowed down with the Stormbolt. The double song from Meat Monk is going to stop any momentum back over onto Saul. Nick catching the Cocoon from Zhang Bahai, respecting that burst pressure from F tier. And that was a go, but it wasn't enough. However, can Zhang Bahai get the follow-up song onto Meat? No, he gets stopped on it. Laro's still taking a huge amount of pressure. He's going to have to trade his own die by the sword as well as the burrow. F tier have 5 seconds left on their Cocoon, however, but lots of cooldowns just committed from them.
Arrows, battle stance, Avatar, Warbreaker, triple capstun, massive damage on Jung Bahai.
That's the
lay on
lay.
hands. Finally, we see it go on cooldown at the 7.5-minute mark here for Drake at a critical moment where Jung Bahai's life flashed before his eyes. Meat Monk makes a trade. They punch the life Cocoon out of the game at 38% dampening. It's not going to be absorbing too much, and this is where the enhanced shaman starts to fall off. All the off healing, all of that utility that they have starts to be just way less valuable. They need to get a kill soon. I think momentum will swing more and more in favor. And when we get deeper in dampening, watch what Drake does. I think he's going to adapt and start getting into melee range more than he has been. He's still at range right now. He's calling it paralyzed. Meep goes for a song. He's going to get that on Drake. Jung Bahai dispels it, uses Life Cocoon. Nick trinkets to turn it around with the double shockwave on the Bloodlust. He leaps away from the Bloodlust. Lara sleeps after him. Saul can't get back. Nick charges in for the win. Is this going to be it? Meep with no CDs. Deep in dampening. Saul running away. And we saw this episode already where Saul was running for his life. He's going for a hex on Jung Bahai. Punishes that Chi Torpedo. Good punish. Can he get back in and do some damage, though? He gets a capstone on the healer out of that. He's really trying to put his team back in the game despite being at a disadvantage this late into the match. His Doomwinds is still 30 seconds away. He's caught in the shockwave. Drake is still not stacking. He just wants to limit Laros' damage potential with sweeping strikes, and Nick is building up more and more damage, but Laros is actually still on his heels, even with Drake playing like this. Life Cocoon on Saul. Meep just immediately trinkets. Stun on Nick, trying to blast him through. Not enough damage. Jung Bahai with good positioning. Mana teeing for the potential late stages of this match. We're almost 9 minutes into this Zugfest.
I don't know about the turbo into the Ret Warrior. I'm going to be so for real. I feel like they have the tools. They just can't mess up. But here's the CC. The Sank gets Zhang behind out of that CC. Drake's completely okay. This is the Bloodlust. This is the Cocoon to trade on the Bloodlust. They broke right through it. We are at 48% dampening, and that means both sides have to deal with that. But the double shockwave, Saul's in trouble. He pops that Astral Shift. He pops that wall as Meat Monk gets put into the Hodge. But the cleave damage goes out onto Lars as well. Died by the sword getting committed. The blinding light out from Drake. I didn't even know he was running that. Makes sense that he is. The double shockwave to follow it up to stop the damage over out onto Drake and Nick. Zhang Bahai caught into that Stormbolt. No follow-up CC just yet. The in cap goes out onto Meat Monk. Nothing to follow it up on him either. Neither team wants to get caught out of position. Gonna want to get caught into that CC chain. Saul looking for the Hex. He is not able to land it, however. Nick reconnecting on the Saul.
Oh, no.
This Cocoon is just getting chopped through, Supa.
This is just run, Saul, run. Demolish is going to hit. He gets paralyzed on the Demolish before he can go off. That was crazy by Meep right there. He just stopped the biggest hit of that demolish by using the paralyze, but Saul is still just on the ropes, popping burrow, digging beneath the ground, hoping they forget he's in the arena, because if he gets targeted for the next couple of seconds, he's got basically nothing here. Mana heavily in favor, defensive cooldowns heavily in favor of Welcome to the Zhang. F-tier need a miracle.
Bloodlust.
They need a one-hit wonder. They need the biggest crits they've ever seen in their lives if they're going to win this, because Nick is on their heels right now. Saul is grappling away, trying to jump to Zhang Bahai, but Nick is still there, stormbolting him, pinning him in place. Drake is ready, ramping up, getting holy power for some big connects. Double fear. Zerker shouted, but what is Meep going to do? He's out of crowd control with 0 mana. Double shockwave on both of his teammates. He's pinned by the Spear of Bastion. He has no burrow to escape. He's edging the corner of it to try and get away from the attacks. They spear Zhang Bahai. They're going for the miracle, but Zhang Bahai just blocks it. Fortifying Brew, Shaylun's gift. He's trying to hex in desperation on the Ret Paladin. Laros is just dying while he's spinning like a ballerina in the middle of the map. They're flailing to try and get mana. They're just struggling. They're suffering. The agony is about to be put to its end with this leg sweep. Hammer of Justice. So close to the win. Saul's off healing, but it's so deep into dampening. Life Cocoon looks like a power word shield. They're going to cut it down, but Meep refuses to die. He refuses to give up. They're going to try and get whatever miracle they can. A double blinding light comes in from Drake. Saul is still kiting around, trying to avoid damage. His healer, he's going for the win. He's popping Bloodlust, and he explodes on the push. Drake bubbles for insult to injury, like, yeah, bro, I still had this.
Exactly. He still has pop too, man. Like, F-tier, don't get me wrong. There was a moment where they swapped over onto Zhang Bahai with the cross CC onto Drake. It was a little scary, but other than that, that was welcome to the Jung's game from start to finish, and they will take a serious lead 2-0 here in the upper bracket quarters.
Okay, this does not look good anymore. I don't think this matchup can work for them unless Zhang Bahai like chokes in early game. If they get him to choke and they can kill him, then sure. But as soon as it gets to late game, Zhang is just so good in the late game. I don't know how they do it. They always calculate the best comp for dampening, the best comp where they can just focus on retreat, just get as much damage output and out mana them and just play for attrition no matter what the meta is, man. They're always winning. They switch. Doesn't it Mistweaver meta? He's never played Mistweaver, whatever. He's now apparently the best Mistweaver. Okay. And he's just able to keep the game going, finding a Ret Paladin comp as the niche answer in this type of situation, because last time these teams went to game 5, it went the distance, it went the whole way, and now it's looking completely lopsided and one-sided for them at the moment. So where do we go? What do we do from here? What is going to be the maneuver? I might say something crazy here.
Say it, Supa.
Should I say it? Because it might be crazy.
I think you should say it, bro.
I think something that they have never played yet should be a consideration.
Okay.
I think they should consider. They played Ellie Feral. I would like to see them try Enhance Feral.
Whoa.
And use Hex and Clone and be like a crowd control focused melee cleave. Because I think that could counter Zhang Bahai with this comp at least. With Ret Warrior. With Hex and Clone. I think you'd have enough CC and Song of Chi-Ji. You'd have enough CC to actually win. Because that's the main problem for them, is that Saul is kind of threatening, but he's the only one that's threatening as far as crowd control. And Laros isn't getting as much value because they're not stacking. So the Feral Druid would still get value with bleeds. Maybe it's terrible. I'm just throwing something to the winds here. We saw, you know, at the BlizzCon finals, his name, I think his character's name was PP Cat. He played Feral Enhance. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and they did very well with it as well.
Maybe there's some chance here, because this is not it. They're going hook point. They're gonna Zug. It's gonna be some type of Zug.
This is welcome to the Jung's answer to Turbo. It has to be. I mean, I talked to Zhang. They said, you know, they're scared of the Turbo. They locked us in the blind pick. Man, I'm a big fan of sticking to your guns, but welcome to the Jung. They told me that they are focusing on diversifying their arsenal of compositions. And when you have like a steady team that, you know, trusts each other, that support each other, and you have those constructed threes where you can get the reps in on those other classes, it's a game changer. It's a complete game changer. Though you got to respect Meat Monk sticking to his guns, sticking to that class that is he's so well known for. I mean, it's in the name, right? Though I did talk to Meat Monk as well, and he said, you know, he's kind of ready to start diversifying his own healers after the nerfs. So maybe he's already getting some. I saw him get some games in on the Holy Priest, but he's sticking to it. And they're mirroring their double Ret Paladin.
Sol Ret.
All right, baby. I'm ready for the double Ret Paladin, though. I will say that Drake
Who thought this series was going to be a Ret Paladin mirror in the final game?
I don't know.
From week 1 to week 2, like what?
Man, this is awesome. Drake already an honorary, warrior of light. He's definitely in the halls of Ret Paladins, even though that he plays lots of other classes. We have welcomed him to the clan with open arms. Is Saul capable? I know he's a good enhancement shaman. He's got the melee hybrid, protege going on. But is he a Ret Paladin as well? This is the test. Match point for him too.
I think they tried him on Ret last season. I don't remember it being too good. I think it was when Enhance wasn't that great and he was just bouncing around into different classes.
Ooh.
He's got the Rekful set.
I'm a fan of the katana.
He doesn't have
a fellow
axe,
weeboo.
He's not. It's not a full Rekful set. I think a Rekful. This is like the mop set that he used to have on his warrior anti-side. But he had like an axe, like
good
from
times,
some EDC heroic dungeon.
Yeah.
I think I have it, but the katana does look nice.
Oh,
Nick's interpretation, okay? Of the Rekful Mog, and he's got the Relentless Tabber. Every warrior loves that. I swear Smexon has that on every warrior. He has also the Relentless Tabber. Whenever I remember seeing him play, it's such a good tabber.
Like you said, every warrior. It's been there's 11 warriors that are still playing with that from that got rank 1 back then. It's like
every warrior, same setup, same go here. Nick is having a great performance this series, just ripping and roaring. But now it's going to be a mirror match. So is Saul going to do what Drake is doing? Are we about to see like 2 ranged Ret Paladins stand
pre-sanking every go
while the warriors are just hitting each other? Like, this is so weird how of matchup, because usually it's just a melee brawling in the middle on each other, but because the Ret Paladins play at range like a caster, it pulls the game in a weird dynamic where I feel like you can go different targets because of it. JUNG is just full
the Grim Reaper, dude.
Edgelord, full Edgelord Mistweaver set. What is that?
That
sword?
hat is fire, dude. That hat is sick.
What is that? The Prey Seeker's Spear. Oh, it's a spear.
I think that's hat just part of the set, but man, it looks so cool. I don't know. It reminds me of I love that other hat too. Where it looks like the plague hat with the huge nose or whatever. That is paying homage to that hat that had the air filtration. But anyway, the game has started. We have seen the DPS increase from the sweet transmogs, but both of these teams are connecting immediately. Zhang Bahai putting Laros into that Song of Chi. It's going to get dispelled up real quick. And it looks like Cocoon already being committed out from Meat Monk early. Interesting.
Zhang Bahai was going in for crowd control there. They're going to use the fear instead. He gets caught. Are they going to go Zhang Bahai still? They're really trying to pressure the Mistweaver, which, I mean, as Ret Warrior, we never seen a Ret Warrior mirror in the current meta. So this is literally going to be, the strategy will be constructed as we go, I think, here between the teams to see which ends up being ultimately superior. I really like the double stuns. I think that's a standard setup. So we saw Meep get stunned and Saul get stunned at the same time. Oh my god,
dude.
That is a classic setup that is putting Welcome to the JUNG ahead in this moment in time.
The throughput from Drake and Nick is pretty strong, I would say. Saul has a little bit of an edge in the DPS over Drake, however. Hand to Sacrifice going to be committed out onto Zhang Bahai on that swap immediately. Drake is not letting anyone look at his healer for too long. Laros is still pushing in on them. That's the Cocoon onto Saul yet again. Man, Meat Monk is just pressing that thing for the damage. He thinks that this is going to be a late game, and it very well might be. Wall is going to be committed out for Saul. Double leg sweep, however, from Zhang Bahai. Shockwave onto Nick. Stormbolt onto Zhang Bahai. They're swapping over onto him, but Sanctuary is immediately going to be used by Drake, backing up his Windwalker yet again, and Saul is just taking so much damage.
Yeah. It's weird. F tier haven't attacked the Ret Paladin the entire series, and now as soon as Drake sees the Ret Paladin, he's hitting is the Ret. I wonder if they've just had the wrong target from F tier throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean,
look at it's all Saul. It's just never not Saul on the Ret Paladin that they are attacking with a little bit of collateral cleave, but they're spearing him, they're focus firing him, and is this just gonna be a Ret Paladin race? Are they gonna adapt in time? I feel like they're falling behind the more time they're not spending making that trade. Even though the damage meter, actually, Nick is way ahead on the damage. What am I saying? 2 million damage ahead right now. That is going to be, that is going to end the game if that keeps up. That is single-handedly going to end the game if it keeps up between these teams.
I think a big reason to why that's happening is because they are hitting the Ret Paladin. Because, like you were saying earlier, Drake, he's been doing a good job staying away, staying, far away from everyone, so they can't cleave them as much. However, if you're attacking the Ret Paladin, you force the warrior next to the Ret Paladin, and all of a sudden there's cleave. Now all of a sudden you're able to get those double shockwaves and what have you. And Drake is very cognizant of that. You can tell by his positioning. But there we go. go. There is the Sank right before the Stormbolt. You give Drake even a sliver of an opening, and he will get his healer out of that CC very quick with those Sanks.
All right, Laros going after Drake, but Life Cocoon is up. Full Hammer Justice
Triple
Shockwave.
CC.
I feel like the stun setups from Welcome to the Jung are also cleaner. Look
Yeah.
at this, into a Song of Chi-Ji. That might even get a Divine Shield. Remember, it took them 11 minutes to get Drake to bubble, and he didn't even really need to. So if they get Sol to bubble in 3 minutes, I don't know how you're going to win later into the match. Nick is still maintaining his lead, almost 2 million above Laros. Drake is now neck and neck, at least with Sol, but I think the warrior damage is going to be way more critical in this matchup. They paralyze, but they don't stun. This is what I'm saying. Like the cross CC is lacking a bit here from F tier as far as their coordination. They're kind of just throwing damage out, finding a couple of CCs, but they're not coordinated in their efforts. I think that coordination element from Welcome to the Jung is going to give them an edge. They disarm Nick here on the Avatar. It's one way to catch up on the damage meter, is to focus crowd control during that Avatar window.
Yeah, hard agree. You know, Nick might be topping the meters, but he also has that presence of mind of stopping that follow-up Song of Chi-Ji onto Zhang Bahai over and over and over. Another pre-sank, immediately making this blind even shorter onto Zhang Bahai. Drake's just keeping that backup onto Zhang Bahai all game long, and it's keeping him aggressive, keeping his team healthy, and keeping them confident as they push deeper into dampening.
It's all repositioning here, getting close to Zhang Bahai. Trying to threaten him with crowd control. Not utilizing it just yet, though. He's swapping on Zhang Bahai. He used the Wake of Ashes there. Oh, no, he's met in the Shockwave. He trinkets it, but he can't stop the
Full
song.
song, man.
He's in a bit of danger here. Trying to reposition away.
Ooh, the Hodge. Oh, he's okay.
Take out Zhang Bahai. I feel like the strategies are so different. Like F tier, they want to kill Zhang. That's just so obvious every single game. And whereas Drake, they've just focused Sol every single round. It's interesting. Like literally every game, no matter what the comp is, that's strategy that they decide to run, and the strategy is working out better for Welcome to the Jung so far, now with almost 3 million damage lead for Nick. They do get a triple leg sweep from Meep, a chance to start getting more damage out here, a triple fear, but Berserker Shout's going to remove that right away. Here's the Avatar window. Do they have a disarm for this? Nick is not getting disarmed. He's getting big uptime on this Avatar right now. He's going to get even more pressure from this. Oh, a double Shockwave Hodge.
Oh,
so on top of
big.
the coordination. The coordination from there, the overall higher damage and the coordination, F tier need to clean this up. Otherwise, I think Welcome to the Jung is going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, you got to cover that Rep Paladin. You got to CC that Rep Paladin if you're going to stun up the healer for a CC chain. If you don't, that Sank is definitely going to go out at this caliber of player. They're going to find those windows, and they're going to get that. They're going to free up that healer. So those double shockwaves not only slow down the damage, not only make them more vulnerable to taking more damage, but it also prevents them from getting them out of CC. Like right here, Zhang Bahai is caught into that full Hodge, but the Cocoon preemptively is going to make everyone completely A-okay. Sol going to go ahead and Sank Meat Monk as well. Cocoon just being used, I feel like, almost like a throughput, it feels like, to make sure to catch those like little opportunities, maybe even to save some of that mana. But the triple blind, they don't have a follow-up song, but this will be the bop. I believe that bop is actually out on Sol, so he's going to have a window where he's going to be in forbearance. If they're able to do something with it, Larus now taking a bunch of pressure is going to pop the die by the sword, and as we get into 30% dampening, this is not the position you want to be in for F tier.
I can't remember. There was an interview like way back in the day, probably a decade ago, with Talbadar when he won, and he was talking about like what they do when they're in a tournament when there's a lot of pressure, and he was always just like, keep it simple, have a game plan, this is our strategy, and just repeat it over and over. And that's what Welcome to the Jung have. It doesn't sound super flashy. Stun the healer and stun the red at the same time.
Right.
Not super flashy, but it's effective, and they're doing it more consistently than F tier are, and I think it's building them an advantage. It's building them a lead on overall damage. It's building them a lead on cooldowns. See, Hammer of Justice on Zhang Bahai, no cross stun. It's just only Zhang Bahai and stun. No shockwave, no double. They do get a fear on Drake here, at least, to pull him out of the game and to paralyze at the same time. But the coordination is in favor of Welcome to the Jung. So I feel like the only way Welcome to the Jung lose this game if it keeps continuing like this is if Zhang Bahai doesn't have his port down or something, or he's out of range or something like that. Possibly they could sneak away with a win on that front, but
Oh my
Sol is
gosh.
just having to run for his life. Meep's into paralyze. It could be a divine shield, and they're getting pressure on Drake here. Oh, it's a race to the finish right now. Laros is intervening over while he's disarmed. They're trying to swap to Zhang Bahai, but he gets Sanctuary.
There's
There's no coordinated stun. So they're just going to remove that Hammer of Justice. Sol is pinned by the spear, getting demolished by Nick right now. He can't escape Nick's clutches, and now he's a 3 million damage lead over the past 7 minutes. That is starting to really be tough for Meep, and he has to Divine Shield. Now he's down he doesn't have late.
man.
He's used Bop, he's used Bubble, and look at Drake. He has all three. He's still just that small little detail of coordination is building them such a huge advantage over the late game.
Yeah, it's death by 1,000 cuts here for F tier. They are back against the wall. Welcome to the jungle, showing their dominance as we move forward into this game. Cocoon going to be committed as big damage lands out onto Saul, but the cleave is happening on the Laros. Meat Monk has his work cut out for him. He's caught into that full stun. No Sank available to get him out of it. And as 40% dampening, this is going to get harder and harder for this momentum to be swapped around in their favor. It looks like Zhang Bahai not caught in any CC just yet. Drake is feeling completely fine throughout this. Solid now pushing in. It looks like they're actually going to swap over onto Zhang Bahai. If there's any full stun CC, they need to cross CC Drake to make sure not to get sanked out of it. But Zhang Bahai just taking a bit of pressure so far. He seems so confident. I mean, he's sitting in the middle map trying to get a Song of Chi Ji. I mean, there's the Hodge. Where's the Sank? Sank immediately going to be used. Avatar popped for Nick. Saul's got to be troubled. He's got nothing left. They got Cocoon, but at 43% dampening, a cleave comp like Welcome to the Jungs could easily cut through it.
You know, one advantage, though, from Saul having to use defensives is that the game is so long, he might get 2 of them. So his lay on hands is actually coming off cooldown. That might be a saving grace in some element. Jung Bahai revivals here. They're getting more coordinated. That was a triple stun from F tier. And at the critical moment when we're in dampening.
Right.
So maybe they can still pull this off if they can keep that coordination as we're at the 9-minute mark here. They're targeting down Jung Bahai, but Laros is disarmed. He can't trinket. Meep gets sanked out of the stun. Coordination is starting to slip from Welcome to the Jung. Lay on hands just came off cooldown. Maybe there's some possibilities here, but they're on the back foot. They're lower on mana. They're lower on momentum. They're lower on cooldowns. Even Drake is starting to get an overall damage lead right now. They're trying to pull a miracle on Jung Bahai. They pin him down with the spear. He uses Yulons, gets a big shield from that. He's able to stabilize. Nick can't get out of there with his Blade Storm just yet. Looking to reconnect. It's all moving in. Stun. There, they're getting more coordinated. That forced a Bless Your Protection. Just one instance of stunning at the same time, and they got a cooldown that Welcome to the Jungle were able to force like minutes ago. And Saul, lay on hands, available, pops it, and it still goes through dampening, but they've killed him through it. Oh my god, he needs 2 health bars. He needs 3 health bars to recover right now. Oh no, it's healers in his sleep. They're on match point. They're going to be sent down to the lower bracket at any moment. Song hits the whole team. Meep, what are you going to do, man? How do you pull this off? Your team is so far behind on every single front, but he's done it, at least for a couple of seconds, restabilizing the entire team, trying to give them some sort of opportunity. There's no trinket on Warrior. Possibly they could 100-0 him in a stun. Drake moves in. Hammer of Justice. He overlaps Trinket with Sanctuary, though, from Saul. It's a big overlap. They're panicking. They're on match point, and they're panicking. They need Jung Bahai to choke. They need him to choke, or they can't win.
There's a Sank out of that Hodge, but Zhang Bahai's Cocoon did get chopped through just about immediately at 54% dampening. So if they can reconnect on them, it could be over. But at the same time, Laros and Saul, they got to be careful. They're dipping down low. Meat Monk's mana is in trouble. A double blind is going to slow things down and let Meat Monk.
20 seconds
but
for
the
Saul.
full Hodge, no Sank available on the Meat Monk. Saul knows it. He's going to get away.
15 seconds.
He gets caught into that sphere. Nick trying to connect. Drake trying to connect. The double shockwave keeps him alive. Saul's on the run. Welcome to the jungle. Smell blood in the water, but the FD are doing a good job peeling and buying themselves time. And now Saul has bubble back, Supa.
His bubble back. Oh my god, can they actually do this? Is Jung Bahai going to choke? Saul is going to have to bubble as soon as he gets it.
There it is.
He still has Bob. He might have to press it on Laros because they're going to swap to him during this Divine Shield. They're just trying to run Jung Bahai down. They're desperate. This is Despy times for F tier. They need Jung Bahai to choke in one of these setups. Is he going to do it? Is he going to throw the game? The series should be over. They do get the triple. They swap on the Warrior. No trinket on him. Forcing the life cocoon. It's not a major cooldown this deep into dampening. Jung Bahai repositions. Laros leaps forward. He fears him. Berserker Shout removes it. They still have Sanctuary. They still have a lot of options, but things could get hectic this deep into dampening. Almost 11 and a half minutes into this game. Can they actually do it? They were at such a massive deficit, but Meep has somehow actually surmounted Jung Bahai in mana at this point, single-handedly carrying the team in that element, but double leg sweep hits both of his members. He's paralyzed in the back. He can't carry in that paralyzed. He's fully slept. Saul bops immediately. They get lucky. He gets a shattering throw for the execute, and Saul gets dunked. Welcome to the Jung. Close it. 3-0. Jung come back even better than last time. Did you think they couldn't get better? They can still get better. They can still evolve. They can still adapt. And now F tier in the lower side.
That was not a 3-2 series, Super Tees. That was not a 3-2 series at all. Welcome to the jungle. Look dominant. That was a close encounter a few times in that last game. But man, to me, that looked like a solid performance from Welcome to the Jungle. A complete surprise from last Cup. And they have proven that they are the team to beat in North America as they move up in the upper bracket, knocking F tier down.
Yeah, even better than last time here. And they were way more polished on the Ret Warrior. They just understood the strategies. F tier was just kind of like reaching for a hope that Zhang Bahai makes a mistake because he's new on Monk type of deal, and that did not work out for them. And honestly, that was brutal, man. You just got 11-minute
Yeah.
losses in a row. Do you understand what that does to your mental? Like, just one 11-minute game and you're just like fried. You're just like, what am I gonna, I can't think anymore. Like, that's brutal, man. Like, to have that type of engagement and you lost, and now you're on the lower side. And I don't remember the bracket with who they flipped to fight on the lower side.
Mama on stream. Yeah.
Mama on, it's a Cleavemere.
Yeah.
They gotta go Cleavemere into Cleavemere back to back.
Brutal.
Cleavemere's used to be fast. What happened?
That's a great question. I feel like I don't know what region.
Everything. I mean, yeah, just bring it to the distance. What can you say?
I guess so. Yeah. What a surprise also with these compositions that we saw, honestly, on both sides. That Red Paladin from Welcome to the Jung. Is that something that you think we'll see once again, D Machine?
I hope so. I mean, it definitely was a specific composition, in my opinion, for F tier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Welcome to the Jung. They've said to me before their strategy is to be well prepared on the composition front of things. So it just feels like they can curate whatever it is that they're putting together for their opponent, and that is a terrifying prospect for anyone that faces them in this bracket.
Yeah, curate and curate they did. Well
Just
done
rub
to
it
them.
in
You
production.
guys-
It's cool. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
yeah. I know, it's okay. I mean, honestly, like, I was prepared for F tier to lose, but not like that. Not 3-0. That's
was
incredible.
wild.
F tier, they've got more series to play. They're still in it. They're down there in the lower bracket, like these guys said. Mom, I'm on stream is who they're going to be facing later in this bracket. But I wonder how they're feeling right now. I mean, they've got a chance to get a rematch, but they're gonna have to claw their way out from this upper bracket. If they beat Mom, I'm on stream, they're gonna be playing either Shuffle Club and Guild Bean, and those two teams are also having an incredible weekend, despite it being down there in the lower bracket. Super T's, there's so much going on down there.
Well, I mean, this is an important week for Shuffle Club and F tier because the top 3 position from Direwolves.
Right.
I don't know what the standings look like as a result of this finish. I think they need to go further than this to take their spot. But like, look at F tier, like right on the heels of Direwolves, Shovel Club right on the heels of Direwolves. That's what they're playing for right now, both of them in this next series. If they can advance a little bit further, grab that 3rd place position, because if you get top 3, you're guaranteed North American position. And there's only 1 cup left. And if Direwolves didn't make top 8 last time, it could happen again. So you might just be sitting comfortably there in the 3rd if you can grab it this weekend.
You definitely could. Well, we'll be keeping an eye on the standings, but we're going to be moving on into a break. We've got that series coming up, Shuffle Club versus Guild Bean. I feel like this is going to be another exciting one. Shuffle Club, they are the LATAM team that did so well. They really surprised all of us in their series earlier today. Guild Bean, they've got that double Windwalker or double Monk composition, and we're going to be seeing what they have in store for us coming up next after this break. We'll be right back.
Not bad at all. No, not a chance. Nope. Off with you. Top-notch craftsmanship guaranteed.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is the Shuffle Club versus Guild Bean. Guild Bean coming off of a win here in the lower bracket. Shuffle Club just got sent down here in a pretty tough series. D Machine. It was game 5. They surprised all of us.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, did fall to Gators back. But I mean, based on these factors, how do we feel like the series is going to go?
Well, either way, I'm expecting it to be pretty fast the way that this DK Hunter composition seems to play. They kind of go face, and I'm a big fan of face. So the question is, are we going to see a mage come out from Guild Bean, and how are they going to hold up against the onslaught that this team has shown they're capable of against mages? Or are we going to see that crazy double Windwalker composition, or maybe something completely different? I mean, the roster on Guild Bean has some high-end players that have been capable of multi-classing in the past. Maybe we get a surprise. But personally, I cannot wait. The Shuffle Club has really earned a fan out of me this season, and I've been really excited to watch their series. Not just because they seem to explode things out of nowhere, but also because they just seem like really down to earth folk who, they're playing for fun, representing their Shuffle Guild. I mean, how are you not a fan of that?
I agree. I feel like my favorite thing that happens in AWC is like we get these teams every once in a while, like the Shuffle Club, where they kind of just like seems like, at least from our perspective, they sign up for fun. They don't know how they're going to do, and then they kind of blow us all away in terms of their performance. So I feel like we're kind of seeing that develop right in front of us with the Shuffle Club. But Zico, Guild Bean, they're going to be a tough team. What do you want to see from them?
I want to see Chun-Li on the Windwalker, and I actually want to see Ceralium on the Frost Mage. I feel like he locked in Fire Mage in their first series, and it worked out for them, but I wasn't convinced. I don't think it's going to work as well against the MM Hunter. So I actually want to see Ceralium on the Frost Mage. If they play him, if they play a mage at all, then that's what I want to see. And I think Chun on the Windwalker looked so good today. So definitely keep that guy in.
True.
I am surprised, D-Machine, with the chat predictions that we're seeing right now. I would have thought Guild Bean would have won this vote, at least from
That's
chat.
crazy.
They're catching up a little bit, but I mean, the Shuffle Club, they made a fan out of you, D-Machine. It seems like they made a fan out of chat as well.
Chat has spoken. They have said, "Come to Brazil," and they're putting their points where their mouth is. Is that how the saying goes? Yeah, that
Money where the
right.
mouth, you points. Yeah. Got it.
I nailed it. All right, predictions. Listen.
Let's hear it. I'm listening. That's me.
I said. Wait, it was you. I said 3-2 in favor of Shuffle Club last series, and I got I missed it by a hair. Does that mean I'm going to falter? No. I am going to say 3-1 for Shuffle Club.
3-1 Shuffle Club. Wow. All right, Zico.
You're welcome,
How do you
Chen.
respond?
I like that David is sticking with it. He believes in his in the Shuffle Club. He's not disappointed by the performance. However, I respond with
Was this Yu-Gi-Oh? I activate my
it's
tap
3-1.
card, Chun-Li.
the opposite. I think Chun is going to murder Vigorista. That's what I think. I think the game goes long enough, and then the Chun factor just kicks in. And it's going to be some big Rising Sun kicks.
It's bad.
I'm struggling with this prediction. I really am struggling with this prediction. I think, though, I'm going to go with Chun as well.
Super Tease, my
I
man.
feel like, so, hey, you know what? He's had some good picks. He's had some terrible picks. He's also had some good picks. But yeah, I think I'm going to go Guild Bean 3-2. I think it'll be close. Guild Bean 3-2. I think it's going to be game 5. But yeah, it seems like it might be a little bit quicker D-Machine, especially compared to last series. Not a lot of damp games here between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean,
Wishful thinking, perhaps.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, listen, the Shuffle Club that showed that they can rotate through their defensive cooldowns efficiently, even when, like, basically running around a pillar and the Death Knight just line of sighting his healer all game with, like, a rogue, like, peeling the healer and getting, like, cross CC on the healer. So it seems like this team is used to this, like, really aggressive play style, and that just seems to be where they shine. So because of that, it gives you some opportunities to catch your opponent off guard, but simultaneously it forces you to trade maybe not the most efficiently. And I'm a big fan of watching that, but it usually doesn't lead to a longer game, which I'm also kind of a big fan of. But this prediction makes a little bit more sense to me now, a little bit more even from the chat between these two teams.
We convinced them.
Yeah. I mean, Guild Bean is so good. There's so many players in that roster that are just unreal. But the Shuffle Club, I mean, they've definitely garnered some fans from the second cup.
They certainly are. So if you are a fan, it is time to give them your energy. A very important matchup on both sides. Shuffle Club versus Guild Bean, game number 1, Zico.
All right, let's see it here. And we are going to keep Ceralium on the Fire Mage, Chun on the Windwalker, and Kearney on the Mistweaver. And we are going to see that Mage Deletation cleave from the side of the Shuffle Club. Rocking the Frost DK once again with Vigorista, and Beal on that Marksmanship Hunter. And Ceralium, he's had a tough day.
Yeah, dude.
Everyone wants to lead him.
Yeah, he dealt with a BM Hunter that was just on him from start to finish, and now Vigorista's like, yeah, hey, I'll sit behind this pillar all day until you get off of your Ceralium. And he's like, Mage is acquired. And there is the grip to start things off, as well as the Tiger's Lust, as this DK continues to reconnect. Beal lighting up Ceralium as Kearney's caught into that full trap. Ceralium's just on the run. The stun to follow it up on the Kearney, but Ceralium's alter time is going to top him off immediately after that, but not a huge amount of cooldowns committed. Still True Shot aura available, and here's the double disorient from Vigorista into the double stun. Huge pressure going onto that Mage, and that was a very scary dip.
I thought he's cauterized proc there. That was so fast. That heal really came in clutch there from Kearney, but still, Ceralium is not feeling safe yet.
Gosh,
there he actually did proc. He actually did proc right there. A huge amount of damage coming in from the Shuffle Club right now. Just shuffling the deck here, looking for the next opening onto Ceralium. Can he get his Ice Block? He's going to be Vigorista on the back foot for a little bit, but he still has a lot of defensive cooldowns. Did have to use his Trinket in that exchange. Beal also using that Roar of Sacrifice, but still a lot of cooldowns to respond with. Chun-Li's got that Zenith, and that's going to be the next big hit here onto Vigorista. The strat is very simple here for Guild Bean. They just want to survive and let Chun delete something eventually with Zenith. And they make it to that point, though. Chun is also getting targeted right now, taking a tremendous amount of damage.
Dude, this DK is like a raid boss. He's terrifying, but he gets caught into a leg sweep. He's dipping down. Oh my gosh, that was touch of death range, and he somehow lives through it. And Tony Black holds on to his cocoon. Insane presence of mind from the Shuffle Club. Did not overreact when Vigorista basically was on nothing. Like, I think he had a sliver of health there. It's in! He just gets deleted! Unreal pressure from the combustion of Ceralium. He says, you can global, so can I. And Guild Bean takes game 1.
What is going on? This is NA, dude. You blink for a second and you miss it, man. Ceralium did such a nice play there. He got the sheep onto Tony, and then he instantly sheeped Tony's trinket. He predicted he was going to trinket, recasted another sheep, Tony trinkets into another sheep, and that's what led to that moment where Vigorista dropped to 1% HP. I mean, here's a little bit earlier in the match where Ceralium just walks out of nothing. He's just, yeah, all right. I guess that's my cauterize right now. Here is that moment. Look at Ceralium here. Sheep, and then boom, on the trinket right here. Tony trinkets into another sheep, and then Kearney honestly could have gotten the touch of death there if he was on the same page as Ceralium and Chun, but didn't matter because in the next 5 seconds here, Ceralium decided to just pop the combust and just absolutely erase Vigorista here. Actually, with no crowd control on Tony. Yeah, he just erased him.
With Cocoon
Zenith
available.
And combust.
Bit of a blunder from Shuffle, honestly. I mean, that was really fast. It makes total sense, but that is a game 1. That's in the Grand Arena. That's a big deal. If this goes the distance, that could be what decides the entire series. But Shuffle Club can't tilt. They got to keep going. They got to keep pushing forward. They did get knocked down to the lower bracket. They need these points. And I know it would mean the absolute world if this team was able to make it all the way to BlizzCon. We'd all want to see that. Guild Bean, also a team that we expect great things from. The pressure is on as we move forward into this series, and I just can't wait. As we can see, this is an explosive matchup. Very exciting stuff. Game number 2, I just want to get into it immediately. Queue up. Let's go.
Yep. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. I was like, I don't really like the fire mage in this matchup, but at the same time, if he didn't have that cheat depth, Serrano would have just died like
Yeah,
many
true.
mages before him this weekend.
Hey, that's a good point. Like
think
double
every
ice
mage-
block? What?
I think every single mage actually has died without blocking at this point. Like every single top mage, we've seen Tessia go down without blocking. We've seen Raikou go down without blocking. We've seen Maru die without blocking. We've seen Calvish die without blocking. We've seen basically every single top tier mage in both regions die pre-block. But that's one of the strengths of that fire mage, of that sheet def. When things get a little bit tricky and greeted sometimes with that. But Shuffle Club locking in hook points.
All right. The death closet that smells like fish. Dude, you know that map smells crazy. You know it does. There's like goop, mystery goop everywhere, and like a giant, like dead shark. That's terrifying. But I do love that giant shark. It reminds me of the movie Hook, which I named my animals after. Fun fact. But
Okay.
But here we go. We are on.
I thought
Hook
your
Point.
cat was named after Peter Pan.
Hook is about Peter Pan.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yeah, that's true, actually.
Oh wow, there it is.
Yeah,
Highly
Captain
recommend
Hook.
that
Yeah,
movie,
makes
by the way,
sense.
if you haven't seen it already. It's a throwback, but it's a good one.
I'll add it to my list. What do you think Ruins of Lordaeron smells like? Radioactive sludge?
Dude, oh, like a graveyard, bro. Oh, that's a good point. There is like that. I don't know. You know what I think it smells like? I think it smells like. Did you ever have to like dissect an animal in like school, and there was like that weird like?
Yeah.
I think that's what it smells like. It smells like a doctor's office that's seen some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like. Yeah, formaldehyde. Thank you. Oh, Cocoon already going to be popped immediately from the Zenith, not from the combustion. Big trade. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but the silence goes out into Ceruleum. He's immediately going to go ahead and racial out of that to remove it. Now the leg sweep out of it, and Ceruleum and Chun-Li are just lighting up this DK. They are not messing around, Z.
Yeah, absolutely. But Vigorista is feeling pretty confident right now. Back to full HP. Tony not in any crowd control, and they're feeling confident. Pushing! Oh my God! Ceruleum procs out of thin air once again. Beal pops off with the true shot, and he finds his mark right there, getting themselves the sheet depth. I mean, what do you do at this point? You have no life cocoon either. Ceruleum, if he leaves this pillar, he can just die pre-block. We've seen so many mages do it, but right now Vigorista in big trouble. Here's Kearney though, in a full freezing trap. Here we go. Ceruleum, what are you gonna do? Alter times, did they purge it? I think they might have actually purged it. And Ceruleum is just gonna use the blazing barrier with that overpowered barrier. No, he actually did get the full value of the altar. Nice altar there for Ceruleum. And now looking for the polymorphs here onto Tony. Not able to find them. Vigorista down to half HP here. That was a good push though. Ceruleum needs to be very careful. Anytime Beal is in his line of sight, it could just be lights out.
Yeah, absolutely. Chun-Li caught into a little baby stun there from the binding shot, but it looks like they're not even looking at him too much. They're not committing any damage to him whatsoever. Now Kearney pushing forward, but he sees it. The AMS, the cocoon being committed preemptively to respect this combustion, as Vigorista did go down to it before. Alter time, however, is still up, I believe, for there it is. It's going to get popped, and finally Vigorista can connect to this mage, and it could be a scary moment. The stun onto Kearney. Can he get the trap follow-up? He ports the trap. Vigorista is now the one on the back foot, but the double stun on the DPS will slow that down for now into the disarm out onto Vigorista as well, but he finally reconnects. The silence gets reversed back onto him. Kearney now pushing in, trying to get some CC out onto Tony Black. He sees it. He's going to pull back. Vigorista dripping down to half. Beal caught into the cross CC polymorph. Gilby doing a good job finding the control, slowing this down. Vigorista in some trouble as that leg sweep does land out onto him. No cocoon available just for 26 more seconds out from Tony Black, but his throughput seems to be a-okay. No CC just yet. And Ceruleum ice blocked air? Question mark?
I think he ice blocked the true shot there of Beal, but it felt like he was kind of out of line of sight. But at the same time, we've seen how fast these mages die. He definitely just didn't want to go down without using it, but now he's gonna have no cooldowns. But at the same time, here big combustion onto Vigorista. But Tony with a nice preemptive life cocoon. But like, look at Beal. He is absolutely tearing into this mage. He gets gripped in the open. That could be it. He's got no cauterize. What are they going to do? Kearney manages to trinket and save the day potentially. He's got the life cocoon. He's being
There it
greedy.
is.
Finally makes the trade. But
the
now they got
heck?
no trinket, no cauterize, no life cocoon. This is very, very scary territory here for Ceralium. If they get another freezing trap, it could just be over. They have big damage coming up here for Vigorista as well. And they're looking to push for the finish. Can they do it? Ceralium down to half HP. That's his ulti time. Already out. But Kearney stalling here with a nice offensive play, trying to just get some crowd control onto Beal there, but Beal does manage to make it out. Beal fishing for the trap. Ceralium knows, he blinked, he's stuck in the open field. No, he gets another blink there, reset with all the time. Tony pushing in, Vigorista pushing in. There's the full stun, and they get the freezing trap.
Nope.
They don't find it just yet, and so far Ceralium is going to be able to survive. Potentially, no, there's the Strangulate gets reversed there, back onto Vigorista, and now Vigorista actually taking a lot of damage from Chun, has to abandon the push.
All right. It's interesting that silence that gets reversed on Kearney over and over again. Maybe because he doesn't have wall to use it, he has a fortifying brew to do it. Maybe he could get swapped to. But listen, I am not the expert on how to global stuff. They are, and they so far what they've been doing has gotten them this far, and that is quite impressive indeed. Here in the lower quarters, the question is, can Shuffle Club close this out, or is Guild Bean gonna be able to find the winning formula against this team? The big combustion go will be immediately traded by Tony with that cocoon as well as the disarm. They respect the damage from this team so much, and that makes total sense. Look at the positioning of Guild Bean. They are so scared. They swap the damage over out onto Chun-Li. Kearney caught into that silence. No reverse available. The leg sweep, the pet stud. Chun-Li was just out of the game there for just a second. A scary moment indeed, but no cocoon available. This could be big deal damage onto Vigorista right now. This is the Zenith, but it does get stopped. The binding shot onto Kearney. No follow-up CC. I think they're actually hitting him a little bit. They are. They're hitting Chun-Li, actually. Is that going to be the Touch of Karma? No, not just yet. Touch of Karma is still on cooldown, but it's just anyone that's in line of sight of this team can just get lit up.
Yeah, Vigorista still down half HP though, feeling the pressure. Dampening is starting to ramp up. Ceralium has got his ice block back again. Doesn't have the cauterize though, so he can still die without using it, but still big pressure. Oh my goodness! He gets absolutely clobbered. The Shuffle Club shuffle up the strategy and absolutely delete Guild Bean.
What just happened, bro? I just got lightheaded. That was crazy. Unreal. You know Chun-Li, okay, I've done this too. You know Chun-Li's just throwing that Touch of Karma out because like, I'm not the kill target, whatever, bro. And then it was like, oh, you're gonna karma at us? Oh, thank you for the opportunity. Bada bing, bada boom, you dead. And it is tied up 1-1 here. That's just unreal. I love watching this team. I know I am a smorker deep down inside because it's stuff like this just makes me so happy.
Yeah, I mean, for you love watching Windwalkers. You get to watch Chun-Li, and for me, I get to watch
your worst nightmare.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was literally just about to say that. I get to watch someone else live through my worst nightmare. This is fantastic. So it's just anytime he just takes one step outside the pillar, they're like, nope, back behind you go. Or it's going to be a cauterize. But look at this deletation right here onto Chun-Li. Vigorista on the Frost DK. Look at those icy animations as well. You got the Lich King here just deleting your account. You can't do anything about it. You're just smelling dead sharks and rotten fish as you go down here in a stun 100-0. Jeez.
Oh, man. And down Chun-Li goes to Davy Jones's locker. There it is. Dude, we were criticizing this mage for blocking at like 100% health here, but after seeing that, it was valid. That was a valid block.
Yeah. I was like, could we have greeted that block? But then it's like, nah, I don't actually think we could have greeted that block.
Well, you were out of line of sight for 98% of the cooldown. Still probably block. Still press that block.
Chun-Li just getting soloed by a DK 70-0 in a second and a half. Yep. Looks good.
On my second monitor, I'm rolling a DK right now. This is sick.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing too many Frost DKs around, man. Because it looks like a lot of fun in Midnight playing the Frost DK. Vigorista is certainly having a lot of fun right now. The Shuffle Club, they need to win on Asherments though. against Guild Bean here.
True.
Guild Bean, what are they gonna do? Like after a game like that, do you think they're just gonna stick to the same comp, trust in the large map, trust in the large pillar, or do you think they're gonna change anything? Okay, never mind.
That's the worst part about getting global like that. He's like, oh, what's the outplay? He's like, oh, you probably should have touched a Karma at 100% health. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you do in those situations? It's got to be so frustrating. But this is kind of what this team has to offer. They have big damn. The question is, what's the chink in their armor? Where can they find an opportunity to turn things around? And I was saying this, I'm known for saying this, the best defense is a strong offense. And when you have the potent damage of these two DPS on the side of Shuffle Club, I mean, that the threat of alone is just getting cooldowns off the board. It's crazy. The mind games that are going down right now are wild. You need to be able to make the efficient trades if you want to take this team down, while simultaneously not getting caught off guard and getting friggin' globaled. This is a hard place to be for Guild Bean.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what they can do in game number 1, but honestly, the way this is playing out, I am kind of leaning towards the Shuffle Club. I feel like the Shuffle Club might be actually taking this serious. I mean, this map, of course, is going to be very important for the entire series, but I don't really believe in the Guild Bean strategy. So far, they had one kind of random, like, pre-CDs kill early on, but the way I envisioned this was a Frost Mage running around the pillar, kind of like Calvish, and then Chun-Li eventually globaling something. But the way the Shuffle Club is playing it, the way they're setting up their kills, the way they're finding the bursts, it's making it really tough for Guild Bean to do anything right now. So we'll see if they can take down Vigorista on that DK. So far, he is looking pretty healthy. They got all their cooldowns to work with here in game number 3.
And the Zenith got completely stopped by the Disorient. I mean, usually you use that as like a grip, double Disorient go, and Vigorista's like, I got my stun from my dragon, so... But here we go. Here's another Zenith that's going to be coming in, immediately going to be trading out that Cocoon from Tony Black. He sees that they're going to respect that damage as well as the combustion from Chun-Li. A nice, efficient trade here for the Shuffle Club as they push in. Now Ceralium's got to be careful. Look at the Grim Reaper Scythe, dipping him down to half here, immediately swapping the damage over out onto Chun-Li as the full trap lands. Momentum in favor of the Shuffle Club yet again. Beal and Vigorista just in their face with the True Shot aura running, and Ceralium knows that he's going for the Ring of Frost. He does land that Ring of Frost, it looks like, but Vigorista is still on his tail. He's got to be careful himself. He's caught into a leg sweep. Wow, a nice Ring of Peace back into the Ring of Frost, but it doesn't matter as Beal's on the back line just like lighting up this Mage Force in the Cocoon.
Yeah, but they did get the Vigorista's trinket right there with that leg sweep. Wait, did they get the Karma as well here on Chun? This is looking pretty good, actually. You can see him get deleted maybe a little bit later, but Vigorista right now, they're not feeling too confident to push in. Wants to get aggressive, but not really finding the confidence to push behind that pillar. So far, the game is going pretty well here for Guild Bean. And they get on top of Vigorista, though, is the question. Big damage coming in, and he is going to immediately just respect the situation here, fading out the Icebound Fortitude as well. Vigorista's got no stun breakers. He could get stunned for the next Zenith or the next Combustion and get absolutely clapped here. It's going to be up to Tony to save the day.
It absolutely is. I mean, this DK is playing a little bit more scared. I mean, he's dipping down a little bit more often, and he doesn't seem to want to push in just yet, but that was the full trap, and they're not really getting a whole lot done with it. Even Chun-Li is being cautious of this, but there's the disarm onto Vigorista on his go. Regardless, it's going to be countered with Kearney's Cocoon there on top of it all. It's just the absolute respect that Guild Bean has for this team's damage, I think, is completely justified. Vigorista trying to push in. He feels like his welcome has been overstayed as he dips down to half. Nothing available to him besides the Cocoon from Tony Black to save the day yet again.
Yeah, Ceralium finally taking some damage here, but he's just doing such a good job being defensive and just kind of avoiding the fight right now, and then just kind of dipping in whenever they're going after Chun-Li and getting some work done. Angus Breath onto Beal into a polymorph. Ceralium just buying a little bit of time, being a little bit annoying there towards the MM Hunter, dropping a preemptive Ring of Frost around him, but he gets kicked on it. Could be an opportunity here. We saw the Shuffle Club delete Calvish in just a kick 100-0, but Ceralium not going to be suffering that same fate.
Okay.
Trades out the alter time there.
Not a whole lot.
rapid
Oh,
fire.
not a whole lot accomplished. He's got to be careful. It was a lot of damage from Ceralium immediately. Oh, but there's the pet stun. Ceralium trying to eat the trap. No trap follow-up onto Kearney, but who needs a trap when you got the dam? And Cocoon is going to be forced again out of Kearney. But this is Zenith. They're trying to get going onto Vigorista. Actually, I think Chun-Li's actually trying to get going onto the Marksman Hunter. Ooh, I like this. Big damage going out onto him. He has Turtle available. He's got lots of buttons available. And now a little bit of breathing room is going to allow Vigorista's defensive cooldowns to rotate back up. If the AMZ is going to be immediately popped on this combustion. Triple stun from the Dragon. Syndragosa on the whole team of Guild Bean. But Ceralium's in trouble!
Oh!
That is the ice block. No Cocoon for 8 more seconds. That should rotate in time, however. Guild Bean, they have the tools to continue to move forward, but for how much longer?
This is a really important game here. This is a swing match. Kearney, no trinket. Ceralium, no ice block. That was a huge hit of damage. And guess what? Beal has his true shot. Here we go. He's activated the true shot. They are getting out of dodge right now. They do not want to be messing around with Beal. Look at them all just running away from him. Double leg sweep from Chun-Li. Just making sure that he's stalling it. But there's the grip. There's the double blinding sleet. Can they connect any damage on Ceralium? Doesn't look like it. That true shot is going to fade for Beal. And so will that opportunity now. Scary situation here for Vigorista. He doesn't have too much to work with as well. He's got the Icebound Fortitude. Might need to pop it. He gets disarmed here, so we can't activate the Death Strikes, but he's taking a decent amount of damage, but no crowd control onto Tony Black. Means that Vigorista is going to be completely fine. Kearney has no mana left also in this situation. They might just win this with raw pressure if they can activate it. Combustion coming out for Ceralium. Looking for the kill on the Vigorista. Will be respected, though, with the Life Cocoon.
I like it. I like it. Beal also caught into the polymorph as well, slowing down that damage. Tony Black is just keeping his team completely aggressive preemptively here. But, dude, the gas is running out for Kearney. Tony Black also getting a little bit lower. As we get deeper into damping, this could easily even out between these two teams, and it could just be a race to the finish. And in those type of situations, I actually give a little bit of more of an advantage to Guild Bean to be able to make something happen with a little bit more control. But Chun-Li is so scared. He's holding on to this Touch of Karma. He finally commits it out onto Vigorista as well as the disarm, so he can't get those the self-healing for himself through that. But it doesn't even matter. He's trying to get aggressive onto Ceralium through this, and in just 10 short seconds, he's going to have that combustion come back up. And at 30% dampening, that's going to be very difficult to deal with no Cocoon available for the Shuffle Club. It's up. It's ready to go. If they give any more time, 15 seconds, Tony Black will be able to counter it. But the True Shot aura is up, and they got to respect it. They swap the damage onto Kearney. He gets kicked onto Cass. He's on the run, but he gets gripped back. Vigorista wants to take out the healer right here, right now.
Oh my goodness, Kearney's still dying right now. I would have liked to see them go after Chun there, though. He had no Touch of Karma. Ceralium, no Ice Block, and now Vigorista. Here's the combustion, but they have stalled long enough with that True Shot to buy themselves time for that Life Cocoon. Vigorista is going to be able to survive, but he has no cooldowns left now. They do have the renewal on Tony, but that is it. 50% HP on Vigorista, and the renewal will be committed. At the same time, though, the Life Cocoon onto Chun-Li. Chun-Li's got the Touch of Karma in 20 long seconds. Can they find a kill here? It's coming down to the wire. Who is going to fall first? The triple leg sweep is going to connect here from Tony. Can they find the damage? Huge damage coming in onto Chun-Li and Kearney, but Vigorista is the one on the back foot. Ceralium gets paralyzed. Ceralium gets silenced there as well. Chun-Li has to get out. The Dragon, oh my god, barely whips right there. Chun-Li with an excellent port to avoid that one. He would have surely gone down in that CC, but he's going to be able to stabilize for a little bit. Here comes Vigorista. Huge damage onto big kill there, dude. Holy moly. Takes down Chun through everything.
Bro, watching players like Kearney, Chun-Li, and Ceralium like hug a pillar terrified, it just gives this team so much aura. That's so cool. Can you imagine? Dude, I dream about being able to threaten these type of players that much. That's crazy. Unreal. The Shuffle Club taking another game as they walk into match point here. Woo-wee. And that wasn't their map pick, right? This was not their map pick. Big deal. That's a big deal moving forward. I mean, look how important the positioning here is. Like, Chun-Li, Kearney, and Ceralium are constantly rotating, constantly trying to get away from this DK, constantly trying to get Tony Black into a position where they could take advantage and cross CC him. And with this map choice out of the way, I mean, where do you imagine this Guild Bean's going to bring it?
I mean, it's gotta be. I don't know, actually. Maybe Tolviron, maybe Maldraxxus. We saw the Gators pick the Robodrome. Could be another option as well, but I don't know. It's just crazy. Like when Vigorista gets going here, he is just a meat grinder. He's just blending anything in front of him. And unfortunately for Chun, he is at the wrong place at the wrong time here. Goes down. Shuffle Club taking the swing match, looking to knock out Guildbean in this one. And I don't think too many of us expected that result.
Oh, no, yeah. Not all of us. Anyway. Maybe a couple. Listen. I wanted them to win in the upper bracket, and they almost did it. They broke my heart a little bit, but they're making me proud right now. Shuffle Club, a well-earned 43% prediction. I think that anyone who voted for Guildbean, though, however, is absolutely valid. That roster is just unreal. On paper, that makes complete and total sense. But sometimes, on the day, magic can happen, and that's the beauty of the AWC on the tournament day. You know, they'll never beat us in a best of 5 sort of thing. I think they might just beat them in a best of 5, Z.
Yeah, might be the case here. We're going to Blackrook Hold.
Interesting.
I don't know how I feel about this. I mean,
they're hoping the hunter puts his trap on the statue.
I mean, they're going to have the Ring of Peace to kind of lock the door. They're going to have the Transcendence as well. They can put the Transcendence in the room, and if they play in the midfield, kind of where the statue is, they can immediately port out. But I also feel like there could be some awkward situations for Ceralium where he can be stuck in open field. If he ever tries to like push forward, he's gonna very easily be stuck where he decides to go. So it's a bit risky, but if they just, I guess they're gonna just try to play around the room as much as possible. But then you're also stacking for Tony's leg sweep. You're stacking for Dragon. So it's a risky pick.
I'm gonna be so for real. I can't even pretend to provide analysis on this map choice from this matchup. I mean, like when I thought a lot about like map design in particular and how it kind of like relates to the current arsenal of abilities in the game at any given moment. But like this is a very peculiar asymmetrical map that has like a lot of like really difficult chokes, some weird peculiar line of sight, but mind you, we've been watching the Shuffle Club kind of just chase a mage around a pillar over and over again. And so it's just like, how is that going to change here? Like, you have this like little plateau on one side of the middle pillar that you can run over just from one side, but not the other. It's a lot of...
That's why.
Oh, that makes a whole lot more sense. Okay, this is honestly what I was expecting to get locked in from the very beginning, like get the mage off. But with that being said, we saw swaps to Chun-Li. I mean, he just died last game through karma. So,
yep.
I mean, this is complete and total gas pedal.
Yep. I mean, I was like, damn. Being a mage on this map is really not fun. Like, you have nowhere to go. Like, you are gonna be stuck in the hunter's line of sight a lot of the time, but this makes more sense now. So we're going back to the triple monk now. This might look random, but they played this in the open bracket and actually won games with this. This is actually a real comp.
It's real teams. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Dude, can you imagine? They're like, okay, guys, pull back. They're popping their cooldowns and all 3 port back to the starting room. Wait, that actually would be so hilarious. I hope to see something like that happen. I'm curious, like they have played it before, but do they have like the team synergy to be able to make something like that happen? I don't know. That'd be very interesting. But you know, the Shuffle Club has exactly 0 reps against a team like that. Like triple monk. Like how many times do you think they saw them on the ladder?
I don't think there's a lot of teams queuing triple monk. We dubbed this comp Monka S-Cleave a couple of years ago.
Nice.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. That's what we named it on the desk. There was 3 monks. I think.
Dude, this DK is never not going to be disarmed. Dude, I guess the marksman too. Everyone's going to be disarmed. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, that's the beauty, right? They're going to have a lot of stunts, a lot of leg sweeps, very, very kind of narrow corridors to fight. So. The likelihood of hitting multiple peoples with the leg sweep is very high, and I don't know if they're going to be running Ring of Peace. But if they are, then it's going to be big.
They
Double
gotta
port
be,
in the
man.
room already. It was actually triple port in the room.
Yeah, triple port in the room. Beal positioning himself near the room in anticipation of them pulling back. And Vigorista also positioning himself pretty far away to be able to force their kill target to come back. But they're actually going to be beelining it towards the Hunter, it looks like. Interesting. They haven't been able to connect just yet. No Zeniths or anything. As I say that, one Zenith is going to be committed onto Vigorista. Huge pressure goes out onto him. Tony Black not caught in any CC, however, is able to deal with it just fine. The disarm lands onto Vigorista. The in-cap onto Beal. They're trying to get that collection, but that is the cocoon, just out of pure respect of the damage being committed out onto Zach. Silence just gets immediately reversed, however, to follow it up. And so far, Guild Bean isn't really getting a whole lot accomplished here so far.
I mean, they got the trinket from Vigorista, but still holding on to a lot of their defensives. Tony Black now in the paralyzed. This could be a big opportunity. Vigorista, are you ready? Tony Black, what are you going to do? They trade out the Icebound Fortitude there on Vigorista. So he's got no more breakers. That was the hit. Now it's time to run. They have no leg sweep on Chun-Li, but Zach's got his leg sweep coming back up. They have no Zeniths for about 15 seconds. And Kearney's got a leg sweep as well. So Kearney could go for a solo setup with CC on the healer while Chun-Li while Zach leg sweeps Vigorista. They could do the next setup like that, but Beal right now left open, doing a lot of damage onto Zach. Zach has to trade out the Karma in that position. But they probably want to get offensive with that. Actually, trading out the life cocoon there as well. You can tell the Shuffle Club is definitely scared of this. This is a big setup coming in right now. How are they going to respond?
Double Zenith.
Triple blinding sleep there to shut it down.
Oh, the triple blinding sleet. See, that is the exact answer. And that's the scary part of being stuck in this cubbyhole. But now the Hunter actually pushing in has got to be careful of this as well. Kearney getting his mana back from that Manatee. He is spending a lot more mana, and it makes sense. Look at the meters. Beal is lighting up these monks. Double leg sweep does land, however, onto them. Double stun. Chun-Li could be in some trouble. He does have the Karma available, but he's in the binding shot, and that's going to be the Cocoon and the Karma overlap as they swap the damage over out onto Kearney. Kearney's going to Fortify Brew, reverse that silence, and that's going to be enough to keep him alive right there. But the buttons are running out for Guild Bean.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like the Monka S-Cleave coming out from Guild Bean right now. They just can't play the game the way they want to. Vigorista's got his trinket back. Icebound Fortitude's rotating back. Tony is chilling with all his cooldowns right now. They got all the answers. Bernie, meanwhile, running out of mana. His monks are running out of cooldowns, but they have insane burst here. Can they do it? Vigorista just going to be able to walk it off once again, not using a single cooldown on that push. That was a Zenith from Zach, and it got them nothing. So this is very, very scary situation to be in. They could easily push for the win here in the next couple of setups on the side of the Shuffle Club.
Dude, this is insane. This is insane. This team is so defensive from start to finish. I imagine this Windwalker team was just going to be, look at the double disarm. They're just trying to slow them down. But is it too little, too late? No Touch of Karma available for Chun-Li. No Cocoon available for Kearney. And Vigorista's pushing in. He's got to be careful. Icebound Fortitude will be committed. Tony Black has that Cocoon, but he needs to make sure he's in line of sight. Vigorista gets trapped back into the room. He gets knocked around. That was a really scary moment. Huge damage onto him. He's going to AMS defensively. In-cap lands onto Tony Black. Beal now caught into the Song of GG. Leg sweep onto Tony Black and Vigorista. This is the push for Guild Bean. This is what they needed. Double Zenith will be pushing Vigorista into a defensive position, but finally he stabilizes and Tony Black still has the Cocoon moving forward into this match, and Chun-Li is going to just go ahead and pop that Touch of Karma in anticipation. He grips into the full trap onto Kearney. Huge plays, but he's going to catch the Cocoon regardless throughout all of that. Vigorista hero play right there, but now he's disarmed. Full silence on the Kearney. However, he is able to get the Cocoon off regardless. Zach popping the Touch of Karma, and every single time Guild Bean comes out to play, they immediately have to retreat and pop those defensive cooldowns. They did get some of their own, however. Vigorista pushing in with that Cocoon. Can they take Chun out, Z?
Yeah, that is the question. I'm actually scared for Vigorista right now. They don't have any major defensives for this push here. Do they have the damage on the side of Guild Bean? Can they make the triple monk actually get a win on broadcast? Full trap onto Churney. Beal is trying to reverse the pressure back onto Zach. Zach has no karma. Chun-Li has no karma, and they are forced to run on their own push. Not what they wanted to see there. Tony Black is ahead on mana as well. Kearney, what are you going to do here? He's running out of options as well. And Vigorista 18 more seconds, and he's gonna have a trinket. They need to make something happen right now. If they don't kill him in the next 18 seconds, right here on this leg sweep, this could be it. Can he take him down? Double ring of pieces, just knocking him back and forth in and out of the room. And Vigorista is going to survive. And now I am so scared for Guild Beat. I think the Shuffle Club has survived the worst onslaught. And here comes the damage. And they got the they got the life cocoon there to survive that one. But Kearney is running out of options.
Oh, it looks like they're hitting Kearney a little bit. I like this. No cocoon available for him, however, throughout all of that. Double monk on top of that hunter, but he has buttons to deal with it. Like sweep onto Vigorista. He is overpushed. He gets out of it with that Icebound Fortitude. Big stun onto Zach from the hunter. Touch of Karma will be committed, however, onto Zach. The triple stun. Kearney's running out. His gas is almost completely out. He does have the cocoon available. Both Karmas are active. Both Zeniths are active. This is it. Right here, right now. They got to take this Death Knight out. Tony Black in an incap. He can't. Oh my God, cocoon. It's so close. They finally get the cocoon off. He had a sliver of health. He surely was in touch of death range, but they weren't able to get it off. Zach now caught into an incap, into a leg sweep. He's going to trinket port right away. The Vivify's out of desperation at 30% dampening. Vigorista reconnects on these. All three of these monks flailing to stay alive, flailing to stop the go, but all momentum in favor of Shuffle Club, and they aren't able to capture it out. Kearney with no mana left, but they're alive. Everyone on Guild Bean is somehow alive throughout it all.
I mean, just look at Tony, Vigorista, Kearney, Chun, and Zach. None of them have any cooldowns defensively, offensively. No one has any buttons left to press, and there is no mana left on Kearney, but they've stalled long enough here for the Zeniths. This is the big push. Can they do it? They've bought themselves enough time for one final push, and Zach might fall, and he will. Vigorista takes him down. The Shuffle Club eliminates Guild Bean in the lower bracket and move along to Championship Sunday. Welcome to Brazil.
Welcome to Brazil. You love to hear it. Shuffle Club 3-1 against Guild Bean. This team coming seemingly out of nowhere. A guild team that was forming just for fun are showing everyone in chat, everyone across Azeroth even, that anyone can come and get their friends together and make it happen here in the AWC. And that is the beauty of open signups. That's the beauty of open competition as the fresh blood is being injected back into the scene. This is so exciting to see a team like this come out and find this type of success against some of the best players the world has ever gotten to see step into the arena. What an unbelievable day. I'm so excited to be able to have casted this, and I will be watching this team extremely close as we move forward into Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. I mean, what a feat. They've been going head to head against some of the best players in North America, and what a win here to cap off the series. Beautiful stuff. I really thought Vigorista might just die here. He might die there.
Dude, that
for
was
just a
such a
split
death.
second.
That was such a death range, bro.
He was in touch of death range right there. He actually was. He just didn't have the global for it, and manages to turn it around. And I mean, this was Despy times here.
Yeah.
But they have to make the push right on the side of Guild Bean. You got no defensives left, and it's just such intelligent positioning there from Vigorista as well. He knows, okay, I have no defensives. My healer's got no cooldowns for me as well, but they also have no defensive. So I'm just going to sit in the open field, and if they push on me, my hunter is going to get to pop off. And that's exactly what they needed. Beal trades out the Roar of Sacrifice, buys them enough time, gets to pop off there on that marksmanship hunter, and get them the win.
I'm exhausted, dude.
Imagine how they feel.
My Apple Watch was like, hey, your heart rate's kind of high. Are you working out right now? And I'm like, no, I'm just watching World of Warcraft Arena. It's pretty normal.
Wow. Well, okay. Well, you guys already said it. I mean, what an incredible series, the Shuffle Club. I am happy to be proven wrong there on my predictions twice in a row from this team. So Shuffle Club, well done to them. Guild Bean, that is unfortunately the end of them, but I'm excited. They've got to be stoked. I mean, D Machine, you were covering them in the beginning of the day. The Shuffle Club I don't think they expected to get this far.
No, not at all. I mean, they said that they'd have to pull off a miracle multiple times to get into even the top four, and you know they've done it. They made it to Championship Sunday. It's just unreal. I'm so excited. I know that they're probably elated as well, but definitely a Cinderella story in the making for this team. And this is just Cup 2. If if they're able to accumulate some more positions like this, some more successes like this, they could easily make it all the way to the finals. I say easy. It's nothing about this is easy. Nothing about what we've seen today is easy, but it is possible. But the question is, who's going to be going up against them? I mean, if I'm F tier or Mom on stream, I'm not stoked about that matchup.
I'm definitely not stoked. You can see the bracket right now and kind of the journey that Shuffle Club has taken. We had that nail biter series where it went all the way to game 5 with Gators back. Also a surprising series for us here. The Shuffle Club really continues to surprise us, but like David said, it's either going to be F tier or Mom, I'm on stream. That is our next up series and the last one of the day, Zico.
Yeah, F tier in a kind of a surprising position here, but I mean they did have that kind of beating that they just took from Welcome to the Jung, and this has been such an important weekend for F tier. Dire Wolves is out. Dire Wolves is ahead of them. They need this win, and more importantly, with the rise of the Shuffle Club now in 4th place. F tier really needs this. I mean, this is crazy. The Shuffle Club could actually just upset. If the Shuffle Club wins their next series, they're all of a sudden 3rd place in North America right now. It is such a tight race. F tier, this is their moment. They really need to make it happen because we don't know what's going to happen next week. It's going to, or not next week, but the next cup. We don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be a new meta. We don't know. Maybe you have a bad week. Maybe in the open bracket you face Welcome to the Jung round 1, and then after that, things just spiral. You don't know what's going to happen. You need to make it count right now.
You certainly do. It's been such a tremendous day of just complete bloodbath, nail biter series, and I cannot wait to get to this last series of the day. But before we do that, we've got one last mini game for us to play. Are you guys ready? Are you prepared?
I'm never ready for these, man. I suck at all of these.
Oh, don't count yourself out. Okay,
I do have
all right,
Zico carry. Okay, we're chilling.
Oh no, I'm bad at this one. I never get this one right.
All right, we're going to analyze the combination of emojis to decode the hidden message. This could be a player, this could be a spec, this could be a map, this could be so many things. Let's see
Legrand.
what it is.
I win.
Emojis to decode the hidden message. This could be a player, this could be a spec, this could be a map, this could be so many things. Let's see
Legrand.
what it is.
I win.
I think this is one that I made, so I'm going to sit back. This is.
Okay, so we got some swords. So this is combat.
Combat, okay.
All right.
I mean, yeah. Could be.
Um,
It could be like a fighter, like a melee.
yeah.
Warrior.
Not a wizard. Valid.
Yeah.
Not a wizard.
Yeah.
That's
Not a wizard, yeah.
That's like if we're playing Guess Who, that's like half the board. So.
Observation.
Okay, we gotta need something more though. I feel like this is not too much to go on just yet, but okay. So
What? Okay, so it's a tank and a DPS. It's an MDI
could
team.
be a comp.
Okay.
Could be a comp.
It's-
MDI.
No,
team.
don't say anything. We got this. Don't worry.
Okay,
Trust,
all right.
trust in your co-casters. We got you.
Okay.
Okay.
We got this.
I mean, it'd be a comp.
It's Chun-Li.
I could tell you what the two emojis represent. Like, not what it actually
Is
is,
it?
but what
Are
it's,
they rolls?
it's a spec.
It's a spec. Swords
The class.
and shield. So.
Don't think too much about, like,
Okay.
the weapons that they're actually, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I'm
Okay.
A spec.
Right.
It's a spec that uses a shield and not actually uses swords, but it does damage and is tanky.
And
Yeah,
also,
And
is armed with a pen. It's like a
and-
poetic spec.
yeah.
they're
a
smart.
pen.
They know how to read.
Pen
They're literate. And paper. Pen and paper. Is that it? Did I do it? Oh, and a kitty.
PP cat.
PP cat. No. Okay. Is that? We did it.
It is.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I
Yay!
love PP cat, dude.
Yeah.
He's the GOAT.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's awesome. If you guys don't know
Yeah.
who PP Cat is, learn up, bro. Google it or YouTube it. There's VODs out there. It's a legendary run. You gotta get if you consider yourself an AWC fan, you gotta be a PP Cat fan.
You too. Yeah. Oh, and like,
We're doing
we were
another
saying at
one?
the beginning of the show, Ooh, apparently. Okay, good. I did not do a second one, so I get to participate. But yeah, we're gonna have a Chinese team join us for BlizzCon, so maybe we'll
Good
see
call,
the return
good
of
call.
PP Cat. But
Yeah.
let's do round number 2.
Did I do this one?
Okay.
Oh, we don't have another one.
Did you? Oh, we don't have another one. Okay. All right. Well, let us know if you guys got that one right, and if you guys are excited to see the Chinese players return to BlizzCon. We very excited to get that region back, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. We've got one last series for the day, and today has just been so fun so far, and I feel like this last series is going to be just as fun. It is F tier facing off against Mom. I'm on stream. Up next after this break. We'll be right back. It is the last series of the day here in the North American region before we head over into Championship Sunday's games. And we've got another team, unfortunately, that we'll have to eliminate. F tier versus Mom, I'm on stream. Mom, I'm on stream. Super T is the newcomers on the block versus F tier. They dropped, unfortunately, welcome to the Jung earlier today, looking to make a comeback.
Yeah, both teams here, they're melee cleave specialists. I think in particular, they both have really solid feral druids. It would be cool to see them go head-to-head in this game number 1. I'm wondering how much F tier is shaken up from that upper bracket defeat because they got clobbered by Welcome to the Jung in melee mirrors. Up top, are they going to be shaken and start with Sol on a Rep Paladin, or are they just going to go back to their roots on Enhancement Shaman and only change it if they need to? I don't know. The chat still has confidence in F tier, though, even despite them getting absolutely smoked in that upper bracket. Only 6% from Mom, I'm on stream. Now, obviously, lesser known faces on Mom, I'm on stream as far as tournament competitive play, but I still think it's cool that we're seeing new names. Shovel Club, it was their day to rise up as they're getting into the top 4, so it's possible here as well, I believe, for Mom, I'm on stream.
Definitely is Venruki. 6% in favor of, now it's 4%, dropped a little bit more.
I said
we
it
did
was
see
good
them.
and they bet against me. Good, that's what you should do. Anytime I say pick something, go the opposite way.
Yeah, they were the underdogs in the last series that they played, I feel like, as well, against Heyman. They were playing that Warrior Feral Druid composition on the side of Mom, I'm on stream. Do you feel like that's something we see them lock in again? Do you feel like they change up their composition a little bit versus F tier? I mean, what do you want to see from this underdog team?
I mean, their Feral Warrior looked really good, so I would say that's got to be a staple pick for them. So I wouldn't be totally upset if they did walk that one back in here against F tier. I think it's more so what F tier are going to play.
I think they're going to get inspiration from their beating in the upper bracket.
You think they're going to be a Ret Paladin?
I think we're seeing Ret Warrior come in for this one. I just anytime we see Welcome to the Jung and their assessment on the meta, I trust it. I just trust Welcome to the Jung. So if they're going into cleave matchups and they're playing Ret Warrior, that's what they feel like is best. Because F tier could have played the kitty, right? Like they could have played the Feral Warrior if they wanted to, but I don't think it's a great matchup. So I think for F tier, they're going to take the lessons that they learned. They'll play the Ret Warrior, and I think for Mom, I'm on stream, this will be a really tough one.
Yeah, I feel like it might be for sure. It seems like chat thinks so also, but let's take a look at predictions amongst us. Super T, do you want to start off?
I'm kind of coming back, but it's been off the back of risky picks. So, I don't know if I should continue that trend.
You
of
have
risky
to.
Picks, or
no guts,
I
no
feel you're
glory.
Peer pressuring me right now. This is some peer pressure.
It's yeah.
Literally just finished his last sentence. There's no way F tier should lose this. The Ret Paladin seems like a really
but
hard
you've proved me
matchup,
wrong
and
so many times today. You got to have confidence in yourself,
I'm feeling like
stressed
F tier are probably still gonna win though. That's where I'm leaning into F tier right now, even despite
that's what everyone's gonna do though.
Leaning into. Yeah, but I'm not like you. Okay? I don't care if I'm the hipster. All right, I don't need to be I don't need that as my identity. All right, F tier, I think take it. I think it's gonna be 3-1.
Okay. Then
3-0 F tier.
Bro, you were trying to manipulate Super T's. 3-0 F tier.
I don't fall for his mind games.
Not all the time. Not all the time.
Immune.
Okay, I think 3-1 F tier. I think 3-1 F tier. I would love to see Mom, I'm on stream put up a good show, but
yeah,
is this the first time we've been? Go ahead.
I'm just thinking, what could Mom, I'm on stream play? They're gonna bring in a Shadow Priest. That's their pocket pick. It's they either run a cleave or a Shadow Priest, and
yeah,
I'm not so sure about the Shadow Priest right now. I would love to see it, but I'm unconvinced at this point.
Mm-hmm. You think they're just going to go with their stable composition?
I think they'll play Warrior Feral more than likely, and I think Warrior Feral probably should lose to Ret Warrior.
Okay. Yeah, and then the added Arena XP that F tier has, AWC top 8 XP, I should say, is it's going to be an uphill battle for them for sure. Mom, I'm on stream. I mean, they've already had a pretty good showing. Like I said, that they did have that series earlier today against Heyman, and I don't think many people predicted them to win. They were able to beat them 3-1. So we'll see if they can pull off a miracle here once again. But F tier are going to be putting up a strong fight for sure. We've got the blind picks coming up soon. Game is queued. It is game number 1. Loser of this one eliminated, unfortunately, from the tournament. The winner gets to have the pleasure of facing off against the Shuffle Club, who are certainly ramping up lately. So we'll see what these guys can do game number 1 starting off now.
A Night Elf logo.
I don't know.
Looks like
It looks
this.
like
Made
it.
me
Night
laugh. It's the
Elf.
first logo that made me laugh.
Yeah.
And they're mirroring them. They're mirroring them. Mirror on the wall.
This makes
Who
it spicy.
is the purriest kitty of them all. Dallas versus Zentheon to establish dominance. Swim versus Laros. Meep versus Bubble Buddy. We're going. The gates are open. There's no going back. And Warriors are just instantly blade storming. Just spinning full zug, full force, trying to pre-immune the stuns from opposite sides. They don't manage to hit any stuns, though. And Bubble Buddy's getting poked a bit here. So be careful that he doesn't pop on a swap.
This is a very interesting pick. To me, F tier obviously having a lot of confidence in the mirror match, but I don't know. A Zen, Swim, Bubble Buddy, I feel like they could do this. They've been playing extremely well today, and the fact that it's a mirror, to me, opens this match up entirely, and I feel like either side could win, and I do wonder what the strategy really is in this mirror. Probably a lot of Feral Druid swaps. Maybe you go after the Warrior. Is it going to be a mana battle? Like, I don't know what the pacing of this matchup really looks like. This is the first time I'm seeing it, this expansion.
Right now, it looks like targeting Feral Druid, trying to force them in bear form, limit their ability to generate combo points. I think that makes sense. We see a huge swell of momentum right now in favor of F tier. Cyclones coming out on Bubble Buddy. Zentheon forced to Barkskin. They switch Cyclones over. Now Zentheon trinketing and trying to stampede away from Laros and get a little bit of distance while keeping bleeds up at the same time. Power shifting, moving towards Meep, getting combo points. He wants to swap Meep. He used Tiger's Fury here to amplify his bleeds, and then he's going to switch damage back onto Laros. This is a very chaotic matchup. There's a lot of sustained damage, a lot of stuns that can catch these Mistweavers off guard. Meep stabilizing with just one Shaylin's gift, just pop back from 40 to 100%. Bubble Buddy recovering behind the pillar.
Good mana.
Caught in a paralyze. Zentheon in trouble. Stun, no trinket. Has wall available. He's being greedy. He innervates to try and even out what I think you were going to point out there as far as mana, which is a distinct difference. Dallas is not running that innervate.
Yeah, I think both Mistweaver Monks are playing a more mana-efficient build at this point, just trying to maximize their longevity in the match. Don't think they're even playing Rushing Wind Kick here, so really just going for more of a caster build and making it more difficult for the Warriors and Pharaoh Druids to swap. Bubble Buddy, though, does get caught. Big bleed damage coming in, and once again, pressure just seems heavily in favor of F tier at this point in the game. Meat Monk rolls in. What is he going to do? Just keeping the team nice and healthy. He's got a good port position right now, and that will be the spear that drops down from Swim onto Dallas and Laros, but it looks like nobody on F tier is taking any damage.
Oh, here comes a full stun on Meep as we say that. Swim trying to charge over, but looks like big heals from that revival as Meep repositions with a double leg sweep. He's also running the Orc in this matchup, so swaps to him are going to be a little bit less threatening with those stuns being reduced as he repositions. And Zentheon, it's funny, I'm on stream is doing like the same strat that F tier did in Welcome to the JUNG, which is attacking the healer and just hoping that he makes a mistake. And that didn't end up working out for F tier. So we'll have to see if that plays out the same for Mom on stream with this strategy. But Feral Druid is a bit different. I feel like, stunning Monk, cloning Monk, attacking Monk is a little bit more dangerous. So here comes another stun. Meep ports it. He ports back. Oh, he got Vortex on his port. That was nice. They paralyze him. They're trying to get a Cyclone. I like that they're the teamwork there to get that Cyclone. But at the same time, F tier swapping healer. Laros gets low. Trade stab by the sword. He's parrying physical attacks here, so should more than easily recover. Meep is definitely an expert on mana management in these late game cleave mirrors, though. So I do feel like Bubble Buddy's going to have to try and step up to the plate there and deliver for success as Dallas is swapping to Bubble Buddy. He's loaded up full bleeds. Laros is switching over now as well. He pops his Void Barrier. They crush through it. They're really developing momentum. He tries to Chi Torpedo away. Laros chases after him with charge. He's using the lighter than air to double jump basically away from that engagement. So they're going to switch back onto Zentheon. Ramp up bleeds there. No, Laros wants to go back on Bubble, but he's stuck. He's ported back. It looks like he avoided the Vortex. Ports back over here. Laros is switching back to Zentheon to help out Meep, but now he's caught in the Storm Bolt. Laros is developing momentum. He's in battle stance with Warbreaker. Hits a double. Big demolish. He gets disarmed. He's not going to be able to keep up this attack. Zentheon's still chasing Meep. I think it's like similar to the Ret Paladin, where if the Feral is attacking the healer, he's not stacked up getting cleaved. So both Feral Druids are really pressuring the opposing Mistweaver Monks, trying not to take too much damage from stacking up and trying to find stun windows and then committing. They baited Life Cocoon from Meep. They could switch targets. They go Dallas. He's going to Barkskin. And then Zentheon, where is he going to go? He's chasing Meep right now, getting bleeds up off this sleep, forcing Shayloons. Dallas punishes Zentheon by stunning him here and going towards him. Now Dallas is crossing back to Bubble Buddy to get bleeds back up there. He interrupts the Cyclone, though, before moving forward. They stun Bubble Buddy. He's in range of the port. We don't see him port here. He's just going to toss out a big heal, try and Chi Torpedo away. And I think we might have a healer race in a moment here based on the positioning. Meep getting pressured. Goes for the conduit. That's going to allow him to recover and get some damage out on the opposing Mistweaver, who has also mirrored the Conduit, as we see them exacting out their cooldowns. But Meep has such a colossal mana advantage. I don't know if it's because Bubble Buddy hasn't consumed his Mana Tea. I think he just pressed it there and had no charges, so his mana is going to be a problem later on.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing, but at the same time, we've seen multiple times in the game where people are getting low, so could end pre-mana, or pre-healers getting out of mana. Bubble Buddy right now has some cooldowns up, empowering his heals, but both Zentheon as well as Swim are getting bursted down. Zentheon needs to be careful. At the same time, Bubble Buddy is getting swapped to. Great pressure here for F tier. All three members are getting pressured right now, and the Arms Warrior Feral Druid, that's one thing they excel at, is just raw pressure. This is a huge throughput fight. Full sleep out onto Meep, and Laros is getting low, and he just trades the die by the sword. Doesn't want to mess around. Doesn't want Meep to have to overreact with mana and cooldowns. I think it's a totally fair trade.
Good reactions here. Zentheon just getting bleeds going up on as many targets as possible, but they're met by a triple shockwave. Zentheon's forced to retreat. He might just die. Life Cocoon comes through. He will recover. They switch targets to Swim with the Cyclone on Bubble, trying to force his die by the sword. He's charging to Meep to get away from the assault. Dallas is getting bleeds up, still going after Bubble Buddy, but he gets Cyclone. He's not going to be able to connect. We switch to Laros, who's still just attacking the Mistweaver. He's met by a Maim stun, though, from Zentheon. Swim comes back onto the Warrior. Double in-cap roar with the sleep. Good cross-crowd control right now from Mama on stream, but Dallas answers back with an incapacitating roar of his own. But then they respond with a Shockwave and a Rake stun onto Bubble Buddy, and they've got huge coordination here. Look at the health bars of Mama on stream, just 50%, 80%. Bubble Buddy's trying to recover all three players. He manages to do it. He pulls them back from the brink. Incarnations are active on both sides, so they are likely to be developing massive bleed pressure, but Meep's mana is just completely uncontested. It is so insane how much more. He's just dead. It full stun on his trinket from Dallas. Zentheon's desperate. Swim goes for the double shockwave, but they get zero pressure. He's disarmed. They do manage to squeeze the Life Cocoon in the nick of time to keep Zentheon alive, but it just seems like it's a matter of time until F tier are going to crush them.
We need to look at the talent difference here. Like, I don't know how Meep is just infinite mana. At the same time, though, Laros getting low, and he jumps in to the Song of Chi-Ji. That's going to remove all of those bleed effects. Really heads-up play there by Laros, and that's one of the things that can backfire with Song of Chi-Ji. If the target you want to kill runs into that crowd control, all of a sudden they are free from all bleeds and damage over time effects. Swim rotting down low, as well as Zentheon right now, and the pressure from F tier is just so high. Bubble Buddy's almost completely tapped on mana. He gets full cycloned, and this is an absolute disaster for Mom I'm on stream. This is danger time. I don't think Swim and Zentheon are going to be able to survive much longer here, Sid.
They tried to get away. They got Vortex back in, and now there's absolutely zero mana remaining. Dallas is getting bleeds on the healer. They paralyze him. They're desperate. They're trying to pull it off. They're trying to pull off a miracle on Laros. He pops die by the sword. Zentheon is permanently in bear form. He can't do any damage. Laros is there, smashing execute after execute, but Life Cocoon comes off cooldown in the nick of time. They swap over to the Warrior. He's got nothing. He's Rake stunned. He trinkets, and he's likely to get toppled here at any moment. He's disarmed on his avatar. He's trying to kite out of range, stay in D-stance, and use Victory Rush to try and stabilize, but Bubble Buddy just has zero mana. Die by the sword, 2 seconds away. 2 seconds away. But even if he made it to that point, just absolute insane mana difference. And I mean, the damage output is, 4 million maybe across the board here for both players, but that's an entire mana bar. Extra 4 million damage is an entire mana bar on the opposing side. And I think Meep's expertise here on that Mistweaver Monk is paying dividends for F tier.
I think so too. I'm just trying to see, are they like running different talents, or like what's going on here? Because that is a massive difference. And to me, it seems like they're actually running the exact same thing. There's like no difference. So that's kind of wild. Maybe like one talent point. One has Uplifted Spirits, one doesn't. But yeah, the mana management for Meat Monk, I think, absolutely was the difference in this game. As you can see, both Zentheon and Dallas doing similar damage. Swim and Laros doing similar damage. And I feel like they had similar strategies also for who they were trying to target. But ultimately, F tier will pull ahead, and at this point, Bubble Buddy just really has nothing left. It's an in-cap, it's a touch of death, and Meat Monk is able to close it out after a long-fought game.
All right, really well done to F tier. They've polished up. They're ready to go for this mirror with the Feral Druid, and they look really good. Obviously, have studied the matchup. They understand the late game, and they closed that out before the 10-minute mark, I believe. So a little bit faster than their last series, and I feel like they need that, man. They are probably fatigued coming off of that series against Welcome to the JUNG, just getting slaughtered for 11+ minute games 3 times in a row. But in this matchup, it seems like they've got a little bit of a competitive edge. I think Bubble Buddy is switched over. This is not his main healing specialization, which is when your healing specialization becomes main and you're a Mistweaver, you're going to be someone like Meep. You're going to be pretty happy after all those years of investment, and you're going to have a pretty large edge over your competition here. But the entire squad just edging out slightly in favor over the other side, even when we look at healing. Like Zention doing significantly more healing, but Laros getting an extra 500,000 of healing off of his victory rushes. Likely got a few extra taps of that over Swim on the Warrior. There were a couple of moments where it looked like it could possibly be close, but they're going to go to Dalaran Sewers. They're going to lock in the same compositions. Enzo likely on that bench for the rest of the series here. If you said he was a Shadow Priest, so I don't think he wants to be volunteering himself
to Kitty.
into a Mistweaver melee cleave with Mistweaving capabilities. I just don't see that being a reality. So they will have to win the mirror. Can they do it? Can they overcome the adversity? Can Bubble Buddy polish up his Mistweaver enough right now in the moment to be able to best Meep, keep his mana going, keep his team going for the late game? Because otherwise, that's it. That's the end of your run.
I wonder if we can see the stats that Bubble Buddy and Meat Monk have on their characters, like if they have secondary stat differences or what, because I don't actually know how there's such a huge differential. It might just be an efficiency thing. Could be Bubble Buddy's overhealing as well. A little bit scared in those moments. But I suspect both of them are just going to be playing mostly versatility. Meat Monk built like an absolute tank with almost 1,600 versatility, which is really crazy. And then, of course, on the flip side, maybe we can see what Bubble Buddy is running. Because if their gear and talents are pretty much the exact same, then it's just a playstyle thing. And they are. So, yeah, I think there's like maybe one or two talent point differences, but it's literally just how efficient they're playing.
Maybe it's the damage output as well, or maybe like the enveloping misuse. What are the highest cost spells that Mistweaver can use, Ben?
It's a great question, 2BTs. I want to say Envelop is probably one of the highest.
I want to say, too. I've spent very little time on it, which is probably I spent more time on Resto Shaman. That was a mistake. But, yeah, Mistweaver, there's got to be some distinct difference here as far as, like, hot management. I know there's a lot of passive ways to apply Renewing Mist, so maybe he's manually renewing Mist too much. Maybe that's costing him a bit more mana. Mana timings, they're both orcs. There's no gnome. No talent difference, there's barely any stat difference, so just coming purely down to individual mechanics. Gates are open, they're out of the pipes, statues are down, instant Blade Storms trying to anticipate the stuns and preemptively immune it, but I don't think they fell for the Blade Storm, so charging in with the spears. I think that's a triple stack here with this Spirit Bastion hitting Swim, Bubble, and Zention at the same time. Bubble Buddy moving in for crowd control, gets disrupted. They've switched their playstyle. They're trying to crowd control Meep, and they're going after the Warrior, it looks like initially.
All right, let's see what they can do. Meep throwing out an early Life Cocoon, just trying to stay ahead of the damage.
Triple.
Which I like. Big triple here. Where's the Shockwave? Or, sorry, where is the Demolish? Looks like they will land it. Some pressure goes out. But, yeah, a little bit of a damage lead here for F tier in the early stages of this game. I'm anticipating that this one will likely go the distance as well. It just seems like Warrior and Feral, when they want to play defensive, they can kite, they can get away. Maybe they get caught in a stun. Big burst of damage here onto Dallas, but with the Bark Skin, I think he should be able to survive. Meat Monk should be able to keep him up here. Big triple leg sweep coming in. Nicely done there by Meat Monk, turning the tides of the fight.
I will say, though, I like that setup. Paralyzed Meep, double Shockwave, Laros, and Dallas. That's the types of plays we saw from Welcome to the Jung that enabled them success. So if they can manage to do it here. But Zention got bounced off the side by a Ring of Peace into an in-cap. So Zenthion's been out of the game for a while there, and he's falling heavily behind on damage as a result. Really good positioning from Meep in that regard. But we're waiting for the next crowd control, so it's going to be a Maim stun on Mistweaver. No stun on Warrior, though. He's going to pop Revival, Leg Sweep. Nice, I like that. Maim stun on Meep and double Leg Sweep on DPS. But they don't chain it into a Cyclone or anything. I thought Zention for sure would want to look for some crowd control out of that. We're following Dallas. He's in bear form, switching back to Cat to kick the Mistweaver. He's getting bleeds with Incarn, but he gets paralyzed instantly on it. Now Zention stunned behind the pillar. Big Demolish incoming on him. He manages to stay alive through it. He's got Tiger's Fury up with that yellow tiger face, so he's getting big bleeds onto multiple targets, and you can see that really starting to rip apart Dallas and Laros at the same time. Zention back on Meep. He's got to be careful of that Ring of Peace bouncing off the side. He catches a full stun on him. He's going to be able to port, though, to safety, likely downstairs, and then portal right back. Bubble Buddy forced to port. Dallas in trouble. Almost getting chopped up by Swim. Pops the bear form, Frenzied Regeneration, charges back in with a Feral Charge to pin the Warrior. He's getting bleeds up here on Bubble Buddy. He's shapeshifting a lot, though, and if he gets caught out of form, it could be deadly. Typhooned off the side. Laros charges back up. Dallas gets stunned in Cat. Not able to get too much momentum, but Swim does have sweeping strikes up. He's thunderclapping, getting Rens. Dallas jumps over to Bubble Buddy again. Both Feral Druids pressuring the Mistweavers. Cyclone attempt, not able to find it. Dallas Life Cocoon switches back on Zentheon. Avatar up for Laros. Bubble Buddy in a stun. They force Barkskin with this exchange. And mana, at least, is a little bit more even than it was last time. And I think that is going to be a main story point here, is how can Bubble Buddy be efficient?
I wonder if he's changed anything up here. We'll have to wait and see. But, yep, both teams looking relatively stable at the 3-minute mark in the match. Zentheon and Swim taking a little bit of burst here. Ring of Peace will drop down. That's a key difference between Meep and Bubble Buddy. Bubble Buddy is opting for a little bit of offensive crowd control with that Song of TG, and Meep is just going for a more defensive option with that Ring of Peace, and he's been getting pretty good value from it, you know, knocking people off the sides, and also it's just a really solid defensive when your team is in trouble to just avoid having to heal. Both monks having to play a little bit of catch up, but Mamam on stream has developed some pressure here. Meep, Laros, and Dallas are falling behind. How is he going to catch everyone up at this point? He's going to have to burn through a lot of mana. I mean, all 3 members are just dead. Huge demolished lands, and Laros is in a panic. Meep has to trinket, and things are unraveling here for F tier.
Okay, nice plays here. Swim putting themselves back in the game. Ring of Peace and Vortex annoying Zentheon at the moment. Laros could be a target here. No die by the sword available. He's charging towards Zentheon. He has Swim on his back, though. He goes into battle stance. Got his Mortal Strike up. Rens onto the whole team. Stormbolt's the healer. Switching back on Zentheon. He's into battle stance. Goes for Shockwave. Catches Zentheon in cat form. Gets a double in-cap roar. Big pressure on Zentheon. He's going to Barkskin here. Mana, though, edging in favor of Meep. Unless he gets caught in one of those scary triple setups. They catch him in a maim stun, but he can just port away to safety. Zentheon is chasing him in the stun. He's going to port back upstairs. I love Meep's cheeky port positioning on this map. Rather than putting his port on the pillar, he puts it on the bottom side for the Feral has to jump off, and then he can port back up to get to safety on the opposite side. Meep's repositioning. Zentheon sees him, but he bounces him off of the ring into a paralyzed out of line of sight. Meep's constantly getting these dunks on Zentheon. It's losing him a ton of uptime as far as DPS every time he gets bounced off the side of the map. Big Stormbolt demolish from Laros, lining up some pressure on Zentheon. He gets cloned on his Innervate, so hopefully he doesn't get huge value out of the Innervate. He's going to Life Cocoon, the Incarn, but wasn't really any pressure there just yet. Zentheon continuing to chase Meep. It's just cat and mouse between Meep and Zentheon. Meep stunned up, revivals it to immune the Cyclone. Bubble Buddy in cap. They're swapping to Bubble Buddy at the same time as well. Avatar is up for Swim, but he can't connect. Laros now has Avatar up. Is he going to be able to get the damage out that he needs for his team right here? Dallas is chasing down Bubble Buddy here off to the side, looking for Cyclones. Gets pummeled. Gets back onto Bubble Buddy. Bubble Buddy using some Mana Tea, but he's caught in a Shockwave. Zentheon bounces Dallas back, but it's
nice
a triple leg sweep from Meep. That sweep was critical to the momentum in this moment. Bubble Buddy is going to use Celestial Conduit to recover from that triple pressure. Now Dallas in trouble. Meep has Trinket. As the Cocoon, he's greeting it. Gets through the stun. Now into a Paralyze. Dallas into Bear, into Cat, trying to avoid Warrior. Double in-cap Roar, gets the distance. Meep stabilizes, but Bubble Buddy builds the mana advantage.
Yeah, he switched up a key talent. Instead of Life Cycles, he's playing Energizing Brew, so his Mana Tea is going to be a little bit more efficient. That's a big difference. He basically just yoinked Meep's build, and now is actually basically on par with Mana. So I do wonder how that will end up playing out here. Zentheon right now down to about half. A full Cyclone on Bubble Buddy. Good push here by Dallas, but he gets clotheslined. Zentheon strikes back with a stun, but everyone's kind of just rotting down. This is a scary situation. Bubble Buddy is forced to trade out the Cocoon, but at the same time, Laros might just die. Dive of the Sword comes in, and that will be enough to live. Celestial Conduit trades here for Meep. And both teams are kind of flailing in that situation. The pressure is high for both teams.
Yeah, Swim's in trouble. Paralyzed, no trinket. Stunned up. Die by the sword for Swim, but bleeds are still ticking. He gets stunned from behind and bounced off the side by Meep. Meep is just the trampolinist in this game, bouncing enemies off this map. Full cycle on Bubble Buddy. Die by the sword has dropped, and Swim is charging to Meep to get away from the cleave. He's going to spear them and leap right back into the fray with a demolish. Is he going to come to regret it? He's disarmed. They double in-cap roar. They're trying to stall. Zentheon's now in trouble. Has survival instincts. Meep in asleep. Dallas sweeped up. Meep sweeped up. Laros, no die by the sword available. Pinned by the spear. Typhooned away. Trying to leap back into the engagement. I think things are about to get crazy and hectic and unrecoverable as dampening climbs higher and higher. Bubble Buddy into a full name stun. Swim with nothing. An F tier, moments away from victory. It's really just the second wind keeping Swim alive right now. He's charging away from the melee attacks, trying to let his second wind ticks heal him back up. He's in D-stance. He's spell reflecting even to try and just avoid a Moonfire tick at that point to try and stay in this fight. And he does manage to stay alive. Now Meep in asleep. Dallas Barkskin seconds. Dallas is still in cat form. He's greeting it. He's forced back into bear, trying to land a kick. Not sure if he was able to on Bubble Buddy in this position. Bubble Buddy Manatine has more mana than Meep. If he can just manage to keep them alive, he's got options. He's got the life cocoon. Meep doesn't have that luxury. Dallas is still possibly in trouble if they can just make some trades here. I actually think Mama on stream is going to take game 2. Meep trades out the revival, but they're both leg swept. They're setting up on Laros. Big damage is cracking forward. They have to use the life cocoon, and we're just climbing and climbing. 40% healing reduction.
I mean, this is getting absolutely insane for both of these teams. Such a small map. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Beautiful Ring of Peace drops down once again. Dallas, though, in danger, trying to escape using that Ring of Peace, hopping into bear form. Meep's burning through a lot of mana. Bubble Buddy actually has the lead, and it is a very close game here in game number 2. After you're looking to get the 2nd point on the board, Mama on stream wants to tie this up, and it is a close finish. Zentheon is unfortunately in danger right now. Will go into bear form. He's got some offensive cooldowns, just decides to pull the trigger, but unfortunately having to play defensive. He needs to get topped off so he can get value with his incarnation. Now pushing forward, but it's still a dangerous situation. Zentheon looking for crowd control on Meep. He's doing a good job to avoid it, but a big amount of damage here on Laros, and it's just an all-out brawl in the middle of the map.
All right, Meep now has the mana advantage at this point. I don't even understand the math on this mana, man. Triple shockwave, Zentheon being crushed, trying to go in for the stun. They knock Meep off the side. Dallas is isolated upstairs. Meep ports, but he ports out of line, and Bubble Buddy's there. He might have some crowd control. Dallas could be in trouble if Swim can connect for even a moment. He feral charges to the healer to kite. He's back into bear form. Meep takes a kick. He's running with the Stampede, trying to get some distance, but his healer's in an end cap. He might get touch of death if Bubble Buddy can get there and get a bit of damage on him. Swim intervenes over, but he eats the rake stun. Dallas drops the vortex on the charge. He kites away. He's out playing like a madman, and it looks like he's just avoiding them, getting bleeds up, stunning up Zentheon, and here comes the paralyze from Meep. Is he going to go for the sweep? He doesn't. Ring of Peace bounces Swim off the side. Meep with these Ring of Pieces are so good. This map is backfiring. This is map selection from Mama on stream, but Meep is owning with the Ring of Peace. Zentheon is low. Laros, no options. Shockwave is going for the win. It could be a cross kill. This could be a trade. Laros is critically low. Life Cocoon comes in at the last second. Now Zentheon in bear form, hugging his healer to try and stay alive at this moment. They're so close to winning. They Typhoon Laros off the side. He's disarmed. He can't get pressure. Swim is crushing him. Big damage in winning. They Typhoon Laros off the side. He's disarmed. He can't get pressure. Swim is crushing him. Big damage incoming. Laros can't match it. He's trying to use Victory Rush. He leaps back to Zentheon. Zentheon now on the run. It just gets crazier and crazier. We're almost at the 10-minute mark between these cleaves. Incarn is up for Zentheon. He needs to get a kill here. Dallas blocks the kill with Survival Instincts. Laros blocks the kill with Dive by the Sword. Meep trinkets out to make sure that they're stable, but the damage is still overwhelming. Swim has Dive by the Sword. He's going to pop it. Mana is coming down to the wire. Almost nothing remains for either side, but momentum is swinging in favor of Mama on stream. Meep needs to make a call right now. Who does he life cocoon? Laros or Dallas? He makes the wrong call. He loses. He has 0 mana and one more chance to make that decision. He's trying to greet it. He's trying to hold off on it as long as possible. He has to commit the life cocoon to Laros. Dallas' bark skin just came off cooldown. They might be able to turn it around. Meep's moving in with the life cocoon. Chi torpedo across the map. Full stun on Bubble Buddy. He's choosing to sit it. He might regret it. It's full cyclone. He trinkets. He life cocoons. Meep now into cyclone. I think this could come down to a 2v2 at any moment here. I think both warriors or ferals could just fall at any second.
I can't believe what's going on right now. Swim just cannot connect. He gets stunned up. Laros all over Zentheon. Dallas connects as well, and this has to be over. There's just no way. The stun comes in. Somehow, Zentheon stays alive. Swim there to back him up, and they are making the push. Meep right now in a paralyze. It is still anyone's game. Laros and Dallas down to half. Zentheon as well throws on the Innervate to Bubble Buddy, and that might just win the game. That Innervate giving Bubble Buddy so much mana to heal in this situation, but still, this could come down to a 1v1 between the two mystery robots. This is insane.
This could be the craziest game we've ever seen in AWC in just a few moments here. There's no cooldowns remaining. He already burned the Innervate mana, but here's Incarnation for Zentheon. Can they control Zentheon? They bounce him with Ring of Peace. They're swapping on Swim. Can they dunk him? 20 seconds away. Bubble Buddy out of crowd control. Who's going to die first? It might be a double, but the sweep comes into a triple fear. Triple fear, and Dallas gets crunched. Maybe Zentheon goes down. Fear on Bubble Buddy. Laros is trying to win with nothing. Die by the Sword up in 1 second for him. Dampening is so critically high. Die by the Sword. Can he kill Zentheon? Can he get there? Can he get him into touch of death range? He can't. And somehow, Mama on stream do it. They pull it off almost 12 minutes into this game.
Dude, he yoinked the build. We're going to talk about some key talents that Bubble Buddy took. I was looking at the builds and got a little bit of intel, but yeah, that's some great adaptations. I almost feel like I want to see Bubble Buddy also just go for the Ring of Peace, like just full on copy what Meep is doing. because I mean these teams are evenly matched. We're seeing it here. Swim had some phenomenal plays. Zentheon as well, just dancing with death in that cat form, really showcasing those 9 lives. But it's almost unheard of to me that a cleave matchup like this goes this deep into dampening. I mean, both teams are doing a tremendous amount of pressure, but when Feral Druids want to be evasive, they're actually really difficult to take down. Same with Arms Warriors if they're just camping D-stance and they have a Feral Druid peeling for them. So a lot of durability coming in from both of these teams because the pressure is super duper high, and we're making it to past 50%, past 60% dampening. And a matchup like this is absolutely wild to me.
All right, NA, dude. They strike back. Mama on stream. They yoink Meep's mana build and managed to play it into their favor, and I feel like the Innervate was key multiple times.
Innervate was nice. I don't know.
Allowed Bubble Buddy to free heal in these deep dampening stages, and Meep didn't have access to that. So I wonder if Dallas is going to yoink the Zentheon build for that Innervate. But damage was even across the board. Look at that damage meter. I've never seen it that.
That's like literally
before.
Yeah, it's literally the same.
Inversed, but
wait, but look at that.
The Ferals do more, but the Warrior did more.
But still, I mean, overall damage is basically almost completely identical, which is like, that's kind of wild to me, to be honest. It's hard to believe, but it looks like that's exactly what's going to play out. And I'll talk about some of the differences in the builds. I do think that Innervate ended up mattering in deep dampening. I think that was a really good call by you. And this is a game that just comes down to efficiency, right? Both teams playing excellently defensively. Both teams putting out the same amount of damage. Both teams kiting when they need to, using defensives at the right time. And it just comes down to slightly more efficiency, slightly more mana. And Bubble Buddy, he showed up in a big way in that game number 2, which is, it's not an easy thing to do. Go toe-to-toe with Meep, who's basically been the master of Mistweaver for such a long time.
I feel like this might be bad for F tier if they lose here, especially with the Mistweaver nerfs that are incoming on Tuesday. If they're losing the Mistweaver mirrors here, like, it's going to be absolutely devastating. If other healers whose mains, maybe aren't as competitive step up to the plate, I'm a bit worried about them because they had such a good week 1. That game was really close, obviously. I feel like it could have at any point gone the other direction, but I wonder if Meep regrets not having the sleep, because Bubble Buddy was also getting a lot of sleeps on him. But I think the reason he opted out of it was because it removes bleeds. So he thought, like, Ring of Peace on Dalaran, he can bounce melee around, he's not going to remove bleeds, but at the same time, the sleep is just so good, just because Mistweaver healing's so high. If you don't CC them, nothing dies. You need the huge amounts of dampening to be able to take something down. So that was one difference in build, was the Song of Chi-Ji from Bubble Buddy, which he got a couple of times, but ultimately it just came down to momentum, which swung because of the Innervates. So I would imagine that Dallas is likely going to switch that talent just with the way that this is playing out, so that they can have that moment of recovery, that moment of reprieve when the game inevitably gets to 10 minutes and they're just 0 mana. Give them a couple seconds of free healing, time to regenerate, and get them into a better spot.
So there's 2 talents I want to point out. The first one is kind of a talent you don't see that often, but it's Refreshment. So it's on the left-hand side. It's like row 4 down on the left-hand side under Life Cocoon. Normally, people play a talent called Common Coalescence, which buffs Life Cocoon by 80%. It just makes it a huge shield. But they're playing something else. They're making it so when they use Life Cocoon, they get 5 stacks of Mana Tea and 2 healing elixirs on the target. So
with the cooldown reduction, you're just getting...
That's why these Mistweaver monks are basically rotationally just shoving their Life Cocoon. The other talent that he switched to was Energizing Brew. He was playing Life Cycles, which I think is just way worse. But Energizing Brew, super duper good. It makes it so your Mana Tea channels faster and regenerates 20% more mana. That, with the refreshment from the Life Cocoon, is just giving both these healers so much longevity in the match.
Okay. Well, we understand a lot more about Mistweaver. We got some Mistweaver deep study analysis in this match.
No Innervate, though.
Still not running Innervate. Opting for something else there. Bladestorm from Swim. Laros doesn't Bladestorm. This is why they were Bladestorm. It was to immune the stun. Laros holds on to it. They're just going after Bubble Buddy in the back here. Double Shockwave. Battle Stance. Instant Demolish. Just first global rips it. He gets disarmed on it. Not going to get any momentum off that. Dallas and Zentheon going toe-to-toe on damage. 50k DPS apiece. Laros is trying to get on the Mistweaver. He fears him, but he can get Berserker Shout. It's probably just going to break. I feel like Laros might be making some mistakes here. And now they're getting cleaved. They're just trying to kill the Mistweaver. Every time I've seen that happen, it's always F tier is kind of desperate whenever they're just only tunneling the healer.
You think there's like a little bit of tilt going on right now? Like they find
I think
themselves
it's possible.
in the lower
We'll have to see as it
bracket.
goes.
The mirror match isn't going as well as maybe they had hoped. But, I mean, it's still not over yet. This is an elimination game, do keep in mind, but it's still 1-1, any one series. The next team to win 2 matchups will end up winning this one. But we look at Mana, Bubble Buddy has a slight lead, and that's just because Zentheon, once again, was able to get that innervate early on. And I know we're talking about Mana a lot, but I swear it's a huge factor in this game. With how evenly matched these players are, the efficiency is definitely going to matter a lot, as both games have ended when the monks are out of mana.
I think it's also possible, like this early in the game, that maybe only the Mistweaver can die if he screws up. So attacking him is like higher likelihood that he makes a mistake.
Yeah.
That's probably the other thing to consider here. Like these first couple of minutes, you're just kind of throwing anything you can. These healers are so good. Mistweaver is so strong that it would take a big error to go down. Maybe he gets caught here. He's vortexed in a stun. Triple leg sweep. Not enough damage. Fort bruise, and he should be able to recover here. But they're also triple stacking them, and it's giving them triple cleave, which is building an overall damage advantage right now. Spear Bastion down, pinning targets. Dallas can't escape. He's gonna just use bear form, increase his armor, and then get back into cat, get bleeds back up and reload it over here onto the healer. Tosses out a root, repositioning, double shockwave. Zentheon was able to actually avoid it. Now he's jumping over back onto Meep to get bleeds up as well. We're seeing a complete shift in the paradigm. It's a big map as opposed to a small map. So if Meep isn't running the song, which I don't think he is, I do wonder if that song, if Bubble Buddy's going to be able to capitalize on that. We see the Life Cocoon. Again, Meep just wants to press that to get charges of Mana Tea, so that he's able to regenerate and regenerate and regenerate and make sure that he's got his team going for the longevity, which is, I mean,
it's funny to think.
It's gonna be a long one. Yeah, Life Cocoon's not a defensive cooldown; it's a mana.
It's a mana battery. Anytime he uses Life Cocoon, it's just a battery for his mana. But yeah, good pressure coming up from both these teams, who will pull ahead. Both teams opting to put pressure on the Mistweaver Monk in this game, maybe force out some mistakes, like Super Tees was mentioning in the early stages of the game. Since every game has basically come down to mana, maybe just trying to force mistakes from the opposite monk. And the fact is, Bubble Buddy, he has been playing exceptionally well, but still, he's a Paladin main, so maybe he's not as experienced on the Mistweaver Monk, and there is like a pressure point here. And they feel like if both teams are just going after the Mistweaver, in theory, Meat Monk should come out ahead.
So funny watching Bubble Buddy while we're following him. It's just Shaylun's gift, Shaylun's gift, Shaylun's gift. Doesn't have to cast. He's keeping his whole team topped, and I'm just envious on my shaman. I'm pressing Riptide, and no one's HP moves, and I'm just watching him just Shaylun's gift, full HP, Shaylun's gift, full HP, Shaylun's gift, full. And I'm just like, man, I envy you right now on my shaman. He does actually open his school there and get kicked for a moment. It's not going to be too much of a liability, though. Pressure's starting to develop. This early game is just, I don't even, like, what is the main objective in this early game? As far, it's just catch someone in a stun and hope they die without trinketing, maybe? Like, what is the main goal of this early game? They get stuns on
burn through mana.
Like, yeah, but even that, I feel like it's like 6 minutes in. That's where like you start to see like real momentum built for either side.
Yeah. 6 minutes. The last one went to 61% dampening, and like I said, it's not typical when cleave matchups like this, where it's basically 4 melee DPS. It goes so long because the pressure is high, but both these teams can be super evasive when they want to. They can kite, they can get away, they can go into bear form, they can go into D-stance, and just make themselves really durable. In addition, Mistweaver Monk's quite powerful right now, so able to keep their team alive until they go out of mana. But at any point, there could be like a big demolish one-shot too. If either one of these warriors gets crazy, crits a bunch of demolishes and mortal strikes during that window with Avatar and Warbreaker, the game can end as well. So everyone has to be on their toes in this match, but in terms of mana, at this point, it does seem like Meat Monk has a little bit of an edge, but who knows how many T Bubble Buddy has. And just remember, Life Cocoon is going to refresh that mana bar as well.
Dallas the target here. He's got Incarnation up, ramping up bleeds here, getting combo points on Bubble Buddy. There's in battle stance, but he's disarmed. He's going to take more damage going into battle stance right there. We see Bubble Buddy stunned, but he's out of range. He's very happy that he double jumped out of range of that stun, so no one can connect. And now F here, falling behind. Is this the tilt factor setting in? They just got owned by Welcome to the JUNG. They just lost in the mirror. their mains on these specializations. They've been playing these melee cleave consoles of mystery for so long. If they lose to Mamam on stream with their debut tournament performance, I feel like that's going to be soul destroying on their part. They'll be eliminated moving into Cup 3, and then Mistweaver nerfs are going to be coming through as well. So will they be able to rely on the compositions that have gotten them to this point if they want to qualify for the finals? A lot on the line here. Spots, points, and reputation in this series. Whereas Mamam on stream, they're just kind of, they're just here to play. Like, there's not that type of reputation pressure, I feel like, on their team. They're just building momentum. Dallas bear forms, charges in on Bubble Buddy with an interrupt. Developing momentum. Like sweep hits 2 from Meep. Ring of Peace bounces Zentheon away, but Bubble Buddy will recover. And we haven't seen that Song of Chi-Ji from Bubble Buddy, like, a single time. So if he doesn't get it a single time in the game, I do think the Ring of Peace gets out a bit ahead.
I mean, I think that's totally true. Unless it wins him the game. Even if he uses the last one, it just wins him the game in this situation.
Wins the game, has better talent.
Yeah, Zentheon as well as Swim are getting low. Swim's in trouble. He's gotten to a stun. Great pressure here for F tier. How is Bubble Buddy going to stabilize them? They got triple rot pressure, but Bubble Buddy uses Life Cocoon on himself. Soothing Miss gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Dallas, but he'll take that opportunity to just drink some Mana Tea, recover the mana just a little bit. Innervate's up right now. It's a big opportunity for Bubble Buddy to maybe pull out ahead on mana, and is able to recover some there. And now he is in the lead, and this Innervate seems so important in a matchup like this.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they make an adjustment later on. Another Paralyze on Meep. Bubble Buddy intercepted before he can go for the Song. Spear Bastion pinning down players. Laris pops side by the sword immediately here. Exchanging cooldown for cooldown. Is about the 6-minute mark. This is where we can see that momentum really start to stick more, and the mana really gets critical for both sides here. Things are going to continue to ramp. Zentheon's chasing down Meep. He catches him on a Chi Torpedo. Dallas is low HP. Swim is crushing him. He's interrupted and can't bark skin. He's trying to charge in and interrupt the Cyclone. Getting some distance. Tiger's Fury. Big bleeds being loaded out from Dallas, but Swim is just on his back. He's not letting him have the time of day, forcing Meep to use the Celestial Conduit to restabilize. Now Zentheon in bear form as his healer is stunned. Dallas is chasing down Bubble, looking for a Cyclone. He gets kicked and shut down by Dallas, or by Zentheon. Dallas is then charging over. Feral Frenzy. Bubble Buddy goes for the Conduit. He's going to top his team off in this position. Paralyzed, double sweep. These are the songs we're talking about. As soon as we're past that 6-minute mark, there's Bubble Buddy's getting in. He's getting these songs. He's getting these paralyzes. And every song puts Meep in this very dicey situation.
Yeah, it's getting really sketchy for both of these healers. 40% dampening. 8 minutes have elapsed. Both of them almost completely tapped on mana. Bubble Buddy has the Life Cocoon if he needs it, but Swim and Zentheon putting out a ton of pressure. I mean, Swim is really pulling ahead of Laros. That is a massive damage gap in a game like this. So that pressure from Swim really paying dividends for their roster. Stun on Laros once again, and he might just get dropped. That's the game. The Song of Chi-Ji, we talked about it, is what ends up securing the win. They pin him down, and Swim drowns him.
The Innervate and the Song, I feel like those are so game breaking. They're just abilities that let you extend the match, abilities that guarantee you can end the match, and Swim is just demolishing damage. 5 million, what is that? 4 million more damage. Dallas only 2 million above Zentheon. Swim is having a really good game right here on Empyrean Domain, and yeah, the talent selection. It's the early game. Bubble Buddy knows like the only way he's gonna die is if he gets too aggressive, and he probably can't win before that deep of dampening. So don't risk it. Just play defensive at the beginning, and then when they got to the 6-minute mark, then Bubble Buddy's pushing in. He's getting songs, and every song is just getting a major cooldown or winning the game. So I think like Ring of Peace wins pre-dampening. But you're guaranteed to get to dampening, so why do you care about winning pre-dampening?
Oh my god,
you can't win the game pre-dampening. So I think
Dallas
you have
is
to have
like,
the song.
Dude, if you're Dallas in this situation, you're saying, no! You get speared, it's like, I can stop that, but he gets double speared and just can't do anything. It was a perfect setup. Like, literally, there's nothing that F tier could have done in that situation. They just got completely... It was a hopeless situation. The spear sealed the deal. Dallas wanted to trinket and stop the Song of Chi-Ji, but there's no way that he could.
Who voted for Mamam on stream? It was literally one guy in chat, wasn't it? That was it. One guy in chat's about to get like 5 million.
Hey, I told you to go for them. You didn't listen to me.
Okay, yeah, now you're flip-flopping. I see how it is. I swear you're just baiting me because you're mad about me winning that last solo shuffle last night. Stealing it away, keeping him alive. I thought you were just trying to set me up for failure there.
Hey,
I didn't trust you.
We were both 3-3 in that shuffle, okay? So we tied that one. But you did steal the last round from me. That was not cool.
I was playing the game to win. I didn't win trade you. It's not cool. You didn't win trade me, dude. It's not cool. Swim and Zentheon Bubble Buddy doing a great job here. Coming into the tournament straight off the ladder, making a team last second, possibly making it to top 4, just showing that anyone can do it. Anyone can make this, and those 16% of the channel point.
I said 3-0
viewers.
That's so embarrassing.
Hey, you didn't think they had any chance, man? No
It's
chance?
not
You gave them a
over.
little
To be
chance.
fair, it's not over.
100% it's not over. And I feel like if Meep and Dallas make those talent change adjustments, that I think things get really crazy.
I think Bubble Buddy, I love what Bubble Buddy did. He just he lost so miserably in game number 1 that he just yoinked all the talents of Meep, which is I love that for him, okay, I guess he had better talents, take it, and now he's winning. And I kind of want to see F tier do the same thing. Meep, all right, maybe we do play Song of TG so we have a little bit more offense. Okay, Dallas, maybe we do play Innervate for a little bit more longevity. I just want to see that humility to just try to figure out what talents aren't working. And otherwise, I feel like Mom on stream, they kind of had the game-winning formula here.
Yeah, I just feel like Swim's getting more uptime. He's getting more damage.
I don't know much about Swim.
Laros.
He's
I
impressive.
don't know anything about Swim either. He's just coming in. I know people when I was doing the watch party were like, yeah, Swim. They were cheering for it. So he's obviously got some fans out there in the World of Warcraft Azeroth universe. He's got a Cataclysm PvP set. This is the one I want, man. This is why I want them to bring back Elite Set token every season, 2200 rating, win 50 games. You can get an old Elite Set. Because I had that, but it's not in my transmog, and I think I might have vendored it at some point over the years, and now I don't have it. I'm mad. But here we go. Let's see what they can do. F tier, they face elimination. Hopefully they're not tilted. Hopefully the comms are clean. I know we talked Meep up as the guy to be able to guide his team through these high pressure situations, and he has adjusted his talents. He's picking up the sleep. He's realized, deep and dampening, that extra crowd control, very critical in order to succeed. But Dallas, still not playing Innervate. So if this comes down to mana is the reason they lose, that is going to be one distinct difference between the two teams.
All right, this is very interesting to me. I just looked up Swim. He has one solo shuffle rank 1 title, and yeah, he's really putting on a show.
Fresh.
Yeah, he's fresh.
Fresh. He's fresh.
But he's
farm,
going
just
toe
getting
to
in
toe
here.
with Laros, an absolute veteran. So it's nice to see Swim put on such a show. Let's see what Mom I'm on stream can do. Their Kitty Cleave has looked really good, and in this mirror match, I really thought they didn't have much of a chance into F tier, and they totally proved me wrong.
All right, early game, Meep getting pressured. Bubble Buddy in a safe location. Swim charging over. D-stance. He's the focus target here. They're trying to limit Swim. They've realized he's getting such a huge edge. They need to put more pressure on him, force him in D-stance to reduce his damage, put more stuns into him to reduce his damage. They're really trying to get control of Swim and enable Laros to actually climb on the overall meter into the late game. So that's one stylistic change, at least in these early stages. However, in the early stage, it feels like the Mist River healing just so high that unlikely we see any sort of serious movement outside of a Demolish. But even the Demolish here didn't seem like it did too much. Meep is moving in for a song. He gets kicked. He goes for a sweep. Swim is there, but they get a Cyclone. That was good teamwork with the Cyclones from Dallas and the sleep from Meep at the same time. Triple in-cap for Typhoon from Zentheon to respond to that cow control, and now he's going after Meep. Swim charges in, developing momentum, stacking them up. Possible triple. Does he have Shockwave? Doesn't look like he does. Oh, he does have Shockwave. Surprised he didn't go for the triple there on Laros and Dallas with Meep stacked up. Swim still getting aggressive on Meep. Meep running that lighter than air, double jumping, going in for an in-cap, going for a song. Meep
Gets it.
Getting way more with that. He already got a Trinket Life Cocoon. I just immediately already feel like Meep is going to have more impact on the game, which I think is important.
I feel like one criticism I have for F tier is sometimes I feel like in matchups they play to not lose.
Yeah.
No, they play to not lose instead of play to win. And I actually feel like that's Meep's strength as a Mistweaver Monk, is super aggressive, in-your-face plays. When you play against this guy in threes and solo shuffle, he's just rolling on top of you the whole game, going for in-caps, going for sweeps, and he's been doing it in this game. This is exactly what I want to see. I don't want to see the passive Meep. I want to see him playing, being a playmaker for his team, and just see F tier get a little bit more confidence in these games.
All right, you can tell that since the implementation of Solo Shuffle, new players rising through the ranks, taking on some of the biggest tournament veterans, and Swim coming in here with just one Solo Shuffle rank 1 is one game away from getting top 4 in the second cup of AWC for Midnight. He's going to be able to outdo Laros, one of the top performing warriors in the region. Massive crash of damage. Meep responds, though, immediately with the revival, which will stabilize his team for now, and he can now spam Shayloons to recover. Zentheon staying next to Meep, getting ready. Leads loaded. They're triple stacked. They're getting triple cleaved, and Swim just passed Laros on damage. So if he starts flying too high on that meter, When we get to that 6-minute mark, things are going to get very tough for Meep to recover. Meep is having a hard time finding any sort of crowd control ever since that initial exchange, but it looks like Dallas got a Cyclone instead. He's going to maim stun the Warrior. Swim has Intimidating Shot available, but Zerker Shot likely to counter. Nice Paralyze on Meep. Is he going to get it? He gets it, forcing the Trinket from Meep. So Bubble Buddy in response here, getting some excellent crowd control. Now he's interrupted. He's getting pushed back. Trying to punish him for his push. Laros, Spear of Bastion down, pinning him away from Swim. I like that. The defensive Spear of Bastion. Prevent them from connecting some pressure there. I feel like the Spear in that critical moment and dampening like that, you deny a major cooldown, could completely flip a game.
Yeah, definitely. And I with how offensive Meep is playing and this crowd control he's landing, these are the plays that are going to really pay off as dampening gets higher and higher. Bubble Buddy right now rolling in. Ooh, Meep tries to immune it. Did he immune the Paralyze? With the Celestial Conduit, he just quickly crosses the map. I don't think he did. Bubble Buddy still has it available, but I like that play from Meep to just get out of danger, get out of crowd control. He can easily keep his team alive in this position, but once again, Bubble Buddy has a mana lead. Innervate's going to trade out once again, and this is an opportunity for Bubble Buddy to just heal as much as he wants, be unconcerned about mana, and I really like that talent choice once again.
Zentheon getting Cyclone, stun on Laros, Paralyze on Meep, Song of Chi-Ji connects. Double in-cap roar. Laros forced to use Die by the Sword. Setups are clean here from Mama on stream into the leg sweep. Bubble Buddy's carrying. They're forcing so many cooldowns as a result of that setup from Bubble Buddy. He's treading into the domain of Meat Monk. He's played Mystery for so long, and Bubble Buddy just comes in first day and is rivaling him here in this series and potentially eliminating him from the competition in North America. How can they turn this around? Laros does at least start to catch up to Swim on damage. It's neck and neck right now. Between all of the DPS. Dallas gets caught out of form. Again. Out of form. Is that it? Meep Trinket Life Cocoons. They turn it around on Zentheon. Zentheon just kiting away from the engagement. Has defensives available. Mana is even at this point. Incarnation up for Dallas. How much pressure can he get? Life Cocoon from Bubble Buddy. Denying that. He rolls away from the song. Meep gets kicked. He can't get any setup. And Bubble Buddy, he's saving his T's to immune interrupts when he's going in for songs. Whereas Meep is not doing that. He's getting interrupted on a lot of his songs. I wonder if that one playstyle distinction is actually going to lead to the success of Mama on stream. Dallas and Meep at the pillar, leaving Laros in the middle of the map. Laros is just getting absolutely shredded out here. Meep's trying to get back with him now with the conduit into a leg sweep. Bubble Buddy goes for the paralyze.
Song.
Is he going to get the song? He gets the song. No trinket. Match point and Laros. This is a jumps into the song. He leaped into the song to remove the bleeds. He leaped into the song to remove the bleeds and stay alive. He was dead. He was dead. That was insanely crazy right there. He was dead. He's like, oh my God, I can leap into the song, remove the bleeds, and stay alive. I'm going to be the sickest. We need to clip that. Somebody clip that. That needs to go in a highlight reel. I'm assuming he did it on purpose and didn't just randomly heroically leap. He must have leaped into the song on purpose to remove the bleeds with no cooldowns left right in that final moment. But Swim is getting the damage advantage. Oh, never mind. Yeah, he's a million ahead. Dallas is trying to even it out. Mana is even. Stormbolt on the Mistweaver. Shockwave on Swim. Zentheon intercepts with in-cap Roar Typhoon. Getting a little bit of distance. Bear Root. Cheeky play on Laros from Zentheon to hold him here from getting onto Swim. They stun him. Dallas lockdown. Barkskins. Laros fears. No Zerker shot from Swim. Looks like they don't have it or they're not going to commit it. Laros taking some beats. He's got his Die by the Sword. They're going to use the Shayloons instead. And then here comes Bubble Buddy. Getting into the mix. Trinket forced by him, or sorry, Meep coming in, and Trinket forced by Bubble. He's going to use the Life Cocoon, get some Manatees back, and start to restabilize here. Swim, no Die by the Sword, no Trinket. Maybe they can pull this off. Another full stun. Meep, Life Cocoon's it. Bubble Buddy's chasing Meep. He's going to hold back. He sees the Life Cocoon. He's not going to overextend into that. He has no Trinket right now. He's going to stay a little bit more conservative towards the right side of the screen. Meep is chasing him down. Bubble Buddy avoids him by Chi torpedoing across. Meep might move in here. Crackle to keep up his sphere. Trying to maximize the damage. Here comes the play. In cap. Swim leaps over. Is he going to get into the song and immune the bleeds? He wants to, so Meep held it. He didn't shoot it. Now we've got this weird mind game of like, you shoot the song, but you don't want to if the Warrior's going to get into it.
Ooh, Meep tries to pre-immune the Paralyze, but Bubble Buddy has it. Here we go. Here comes the full Song of Chi-Ji, but Laros is just getting aggressive. Swim and Zentheon, they're just outright dead. There's pressure from F tier out of nowhere. Can they hold on? What a close call. Die by the Sword. Zentheon in trouble. Not Barkskidding. Finally will pull the trigger with that one to stay alive. Meep looking for a potential Song of Chi-Ji, but opting not to trade it. What a crazy reversal of pressure.
The fear on the Innervate. He's not getting any value from the Innervate. They counter that talent right there with Intimidating Shout. Laros with another great use of utility. and his damage is at least on the heels of Swim. He's not getting massively overwhelmed. Meep trades Life Cocoon on this, but he's paralyzed. They swap on Dallas. No trinket match point. Is that it? Is it lights out? He's critically low. He pops Survival Instincts. Laros is dying. Full sleep. Found by Bubble Buddy. I can't believe it. They're going toe-to-toe with F tier in their home turf.
No!
Melee Cleave King's about to get double killed. Dallas on the run in bear form. Meep is desperate to try and stabilize. He doesn't want to spend too much mana, though. He has a tough decision to top the team. It's 40% dampen. He's falling further behind. He gets kicked by Zentheon. Dallas is desperate, but they're there for the touch of death.
I
He
can't
touches him away,
believe
but
it.
Laros will fall. And Mama on stream for the first time debut. Take out F tier in the mirror.
Mom, I made it to top 4. I mean, absolutely insane from this team. Nobody thought they could do it. I mean, the chat, me, nobody. Swim really.
Some people in the chat did. That one guy.
Okay, well, not
One
nobody, but I mean, that was still wild. I mean, Swim coming out of nowhere here on this Warrior, looking incredibly good. Zentheon Bubble Buddy, I'm not gonna lie, he looked phenomenal in this game as well. I'm never gonna count these guys out again. This composition is looking sick from them. They had great plays, good offensive pressure. I feel like Bubble Buddy, he hung in there with Meep. I mean, after that first game and he adjusted his talents, like this was a great play from Laros too. So if you're wondering why we're freaking out, it's because that crowd control Song of Chi removes damage over time effects, and
He leaps into.
Yeah.
Look at the stun too. If he didn't get the leap off, he would have been stunned and dead.
yeah, so that leap was insane because Pharaoh Druids, a lot of their damage comes from these really powerful bleed effects, and same with Arms Warriors. So you leap into there, you're avoiding like 6 different bleed effects on you, and that's ultimately what kept him alive.
Dude, my predictions. What's going
It's
on?
fine.
Everyone's
We're all in the
predictions
same
on
boat.
that one.
We all got
What is
that.
Zico
going
can be
on?
wrong, bro. Zico can be wrong.
Oh my gosh. I mean, today has been, especially in NA, just like a day of upsets. These newcomer teams coming in, beating teams like F tier. What is in the air? What's going on?
I love it. I
Me too.
love it.
Oh,
I love
yeah.
when I have no clue what's like, not no clue, but you know what I mean? I love when any
Yeah.
team can win. It's like
Yeah.
it's so unpredictable, and I don't know. I'm very impressed by this roster because on paper, when you just compare the names head to head, Zentheon, I think, in Dallas, in my head, are like very evenly matched. But the other two, I was like, Bubble Buddy's on his ult versus Meep, and Swim versus Laros. It's like Laros and Meep, they're like top players on their respective roles. And I feel like Bubble Buddy and Swim, they definitely match them here.
Yeah, 3-1 is the score. Mom, I'm on stream. Going to be knocking F tier out of the entire tournament. We won't see them on Championship Sunday. And if we look at the bracket, the lower semifinals are the Shuffle Club, because they beat Guild Bean, versus Mom, I'm on stream, Supatees. And if you told me to predict the bracket, I would have not put these two teams in the lower semifinals, but I am so glad to see it and be proven wrong.
Yeah, what the? I mean, who would have thought? Not me, to be honest with you, but just really, really impressive.
Yeah.
The Shuffle Club bringing in Frosty K, I'm on stream, bringing in the Warrior Pharaoh, like some very unique compositions. And I'm curious to see how they can do, because even Welcome to the Jung, they didn't really play mage-based compositions today. They were locking in the Rep Paladin with the Arms Warrior. I feel like all of a sudden the meta is kind of shaken up here in NA, at least.
Yeah, definitely is. And the winner of that series is going to have to play the loser of Gators Back versus Welcome to the Jung. We could potentially see a rematch Supatees between the Shuffle Club and Gators Back. I'm so surprised by that series. I guess I can't speak in anymore. But we could see a rematch, Supatees. What do you think about that?
I mean, this is going to be a good Championship Sunday. This is going to be one not to miss. That's what I think about that right here. But Shuffle Club, they've been farming mages. This is not a mage team. So, can they adapt to that? And oh my god, look at this bracket, man. Now it's Shuffle Club that might yoink the spot. Direwolves are so happy that F tier lost, though. So, like, maybe the Shuffle Club lose here, and they're actually still top 3 somehow without getting top 8. So that's I mean, this is wild right here. Gators Back, they want that rematch with Welcome to the Jung, but Welcome to the Jung look even better and more advanced than last time. So I don't know if they're going to be able to do it there. I think really right now it's the battle for 3rd place. That's where all the eyes are focused.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll kind of keep everybody updated as we go along in tomorrow's games for Championship Sunday. That is North America. That's going to be concluded for the day. We had Europe games yesterday, and we'll be seeing the top 4 play tomorrow as well. Venruki, I feel like it's a little bit kind of more expected of what is going on there in this region. However, I don't think that's going to make these series any less exciting. I mean, we got Burger King and Dobob in the lower bracket, and then the classic Echo versus Streamers OGG up top.
I'm really excited for I'm excited for both games for multiple reasons. So for Dobob, I feel like they had a bit of a slow start in Cup number 1, but the Frost Mage Feral Druid, which is what they really owned on last season, Tessia making the flashy plays with Ice Wall going up against Burger King and Morrow. It seems like it's just a huge mage battle in Europe. It's just all about the mages and which mage outplays and which team can outplay. But I do expect pretty much every single matchup here to be a mage-based team. In the upper bracket, Echo versus Streamer Zone is another one that's very interesting to me because I feel like Streamer Zone, they have the makings of an amazing team. Sometimes I feel like they don't show up, but this weekend on Friday, I think they had an amazing performance. And if they can continue to have that level of success and just play to their potential, I think they actually can match Echo.
I couldn't agree more. And we've got the standings as well for EU. Echo in that first place spot. If they got a star next to them, that means they're still in the series. So in the tournament this weekend,
Look
they
at third
could
place
still
here,
get
too.
more points. Exactly where I was heading. Third place is extremely competitive. We've got Dobob, Streamers OGG tied with Stop Nerf Mistweaver, who are knocked out, unfortunately. So there could be a lot of shuffling around going around in both regions for the standings. And that by the end of this weekend, that means there's only one cup left for these teams to make it up into the standings because it's an extremely competitive season. These teams want to get to BlizzCon. They don't want to have to, mess around too much fighting for their position, and we're kind of already seeing that, unfortunately. So that is going to wrap things up for today. Definitely tune into Championship Sunday. It is going to be a fierce day of games in both North America and Europe, and I could not be more excited to see how this weekend concludes itself. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We've got one more day for this weekend. Tune in tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft. Also on YouTube, 10 a.m. Pacific and 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you everyone so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.